So imagine you are standing in a dry, freezing valley in the Hindu Kush Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 4th century BC. You are surrounded by the greatest, most invincible military machine the ancient world has ever seen, the army of Alexander the Great.
Right. A truly legendary force.
Exactly. And they are resting in a dry river, an arroyo. Everything seems perfectly secure.
Yeah.
But then a sudden premature warm spell melts the snows on the peaks miles above you. Or, maybe a freak rainstorm hits the high altitude.
Which happens incredibly fast up there.
Right. And without warning, a massive deafening wall of water, like a flash flood of just unimaginable power, rips through the valley.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. In minutes, a huge portion of Alexander's camp, his equipment, and his men are completely obliterated.
Yeah.
The environment didn't just fight back. It won without even breaking a sweat.
It is such a profound historical moment, honestly.
Yeah.
Because it proves that no matter how sophisticated the military is, no matter how legendary the commander might be, in this specific part of the world, geography always has the final say.
It really does.
It completely dictates the terms of survival, of conquest, and, well, of everyday existence.
And that is exactly what we are exploring with you today. Welcome to this deep dive into the source material.
Glad to be here.
We are going on a really wild journey through the epic, narrative-driven history of Afghanistan. Now, just to be totally clear from the start, we aren't here to do a recap of, modern political headlines.
No, not at all.
Right. We are taking you all the way back. We are talking about Paleolithic caves, the rise and fall of massive indigenous empires, and the incredibly harsh geography and deep-rooted cultures that, forged the nation we see today.
We are essentially tracing the biography of a single, incredibly volatile piece of real estate over the course of 50,000 years.
Which is just a staggering amount of time.
It really is. It's a massive study in human endurance.
Okay, so let's unpack this a bit. There is a specific term used by a 19th century emir, Abdul Rahman Khan, to describe his own country. He called it Yagistan.
Yes, Yagistan.
And our sources translate this to the land of the insolent or the land of the free. But reading through the text, you realize this insolence isn't the kind of arrogant, urbanized frustration we might think of today.
Not at all. The sources are actually very careful to distinguish this. It is an insolence entirely devoid of arrogance.
Right.
It is the insolence of absolute equality. In these remote mountain valleys, every man considers himself equal to any king.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a very harsh, uncompromising freedom set against a backdrop of rough mountains and just brutal deserts. It's basically the insolence of surviving where anyone else would perish.
And even the name of the country itself, Afghanistan, has this really colorful, heavily debated backstory. The literal translation is pretty straightforward, land of the Afghan. But the actual etymology of the word Afghan is where historians and linguists really start to argue with each other.
Oh, it is quite a debate. There's a fascinating, almost jokingly derogatory theory that links the name to the Persian word for wailing or noisy.
Which just seems totally absurd on its face. How does an entire population end up named after wailing?
Well, it actually has to do with the rigid structural patterns of classical Persian poetry.
Okay, wait, poetry?
Yeah, exactly. The original Persian word was figyon, meaning lamentation or wailing. But Persian poets needed to, improve the rhyme and rhythmic meter in their verses.
Oh, I see.
So they just appended an A to the beginning of the word, creating Afghan. Over time, some non-Afghans began using this poetic term to describe the people themselves.
Just because they needed an extra syllable.
Pretty much. And supposedly because of the loud, raucous nature of the mountain tribes.
So it's basically a linguistic joke that stuck.
Exactly. However, historically and academically speaking, the earliest actual variations of the word point somewhere else entirely.
Right.
The first recorded reference to the people goes back to a 3rd century AD Sasanian text, which mentions a group called the Afghan.
The 3rd century. So long before Islam even existed, long before the modern state, there is a recognized identity there.
Yes. And the first time we see the Afghans mentioned in a Muslim source isn't until AD 982.
Wow, that's a huge gap.
It is. Of course, the ancestors of these tribes had been living in those valleys, completely unrecorded and fiercely independent, for countless generations before any imperial scribe even bothered to write their name down in a manuscript.
But to truly understand this land of the free, we first really have to understand the physical land itself.
Absolutely.
Because the overarching theme leaping out of all our sources is that in Afghanistan, the physical geography isn't just a setting, it is the primary actor.
It dictates the entire logic of the region. You really have to visualize the extremes of this map. Right through the center, acting as this massive spine, is the Hindu Kush mountain range.
And Hindu Kush translates to Hindu mountains, though some scholars argue it could mean water mountains, right?
Yes, there's some debate there.
Either way, it is a truly formidable historical dividing line.
It totally splits the country in half.
Yeah.
North of the Hindu Kush, you drop down into the Turkestan plains, which are these vast rolling semi-deserts. And then to the southwest, you encounter the Sistan Basin, which is dominated by these stony, waterless, really desolate stretches.
It sounds so intense.
But perhaps the most visually bizarre geopolitical feature on the entire map, and truly one of the most punishing environments on Earth, is the Wakhan Corridor and the Pamir Knot.
Oh man, I want to spend some time on this because it perfectly illustrates how external empires warped the internal reality of this country.
It's a perfect example.
The Wakhan Corridor is this incredibly thin, high-altitude strip of land that reaches out to the east like a long finger. It completely separates modern-day Tajikistan from Pakistan.
Right.
But looking at the sources, this wasn't formed by, natural tribal migrations at all. It was completely artificially engineered.
It was forced onto Emir Abdur Rahman Khan by an Anglo-Russian boundary commission between 1895 and 1896.
We're right in the middle of the Great Game.
Exactly. This was the absolute height of the Great Game. You had the British expanding their empire northward through India, and Tsarist Russia expanding southward through Central Asia.
Right. So it's like a geopolitical crumple zone.
That's a great way to put it.
I mean, it's like a geopolitical piece of tape put on the floor to keep two fighting siblings, Russia and Britain, from crossing into each other's room.
Spot on.
They were so terrified of their empires actually touching and triggering a massive war. So they took this narrow, virtually uninhabitable stretch of the Pamir Mountains and essentially drew a line around it, handing it to Afghanistan to act as the bumper between two colliding imperial vehicles.
That is a perfect analogy.
Right.
They literally told the emir, well, this is your territory now, and you are responsible for making sure neither of us crosses it.
Good luck with that.
Right. But consider what they were actually handing him. The Wakhan Pamir area is almost entirely above 10,000 feet in elevation.
Just staggering heights.
And the peaks in the Pamir Knot rise to an astonishing 24,500 feet. It is a world of perpetual snow, massive glaciers, and freezing oxygen-deprived temperatures.
Wow.
It is definitely not land you want to govern. It is land you simply want to survive.
Wow. And the extremes aren't just limited to the mountain peaks either. The sources describe the climate across the rest of the country, and it is just as hostile. There is this phenomenon called the Barisado Bistros.
Ah, yes, the wind of 120 days.
Exactly. From July through September, this relentless wind just whips down along the Iranian-Afghan border.
It's terrifying.
And we are not talking about a stiff breeze. These are violent sandstorms with velocities reaching up to 100 knots. It literally scours the earth. And the temperature swings are completely manic. In the western deserts, you can be baking in 120-degree Fahrenheit heat at high noon, and by midnight, the ambient temperature drops so fast that standing water actually freezes.
It is a landscape of profound thermal and physical shock.
But, this raises a massive contradiction for me.
What's that?
Well, if this environment is so hostile, if it is defined by flash floods that wipe out armies, 100-knot sandstorms, freezing deserts, and 24,000-foot peaks, how did this specific patch of Earth become the center of so much human action?
It seems counterintuitive.
Yeah. I mean, why didn't everyone just go around it?
That is the core paradox of Afghan history. To the untrained eye, those massive mountain ranges look like completely impenetrable walls.
Right.
But historically, they were never true barriers. They were funnels.
Okay, explain the mechanics of that funneling effect.
Well, think about how water behaves when it hits a rocky surface. It finds the path of least resistance, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Human migration and military conquest operate the exact same way. Armies, nomadic tribes, and merchants couldn't simply walk in a straight line from Central Asia to India.
The mountains were in the way.
Exactly. The Hindu Kush forced them to skirt the edges, to navigate deep valleys, and crucially, to wait out the brutal winter snows till they found the specific seasonal passes that allowed them to cross.
I see.
Because every single group, whether it was an army of 50,000 men or a caravan of silk merchants, had to use those exact same passes and those exact same valleys. These routes became intensely concentrated highways.
So instead of blocking human interaction, the mountains forced everyone into a hyper-compressed space.
Yes, precisely.
Which perfectly explains how Afghanistan became the ultimate ancient crossroads. By funneling all these diverse peoples through a few narrow corridors, it became this incredible incubator for ideas that changed the course of global history.
It did. And
Yeah.
the timeline of human habitation in these funnels is truly staggering. We're talking about Paleolithic hunter-gatherers living in the caves of northern Afghanistan 50,000 years ago.
Just pause on that number for a second. 50 millennia.
It's immense. And it wasn't just a place people passed through either. It was a place where humanity evolved its relationship with the earth itself.
Right.
Fast forward to about 11,000 years ago, and northern Afghanistan is squarely in the zone of the Neolithic Revolution.
And this is the critical leap from hunting and gathering to actual farming, right?
Yes. The populations in these specific valleys were among the very first humans to figure out the domestication of wheat, barley, sheep, and cattle.
Oh, wow.
This wasn't just a minor change in diet. It was the foundational technological shift that gave humanity control over its food supply.
Right, because once you have agriculture.
Exactly. The agricultural surplus generated in regions like this eventually provided a caloric foundation that allowed for the rise of the great urban civilizations in the Indus Valley and Mesopotamia.
But the funnels of the Hindu Kush didn't just bring early farmers. They brought world conquerors, which brings us back to Alexander the Great in the 4th century BC.
Ah, yes.
We talked about his army getting decimated by that flash flood, but the most lasting impact of his passage really wasn't military, it was cultural.
What's fascinating here is the ideological collision that took place in the wake of Alexander's campaigns.
Yeah.
He brought Hellenistic culture, classical Greek philosophy, art, and aesthetics deep into the heart of Asia. And because Afghanistan was that funnel, it became the ultimate mixing bowl.
I want to make sure we visualize this collision properly because the sources paint an incredible picture here.
This is a very vibrant picture.
You have highly sensuous, fluid ideologies coming up from the Indian subcontinent in the south. You have the humanistic, geometrically obsessed classical Greek philosophies coming from the West. And then you have these vigorous, animistic Central Asian and Sino-Siberian ideas pushing down from the north, all at once.
And they all crash into each other right in the valleys of Afghanistan. And out of this precise geographical mixing bowl emerges a totally new ideological synthesis, Mahayana Buddhism.
Which is the great vehicle northern school of Buddhism that is practiced across most of the Far East today.
Exactly.
What truly blew my mind in the sources is the physical manifestation of this fusion in their art. Before this Greek and Indian collision in the Afghan funnels, Buddhist artists did not carve or paint the Buddha in human form.
No, they didn't. They strictly used symbols to represent his presence, like a carved footprint, an empty throne, or the wheel of Dharma. But because of the lingering Hellenistic influence from Alexander's garrisons, local artists in the Gandhara region, which straddles modern Afghanistan and Pakistan, began to do something radical. They decided to give the Buddha a human face and body.
And because their artistic training was so influenced by Greek techniques, the first human statues of the Buddha basically look like an orientalized version of the Greek god Apollo.
If you look at the surviving Gandharan art, the fusion is undeniable. The Buddha is depicted wearing flowing toga-like robes with heavy classical folds.
It's so cool.
He has distinct, sharp facial features, and most tellingly, he wears his hair in a topknot that is a direct stylistic echo of the Apollo Belvedere statues.
Wow.
It is literally a Greek god meditating on Indian philosophy, carved by Central Asian artisans.
It perfectly encapsulates the crossroads. And this art didn't just stay in Afghanistan. Picture the Silk Route during antiquity.
It was bustling.
You have these massive caravans carrying luxury good silk from Cathay, which is ancient China, traveling west toward the Roman Empire. But the Silk Route wasn't just a conveyor belt for textiles, it was an ideological highway.
It absolutely was. As the merchants traveled east to west, the ideas traveled right along with them.
Yeah.
Mahayana Buddhism, with its newly minted Apollo-esque statues, moved from the Afghan region right through the Zungarian gates, across the vast expanses of Central Asia, into Mongolia, China, Korea, and eventually found its way across the sea to Japan.
That is just incredible.
The religious bedrock of East Asia was heavily sculpted in the funnels of the Hindu Kush.
That is the ultimate network effect. But of course, history never stays still in this region.
Never.
The ancient world, dominated by these early water-based civilizations and slow-moving caravans, eventually faced a massive paradigm shift.
A huge one.
By the mid-7th century AD, Islam exploded out of the Arabian Peninsula and swept into the Afghan valleys. This fundamentally rewrote the cultural and political map, and it really set the stage for something new, the rise of truly indigenous Afghan empires.
Right. Up until this point, the region had primarily been a thoroughfare, a place where conquerors from elsewhere passed through to get to the riches of India. But the adoption of Islam galvanized the local populations. Instead of just being the road, Afghanistan became the center of power.
The prime example in our sources is the Ghaznavid Empire, which reached its zenith between the 10th and 12th centuries AD.
And the Ghaznavids weren't just warlords raiding their neighbors either.
Far from it.
Mahmud of Ghazni, the empire's greatest ruler, built an administration and a court that rivaled anything in the world at the time. It was a true Islamic renaissance.
The scale of his court patronage is staggering. The sources mention he kept 400 poets on his payroll.
400 poets and a total of 900 scholars, scientists, and historians.
That's a massive payroll.
Mahmud understood that true imperial power required cultural legitimacy. He actively imported the greatest minds from across the Islamic world to his capital in the Afghan mountains.
Including Ferdowsi, one of the most legendary figures in Persian literature.
Yes, Ferdowsi.
He wrote the Shahnameh, the Epic of Kings, which is a monstrous 60,000 couplet poem preserving the pre-Islamic history and myths of Greater Iran.
Though the relationship between patron and artist is famously fraught in this case.
Oh, definitely.
The story goes that Ferdowsi dedicated his life's work to Mahmud, expecting a magnificent gold reward. Mahmud, either distracted or just cheap, offered him a pittance in silver instead.
Bad move.
Very bad move. Ferdowsi was so insulted that he gave the silver away to a bathhouse attendant and a beer seller, wrote a scathing, blistering satire of Mahmud, and had to flee the empire to save his life.
It's the medieval equivalent of burning your boss on social media and then moving to another country.
Pretty much.
But despite the high culture of the Ghaznavids, the empire eventually fractured, which opened the door to one of the most traumatic events in the region's history.
Right.
During the 13th and 14th centuries, the Mongols, under Genghis Khan, and later the Turco-Mongols under Tamerlane, absolutely devastated the region.
The word devastation almost doesn't cover it, honestly. It was a systematic dismantling of civilization.
It was brutal.
When the Mongols encountered a city that resisted, they didn't just conquer it, they erased it. They massacred the populations, but more importantly, from a historical perspective, they intentionally destroyed the complex underground irrigation systems that made agriculture possible.
They essentially turned fertile valleys back into deserts.
Exactly. And by leveling the cities and destroying the agricultural base, they effectively severed the intricate luxury trade network of the Silk Route.
Wow.
The overland roads connecting east and west became too dangerous and too depleted to support major commerce.
And here is where we see the butterfly effect of geography in action. Because the overland routes through Afghanistan were broken, European merchants in the 15th century were desperate.
They really were.
They still wanted the spices and silks of the East, but they couldn't go by land anymore. This desperation is the direct economic catalyst that forced European navigators to the sea, eventually leading to Columbus and the European arrival in the Americas.
It's wild. A broken irrigation ditch in northern Afghanistan indirectly shaped the colonization of the Western Hemisphere.
It's mind-blowing.
It proves how deeply interconnected global history has always been.
So let's fast forward a few centuries. The region spends time as a contested borderland fought over by the Persian Safavid Empire to the west and the Indian Mughal Empire to the east.
Right.
But then we hit the year 1747, and Ahmad Shah Durrani is crowned king in Kandahar. Now, looking at our sources, almost every mainstream historian points to 1747 and says, there it is, that is the birth of the modern Afghan state. But we need to push back on that, don't we?
We absolutely must push back on it aggressively, because the anthropological reality completely contradicts that narrative.
How so?
Labeling the 1747 Durrani Empire a modern state is a massive projection of Western post-Westphalian political theory onto a deeply complex tribal society.
Right.
To truly comprehend how Afghan politics operated up until at least 1880, we have to explore the cyclical theory of fusion and fission.
Fusion and fission. I always think of nuclear physics when I hear those words, like atoms combining to release energy and then splitting apart.
It's a very similar dynamic, actually.
So how does this apply to tribal politics? Let's break down the mechanics of the fusion part first. How does a tribal empire actually form without a standing army or a central bank?
It relies almost entirely on the emergence of a highly charismatic leader.
Okay.
In a decentralized tribal society, loyalty isn't given to an abstract concept like a flag or a constitution. Loyalty is given to a man who can deliver results. A charismatic figure arises. Someone who is militarily cunning, politically astute, and ruthlessly practical. Through sheer force of personality, tactical military victories, and very strategically arranged marriages, this leader manages to fuse disparate, fiercely independent tribes into a single, massive confederation.
So he essentially proves that it is more profitable for the tribes to follow him and plunder their neighbors than to just fight amongst themselves.
Exactly. That is the fusion. And once united, this confederation expands outward, sweeping across the landscape as far as its military momentum will carry it, conquering neighboring territories and extracting wealth.
Right.
This is exactly how Ahmad Shah Durrani built an empire that stretched from eastern Iran all the way to northern India.
But the critical distinction here is that this is an empire built on personal charisma, not a nation-state built on institutions.
Precisely.
I mean, there's no permanent civil service. There's no standardized tax code keeping the lights on. It's basically a protection racket held together by one man's reputation.
Which brings us to the inevitable fission. What happens when that singular, charismatic leader ages, falls ill, or dies?
The whole thing shatters.
The center simply cannot hold because the constituent tribes pledged their loyalty to the man, not to the state. His death immediately voids the social contract.
There's no backup plan.
There is no established institutional mechanism for a peaceful transfer of power. Instead, you get fission. The massive empire rapidly segments and fractures back into a multiplicity of warring tribal fiefdoms.
It just falls apart.
Instantly. The leader's sons, brothers, and cousins immediately turn on one another, igniting brutal wars of succession to see who possesses the charisma and the ruthless strength to start the cycle of fusion all over again.
So saying Ahmad Shah Durrani created a modern state in 1747 is basically a complete misnomer. He created a temporary, massively successful fusion event.
Exactly.
In fact, the sources note that even before he was dead, the tribal warfare for control within his own family had already kicked off. It's not a state failing. It's a temporary alliance expiring.
That's a brilliant way to phrase it. It's a biological life cycle of political power. But this ancient cycle of internal tribal fusion and fission was violently interrupted.
Right, things changed.
Asian imperialism was eventually replaced by European imperialism, and the great game arrived at the funnels of the Hindu Kush. This external pressure forced the chaotic tribal empires to slowly, agonizingly morph into something resembling a modern state.
So let's transition into that 19th century reality. The defining feature of this era seems to be total paranoia.
Utter paranoia, yes.
The British are ruling India, and they are terrified that Tsarist Russia is going to march down through Central Asia, cross the Afghan passes, and threaten their crown jewel. This paranoia leads to two disastrous British invasions of Afghanistan, first in 1839 and again in 1878.
The British essentially wanted to install puppet rulers who would ensure Afghanistan acted as a secure buffer against Russia. But they fundamentally misunderstood the fierce independence of the people they were trying to subjugate, leading to catastrophic military failures.
Which is a recurring theme.
Very much so. However, this intense external pressure from both Britain and Russia is what finally broke the cycle of fusion and fission.
Because the borders got locked in place. Which brings us back to Amir Abdurrahman Khan, who ruled from 1880 to 1901.
Right.
We talked earlier about the Wakhan corridor, that geopolitical crumple zone. The outside empires basically took a map, drew hard lines around the Afghan region, and said, these are your borders, you cannot expand past them.
And that is the pivotal moment. Previous charismatic leaders achieved fusion by directing the tribal energy outward, conquering India or Persia.
Yeah.
Abdurrahman Khan couldn't do that. Blocked by European imperialism on all sides, he had to take that immense violent energy and turn it inward. He engaged in a ruthless process that historians call internal imperialism.
How exactly did he execute that? I mean, how do you force a dozen disparate ethnic groups who historically hate each other to suddenly submit to a central government in Kabul?
By establishing an overwhelming monopoly on violence. He didn't rely on tribal levies. He built a standing salaried army equipped with modern British-supplied artillery and rifles. He used this modern military to systematically crush the local tribal kings, the independent warlords, and the religious leaders who opposed him.
It sounds incredibly bloody.
It was. If a specific tribe was too rebellious, he would forcefully uproot thousands of their families and deport them to the opposite side of the country, utterly breaking their local power base. He replaced autonomous tribal chiefs with government-appointed bureaucrats.
So he essentially had to take a hammer and violently forge a nation-state out of puzzle pieces that actively resisted fitting together.
That's exactly what he did.
And all while the British strictly controlled his foreign policy. It wasn't until 1919, after the Third Anglo-Afghan War, that Afghanistan finally achieved what they consider true independence, winning back the right to conduct their own foreign affairs.
And securing that independence completely altered their trajectory in the 20th century. By maintaining a fiercely guarded neutrality, they set themselves up for a very unique role during the post-World War II era.
This is one of the most fascinating geopolitical strategies I've ever seen. The sources describe Cold War Afghanistan as an economic Korea.
It's a brilliant term. During the Cold War, the globe was largely divided between the Soviet bloc and the Western powers, primarily the United States.
Right.
In places like Korea or Vietnam, this competition turned hot and incredibly bloody. But because Afghanistan steadfastly refused to align militarily with either side, it became a catalytic agent. The superpowers decided to compete for influence not with bullets, but with checkbooks.
They shifted from hostile military competition to this weird, de facto economic cooperation.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
You have the Americans building highways in the south and the Soviets building highways in the north. The U.S. builds a massive dam in the Helmand Valley. The Soviets build a hydroelectric plant near Kabul. They were practically tripping over each other to modernize the country.
And all of this infrastructure, airports, universities, telecommunications, created an emerging urban middle class. This rapid modernization culminated in the 1964 democratic experiment, where King Zahir Shah attempted a massive political leap. He introduced a new constitution aimed at creating a true constitutional monarchy, complete with a parliamentary framework, elections, and a free press.
But the sources are really clear that this was largely a veneer. The real power still resided with the king, the royal family, and a secular liberal army elite.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, the failure of that 1964 experiment wasn't just about elite hoarding of power.
What was it then?
It was about the staggering sociological impossibility of the task. They were trying to drop a modern, highly bureaucratic, Western-style parliamentary system directly on top of a fundamentally peasant tribal society.
I mean, we are talking about a society where 90 to 95% of the population was entirely non-literate at the time.
Exactly.
There were agrarian farmers and nomadic herders. Their loyalties were intensely local to their family, to their valley, to their immediate tribal elder. They had zero conceptual loyalty to an abstract national flag or a bunch of suited politicians in Kabul.
It's one thing to build a paved road. It is entirely another to build a cohesive national identity from scratch.
And it's like trying to build a modern skyscraper using blueprints written in a language the construction workers don't read, relying only on the local foreman to keep things together.
That's a perfect way to visualize the struggle.
So, to truly grasp the magnitude of that challenge, we need to shift our focus away from the kings and the superpowers and look closely at the people on the ground. Who are the populations surviving in these valleys? And more importantly, how are they surviving? Let's talk about the incredible ethnic diversity first. Now, in our sources, you'll see the early 20th century anthropologists using these highly archaic, outdated terms like Caucasoid, Mongoloid, or Australoid to describe the population.
Yes, it's very important to frame that correctly. Those 19th century racial classifications have long been abandoned by modern genetics and anthropology.
Definitely.
But what those early researchers were awkwardly trying to document is the staggering phenotypic and genetic diversity packed into this mountainous funnel.
Right. Because of all those migrations and invasions we talked about, the modern Afghan population is a total mosaic.
It really is.
You have the Pushtun and Tajik populations. You have the Hazara and Uzbek groups in the Central Highlands and the north, whose features reflect the legacy of the Turco-Mongol migrations. You even have Dravidian-speaking groups like the Brahui in the southwestern deserts, linking back to the ancient populations of the Indian subcontinent.
And the geography creates pockets of extreme genetic isolation. Take the Nuristani people, for example, who live in the deeply remote, heavily forested mountain valleys of eastern Afghanistan.
Okay.
For centuries, physical anthropologists were totally baffled by the high frequency of what they call blondism in this specific region.
This is wild. In the middle of Central Asia, you find remote villages where a significant portion of the population has bright blue or green eyes and blonde or red hair, living side by side with people who have darker Mediterranean features.
It is a living testament to the funnels. These deep, almost inaccessible valleys acted as genetic cul-de-sacs.
Wow, genetic cul-de-sacs.
They preserved ancient genetic markers from various waves of migration, perhaps going all the way back to early Indo-European migrations. They were simply absorbed or wiped out in the more accessible plains.
But regardless of their genetic background, the daily reality of survival for all these groups was uncompromisingly harsh.
Truly brutal.
For centuries, the traditional Afghan village operated in a way that is almost unfathomable to the modern Western mind. They lacked two things that we consider the absolute baseline of civilization. They had no bazaars, and astonishingly, they had no wheels for transport.
The absence of the wheel is profound. For hundreds of years, the only wheel you would encounter in rural Afghanistan was the potter's wheel.
That's hard to even picture.
There were no carts, no horse-drawn wagons, no wheelbarrows. The mountainous terrain and the rocky, unpaved valleys made wheeled transport highly inefficient.
So if you needed to move a ton of grain or your entire family's belongings, how did you do it?
Entirely on the backs of animals, donkeys, horses, and camels, or on the backs of human beings.
Just manual labor.
Yes. The villages were closed-loop, totally self-sufficient subsistence units. Because they had no bazaars, if you needed manufactured goods, things you couldn't grow or forage yourself, like refined sugar, tea, or specialized iron tools, you either had to wait for itinerant nomad peddlers to pass through, or you undertook a massive, grueling journey by foot to a larger provincial town.
Here's where it gets really interesting for me. We just established that this is a society that didn't utilize the wheel for transport.
Right.
Yet, to survive the brutal realities of the semi-desert environment, they engineered a piece of technology vastly more complex than a wagon. I'm talking about the Qanot system, or Karez as it is called in Pashto.
The Qamitikan is arguably one of the greatest feats of indigenous engineering in the ancient world.
It really seems like it.
It is an entirely artificial subterranean aqueduct system designed to bring groundwater to the surface without it evaporating in the 120-degree desert heat.
From the air, the sources say a Qanot looks like a perfectly straight line of giant anthills stretching from the foothills of a mountain across miles of barren desert right to the edge of a green, fertile village. Let's explain the mechanics of what is actually happening underneath those anthills.
Well, those anthills are the spoil heaps from vertical shafts.
Yep.
The system works entirely by gravity.
Okay.
The local engineers go to the alluvial fan at the base of a mountain where the groundwater pools deep underground, and they dig a master well, dropping straight down until they hit the water table. Then, starting from the village miles away, they dig a gently sloping underground tunnel back toward that master well.
The precision required for that is terrifying. They have to slope the tunnel just enough so the water flows steadily, but not so steep that the water rushes and erodes the tunnel walls, causing a collapse.
Exactly. The math has to be perfect.
And the way they built them, we're not talking about modern drilling rigs. These were dug by part-time specialists, basically local farmers who moonlighted as subterranean miners during the idle winter months.
And the danger of the work cannot be overstated. These men would be lowered down vertical shafts, some of them well over 100 feet deep, using just hand-cranked wooden windlasses and goatskin buckets to haul up the dirt.
They are down there in absolute darkness, using only the flicker of a small candle to align the tunnels.
It's unbelievable courage.
If the soil was loose, they had to install heavy, fired ceramic hoops to stop the roof from caving in and burying them alive. It was claustrophobic, incredibly perilous labor.
But it was a matter of life and death. Without the continuous flow of water from the Qanot, agriculture in those marginal desert areas would instantly cease and the villages would die.
They had no choice.
They adapted their engineering perfectly to the specific threats of their environment.
And just as they had to navigate that hostile physical terrain, the bureaucrats in Kabul had to navigate an incredibly complex linguistic terrain. The country is fundamentally split between two major languages. You have Dari, which is Afghan Persian, and you have Pashto.
And the linguistic divide is intensely political. Dari, which historically translates to the language of the court, has always been the lingua franca of the region.
Right.
It was the language of government, of literature, and of the urban elites. But the majority ethnic group, the Pashtuns, speak Pashto. So in the 1964 Constitution, the government officially designated Pashto as the national language in an attempt to forge a unified national identity.
Which triggered an absolute bureaucratic nightmare. The sources detail this intense push in the 1950s to Pashtoize the government. They issued a mandate that all inter-office memoranda, all official government correspondence, had to be written entirely in Pashto.
On paper, it sounds like a standard nationalist policy.
Sure.
But in practice, it was paralyzing. A massive percentage of the high-ranking bureaucrats in Kabul were native Dari speakers who did not know a word of Pashto.
So you get this absurd comical loop. A Dari-speaking official needs to send a memo to another department. He dictates the memo in Dari to his clerk. The clerk, who might know some Pashto, translates it and writes it down. The memo is sent across the city to another Dari-speaking official. That official receives a document he cannot read, so he hands it to his clerk, who translates the Pashto back into Dari so the official can finally understand what his colleague is asking for.
It was an administrative Ouroboros. The system eventually collapsed under its own agonizing inefficiency, and they quietly went back to using Dari for day-to-day government business.
But the Pashto Academy didn't give up. They were so fiercely determined to modernize the language and protect it from foreign linguistic imperialism that they refused to just adopt Western loanwords for new technology.
They were very stubborn about it.
Yeah. Instead of just using the English or Russian word for rocket, they deliberately engineered a brand new compound word in Pashto, Torgande.
Which is a beautiful, highly descriptive piece of linguistic engineering. It translates literally to a black mound, which flies up in the sky.
A black mound which flies up in the sky. It's so poetic. And that actually brings us to the final and perhaps most profound layer of our deep dive.
Water from the Connaught keeps the body alive. Memos from Kabul keep the state functioning. But in a society that is up to 95% non-literate, what sustains the mind? What sustains the soul?
That's the real question.
That answer lies in their deeply intertwined relationship with poetry, folklore, and religion.
We must draw a very careful distinction here, though. The sources make it clear that Afghanistan possesses a highly literate culture, but it is a predominantly non-literate society.
Meaning, there are centuries of incredibly sophisticated literature, epic poetry, theology, philosophy, astronomy, but the vast majority of the people walking the earth cannot read a single word of it.
Exactly. But they aren't cut off from it, because poetry in this region is fundamentally a spoken art, an oral tradition.
I love that.
A farmer who cannot sign his own name can sit by a fire and recite hundreds of verses of classical Persian poetry, totally from memory. Practically every Afghan, regardless of their social standing, considers themselves a poet.
It is the great equalizer. It allows the poorest nomad the exact same depth of emotional expression as the wealthiest courtier.
And the poetry itself is so visceral. It deals with the brutal realities of their world. Take the story of Rabia Balkhi from the 10th century. It is a haunting, tragic narrative that is still recited today.
Rabia Balkhi is celebrated as the first woman known to write poetry in both Arabic and Persian.
Right.
She was of royal blood. Her brother was the ruler of the ancient city of Balkh. But she committed the ultimate transgression against the social order. She fell deeply, passionately in love with a Turkic slave who served in her brother's court.
And she wrote these agonizing, beautiful poems about her forbidden love for him.
She did.
But in a society governed by strict, uncompromising codes of honor, this was a lethal mistake. Her brother eventually discovers the poems. Consumed by rage and the perceived dishonor to his royal lineage, he doesn't just exile her.
No, his reaction is horrific.
He throws his own sister into a hammam, a boiling steam bath, and orders her veins to be opened.
The legend states that as she slowly bled to death on the hot marble floor, she used her final moments to write her last, most tragic poems on the walls of the bathhouse, using her own blood.
It's so dark.
It is a stark, horrifying reminder of the weight of cultural honor codes and the fatal price exacted on those who break them.
On the absolute opposite end of the spectrum, you have the cultural archetype of the ideal man, the warrior poet. And no one embodies this better than the 17th century Pushtun leader Kushal Khan Khatak.
Kushal Khan Khatak is a towering figure. He spent almost his entire adult life engaged in relentless, bloody warfare.
Yeah.
He was either leading rebellions against the massive Mughal Empire, or he was locked in vicious feuds with rival Pushtun tribes. His life was completely defined by the sword.
Yet, in between the battles, this hardened warlord was writing the most exquisite, observant poetry. He wrote verses about the beauty of falcons, about the subtleties of romantic love, and, most fiercely, about the uncompromising independence of the Pushtun people. He perfectly embodies that insolence we discussed at the very beginning. The ability to deal death on the battlefield in the morning and compose tender poetry by the campfire at night.
But the spiritual life of the everyday villager wasn't purely defined by high poetry. There is a deep foundational layer of everyday religion that is heavily blended with ancient magic and pragmatic folklore.
Tell me more about that.
Well, The formal tenets of Islam are universally observed, but they are layered over much older, localized beliefs.
The physical landscape is dotted with evidence of this, right? You travel through the countryside and you constantly encounter the ziyarat, the local shrines.
Yes, the ziyarat.
These are tombs or monuments dedicated to local saints, holy men, or martyrs.
And these shrines serve a deeply psychological and practical purpose. To the rural villager, God is overwhelmingly powerful, but perhaps a bit distant. The local saint, however, is a neighbor.
That makes total sense.
So the people flock to these shrines to ask the saint to intercede with Allah on their behalf for very specific immediate needs.
They bring offerings and they buy amulets called tawiz. These are small, tightly folded pieces of paper containing specific Quranic verses or ancient magical formulas. A local holy man sews the paper into a small leather or cloth pouch, and the villager wears it around their neck or sews it into their clothing.
It is an attempt to physically armor themselves against a hostile world. They buy a tawiz to ensure a woman becomes pregnant, to protect a child from the evil eye, to guard a warrior against bullets, or to cure an illness.
I read in the sources that the pragmatism of this magic gets incredibly specific.
Very specific.
Like if someone has a severe toothache, they don't just pray generally. They go to a specific sacred tree associated with a shrine and literally drive a heavy iron nail into the trunk, believing that the act pins the pain to the tree and draws it out of their jaw.
It is a total physicalization of faith. And you see this exact same pragmatism in how they understand disease.
Right.
To the non-literate villager of the past century, the scientific concept of a microscopic germ causing illness was abstract and meaningless. But the concept of the jinn was very real.
Right. The jinn are these impersonal, supernatural entities made of smokeless fire, deeply rooted in Islamic theology.
Exactly. In the village framework, the jinn function exactly like germs. If a perfectly healthy person suddenly falls violently ill or suffers a sudden mental breakdown, the diagnosis isn't a bacterial infection.
What is it then?
The diagnosis is that a jinn has possessed them or struck them. The cure, therefore, isn't medicine, but an exorcism or a specific amulet from the local mullah to drive the jinn away.
And what's truly fascinating is how they take the massive universal legends of Islam and physically drag them into the Afghan funnels to make them their own.
They absolutely localize everything.
Take the story of Ali, the fourth caliph and the cousin of the Prophet Muhammad. He is one of the most important figures in Islamic history. Historically, he was assassinated in Kufa, and the vast majority of scholars agree he is buried in Najaf in modern-day Iraq. But Afghan folklore completely rejects that.
Local legend insists, with absolute conviction, that Ali is buried in northern Afghanistan in the city of Mazar-e-Sharif, which literally translates to the noble tomb.
The story they tell to justify this is amazing. They say that after Ali was mortally wounded, he gave his followers very specific instructions. He told them to tie his dead body to a white female camel, let the camel wander free, and bury him on the exact spot where the camel finally collapsed and died.
A powerful image.
And the Afghan legend claims that this white camel walked out of the Arabian desert, crossed the Iranian plateau, navigated the Hindu Kush, and finally collapsed in northern Afghanistan. And that is where they built the magnificent blue-tiled shrine that thousands of pilgrims visit today.
It is a profound act of spiritual geography.
Right.
They anchor their faith directly to their own soil.
Yeah.
They do the exact same thing with the landscape itself. A local will point to a massive, strange rock formation in a valley and tell you, oh, that is a dragon that was terrorizing the village until Ali came and Allah turned it to stone.
That's incredible.
Or they will point to natural depressions in the basalt and claim they are the hoofprints of Ali's legendary horse.
They even claim to possess the cave of the Arshab al-Kaf.
Ah, the seven sleepers of the cave. This is a very famous Quranic narrative about a group of righteous youths who flee a pagan city to protect their monotheistic faith.
Right.
They hide in a cave, and God puts them into a miraculous deep sleep for hundreds of years to protect them, while their faithful dog guards the entrance.
The traditional sites for this cave are usually placed in Jordan or Turkey, but local Afghan folklore says, no, the cave is right here, near the town of Maimana.
Naturally.
They claim you can still see the sleeping bodies, and they even have local caretakers assigned to guard the site. They pull the mythology right out of the ether and embed it directly into the limestone of their own mountains.
But, you know, as we look at the folklore, we must also examine its darker, more violent elements.
Definitely.
Because the epic tales and the daily reality are saturated with stories of intense tribal feuds, blood revenge, and internal warfare.
Yes, the concept of badal, or revenge, is paramount. If your family is wronged, you are socially obligated to exact revenge, even if it takes 3 generations.
It's a heavy burden.
To a modern observer, this seems like a chaotic, destructive way to live, but the sources provide a brilliant, somewhat chilling sociological analysis of why feuding is so prominent and persistent in their culture.
It comes back, once again, to the environment.
Always the environment.
Always. Imagine the reality of the winter months and the high mountains of the Hindu Kush. The passes are blocked by 20 feet of snow. The nomadic groups cannot migrate. The farmers cannot work the frozen soil.
You're just stuck.
You have huge extended families confined to small, cramped mud brick fortresses or heavy tents for months on end.
It is a recipe for severe claustrophobia.
It generates intense idleness. You have young, biologically driven men sitting around with literally nothing to do. The boredom leads to suppressed anxieties, petty slights, and mounting tensions.
The powder keg.
In that confined space, if violence were to erupt internally between brothers or cousins, it would permanently shatter the unity of the family, and without the family, you simply cannot survive the winter.
So the violent energy needs somewhere to go.
Exactly. The feud acts as a crucial biological and social safety valve. By focusing all of that explosive, aggressive energy outward toward an accepted rival group or an enemy tribe, it unifies the inner group.
Wow.
The shared hatred of the enemy forces brothers to cooperate.
So what does this all mean? Are you seriously arguing that these epic, romanticized tales of combat, the strict, unforgiving codes of blood honor, and the constant intertribal warfare are actually just highly evolved subconscious survival mechanisms for a people living in a merciless environment?
Yes, I am.
That a blood feud is basically the societal equivalent of a pressure release valve on a boiler?
I am. And grimly, in an environment with incredibly marginal agricultural resources, the constant low-level warfare of the feud also functions as a brutal form of population control.
That is just, wow.
The physical landscape and the cultural mindset are fundamentally inseparable. The mountains shaped where they walked, the climate shaped how they farmed with the qanat, and the sheer harshness of survival shaped how they prayed, how they fought, and the stories they told to make sense of it all.
So they are one and the same.
The physical geography and the cultural geography are one and the exact same thing.
That is just... It is a staggeringly profound way to look at human history. It forces you to realize that culture isn't just something people invent. It is something the land extracts from them.
Well said.
We have covered immense ground today. We started in the Paleolithic caves 50,000 years ago. We watched the invincible army of Alexander the Great get humiliated by a mountain flash flood.
We covered a lot.
We tracked the incredible ideological collision that led an Afghan artist to carve the face of a Greek god onto the body of the Buddha. We dissected the volatile cycle of imperial fusion and fission, watching massive empires rise on the sheer charisma of a single tribal leader, only to violently shatter the moment he died. We plunged 100 feet underground to witness the terrifying, candlelit engineering of the Khanats. And we listened to the verses of warrior poets and the tragedy of Rabia Balkhi echoing in the shadows of the Hindu Kush.
It's an incredible story.
But I want to leave you with one final, provocative thought to mull over. Something that builds on the incredible dynamics we've explored today.
I'm intrigued.
We in the West are deeply conditioned to view history as a straight, ascending timeline. We see it as a neat progression of dates, signed treaties, permanent constitutions, and ever-expanding institutions. But looking deeply at the story of Afghanistan, we are confronted with a different reality.
A very different reality.
We see that history is cyclical. It is a raw, repeating narrative etched into the geography, the water channels, and the oral poetry of everyday farmers.
Yeah.
And here is the thought I want you to take with you. Look at our modern world. In our highly decentralized, hyper-connected digital age, we are seeing traditional, institutional nation-states beginning to struggle. We are watching society fracture into fierce, highly polarized online tribes.
That's very true.
We see millions of people pledging their absolute loyalty not to civic institutions, but to charismatic, loud influencers, engaging in constant, bitter digital feuds to release their own societal anxieties.
The parallels are definitely there.
Perhaps the ancient Afghan cycle of tribal fusion and fission, the rise of the charismatic warlord, the temporary volatile alliance, and the inevitable shattered splintering that follows, isn't just some archaic relic of 18th century mountain politics.
Maybe not.
Maybe, just maybe, it is a preview of the political future of the entire world. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the source material. Keep questioning the world around you, and we will catch you next time. You know, usually when you look at a map of a country, there's this expectation of precision.
Right, like it's a finished product.
Exactly. It's like looking at an architectural blueprint. You see the solid black lines of the borders, the blue veins of the rivers, the little stars marking the capital cities.
And the map just sits there and presents this illusion of order.
Yeah. It says, this is it. This is the definitive reality of this place.
It implies that a country is a static, categorized thing, which, suggests a uniformity that rarely actually exists on the ground.
Right. You cross a line on the paper, and boom, you are in a new country. It's clean, and frankly, it's comforting.
But it's rarely true.
It's never true. But then you actually step off the map and into the living, breathing reality of a society. And when you do that with a place as profoundly complex as Afghanistan, suddenly that static blueprint is completely useless.
Oh, absolutely useless.
You aren't looking at lines on paper anymore. You are looking at a deeply intricate, constantly shifting human landscape, which is why I'm so excited to welcome you back to part 2 of this deep dive.
Yes, welcome back, everyone.
If part 1 was all about the macro history, the sweeping timeline of empires rising and falling, today's mission is zooming way in on the people themselves.
We are shifting entirely to the micro-reality today.
We are using these incredibly extensive excerpts from Louis Dupree's The Afghan Social Mosaic, Settlement, Tenure, and Life Cycle, and we're going to try to understand the living, breathing fabric of the nation.
It is the absolute definition of a social mosaic. It's just so layered.
Okay, let's unpack this, because what we are going to map out today isn't borders or battlefields. We are mapping out the daily lives, the unseen power structures, and the vibrant cultural practices that actually define Afghan society.
From the mud walls of the farming villages to, the chaotic horseback charges of Buzkashi.
Yes. We are diving into a world where a society's survival is perfectly mirrored in its daily habits. But to understand the people, you first have to look at where they live. We have to start from the literal ground up.
Architecture is destiny in this environment. It really is.
So if you want to understand the Afghan mindset, you have to look at the traditional village, because it is not some open, sprawling, suburban concept.
No, not at all. The traditional village is a heavily fortified entity.
Yeah, I was looking at the descriptions of these places.
You have these massive mud walls of varying heights, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they line these meandering, labyrinthine lanes.
And they enclose the small individual family compounds. It's like a walled fortress.
Exactly. And historically and even practically today, these walls are not just for decoration or property demarcation.
Right, they aren't white picket fences.
No, they are built for strict family privacy, which is paramount in this culture, and they serve to corral the livestock safely at night against predators and thieves.
So it's essentially a self-contained family fortress. You walk through a heavy wooden gate, and inside that mud wall, you have an entire microeconomy happening.
You really do. There are storage sheds for grain, animal pens, cooking areas with built-in ovens,
and a general central courtyard area for family work and play. Sometimes there is a small pool or an artificial stream called a jew, right?
Yes, a jew. It's diverted from the main irrigation channel for ablutions and washing.
And inside the actual living quarters, you typically find just 2 or 3 multifunctional rooms carpeted with these really thick rugs or woven gelum.
And the mud itself is a marvel of adaptation.
I was going to ask about that. Why mud?
Well, sun-baked mud brick, or china, which is essentially layered mud, has incredible thermal mass.
Because it's a harsh environment.
Exactly. In an environment that swings from blistering summer heat to freezing winter cold, those thick mud walls absorb the heat during the day.
And then they slowly radiate it at night.
Yes, exactly. While also keeping the harsh midday sun at bay during the summer.
But the architecture doesn't stay uniform because the geography doesn't stay uniform. As you move into the mountainous valleys, the mud brick compound gives way to some really aggressive environmental adaptations.
It has to. You have to adapt to the stone and the slopes.
Like I was reading about the Panjshir Valley north of Cherekar.
Oh, yes. As you move higher up into the Panjshir, the mud gives way to stone.
You start seeing stone foundations.
And eventually, entire houses made of rounded river boulders chinked with mud plaster. And they are usually built as 2-story structures.
And that isn't just an aesthetic choice, right? It is a vital survival mechanism for the winter because they keep the animals on the ground floor.
Right, they stable the livestock below.
And because heat rises, the ambient body heat of a dozen sheep and cows, literally acts as a biological furnace.
It warms the floorboards of the human living quarters above. It is brilliant passive heating.
It's entirely pragmatic. Then, if you look at a region like Nuristan, which is heavily forested and incredibly steep, the architecture changes entirely again.
They don't use mud or river stones in Nuristan. They use wood.
Right. They have these complicated wooden houses perched on impossibly high, steep mountain slopes. The way these are described is mind-bending.
The slope is so vertical that the houses are staggered like a tiered amphitheater.
The source material compared it to a DNA helix, like a giant, chaotic staircase built into the cliff face. It's so steep that one man's flat wooden roof literally functions as the front porch for the house above it.
It's his roof, but his neighbor's outdoor work area, which creates an incredibly tight-knit, almost enforced communal living situation.
I mean, you are literally walking on your neighbor's ceiling.
These are a fiercely independent people. It requires a special class of artisans called Bari to build these Nuristani houses.
And historically, they did it using only basic adzes and knives, right?
Yes, carving intricate wooden pillars and interlocking beams that can withstand the seismic activity common in the Hindu Kush.
That is just incredible craftsmanship. Then you travel south to Paktia, among the mountain-dwelling Pushtun, and you find these two-story mud brick and stone houses.
Roofed with slate, yes.
And they are staggered on top of each other in a way that looks remarkably like the ancient Pueblo dwellings in the American Southwest. And they feature these prominent circular watchtowers.
The watchtowers are a direct reflection of the social reality.
They aren't just for looking at the view.
No, men stand atop these towers overlooking the vineyards and grain fields to give warning of approaching raiders.
Raiders from rival lineages or tribes, yeah.
The architecture tells you everything about the threat level. The house is a home, but is also a redoubt.
But it isn't just defensive architecture. There is some serious infrastructural engineering here that predates a lot of Western equivalents. Like in Western Afghanistan near Herat, they had these massive, ancient vertical windmills.
Oh, the windmills of Herat are a brilliant example of localized technological adaptation.
They have been a permanent fixture of that specific landscape since at least the 7th century.
Which means they actually predate the appearance of windmills in Europe and China by hundreds of years.
And they operate on a completely different mechanical principle than the Dutch windmills we usually picture, with the huge rotating arms facing the wind.
Right, these are vertical.
The lower half of the structure is a square, mud-walled room that holds the heavy millstones. The mill shaft rises vertically from the center of the stones straight up through the roof.
And attached to that shaft are 6 sails made of woven reed mats.
But they don't just sit out in the open, which is the genius part. They spin between mud walls that act as a funnel.
Exactly. The walls are constructed to catch the prevailing wind and compress it.
Like a wind tunnel.
It creates a wind tunnel effect that strikes the reed sails with immense force, spinning the vertical shaft.
But the catch is, they don't operate all year round, which I was wondering about. Like, why, if they have this incredible source of free mechanical power, wouldn't they use it for other industries or run it constantly?
Because the environment dictates the technology, not the other way around. They operate solely during what is locally referred to as the time of the 120 days wind.
That's such a poetic name for weather.
It is a relentless, howling gale that blows continuously from June to September across the Sistine Basin. And this meteorological event perfectly coincides with the regional wheat harvests.
So for those 120 days, the environment provides the exact tool needed to process the crop.
The mills work day and night, grinding the grain with terrifying efficiency, and then they fall dormant for the rest of the year.
It is a perfect harnessing of a harsh, almost punitive environmental factor, turning it into the engine of sheer survival.
Which brings us to the actual land itself.
Right, and the people farming it behind those mud walls and under those windmills. Because when we hear about agricultural societies in this part of the world, it is so easy to fall back on the Dickensian stereotype.
The oppressed peasant stereotype.
Exactly. We picture the miserable sharecropper toiling away in the dirt for a tyrannical, absentee landlord who sits in a city palace stealing all the wealth. But the source material really pushes back on this simple narrative.
It does. And this is a crucial nuance to grasp if you want to understand the actual power dynamics of the Afghan social mosaic.
It's way more complicated than good guys and bad guys.
Transient journalists or foreign agricultural advisors historically whip themselves into a frenzy over the inequities of the landlord-tenant system.
And let's be clear, abuses certainly existed.
Oh, absolutely. And the poverty could be grinding. The landlord theoretically provides the elements of production, the land, the water rights, the seed, the animal power to plow.
And then takes a massive cut of the yield.
Right, leaving the cultivator with perhaps only 1/5 of the crop for his year of labor.
But the peasants aren't just passive, helpless victims in this dynamic. I was reading about how they actually operate, and it struck me, this is essentially a shadow war.
It really is.
They don't have unions, they can't go on strike, so they engage in a highly sophisticated form of passive resistance.
That is precisely what it is. Generations of being at the bottom of the economic ladder have taught the peasants incredible survival techniques.
It's a complex give and take.
Yes. The peasant uses stubbornness as a weapon. They feign ignorance when given new directives. They subtly slow down the work.
Or they falsely report the productivity of a certain field, right?
Exactly, claiming a blight or a water shortage that didn't actually happen.
And they hide parts of the harvested crop in false bottoms or buried caches.
And they constantly collude with the landlord's local overseers, cutting them in on the hidden surplus, so the overseer lies to the absentee owner.
So the landlord might hold the legal power on a piece of paper in Kabul, but the peasant controls the actual physical reality of the harvest out in the valley.
Furthermore, you have to factor in kinship and territorial identification.
Which we'll get into more later, but it matters here too.
Right. The peasantry is psychologically cemented together by common grievances and bloodlines. They have a shared esprit de corps.
So a landlord who pushes too hard, who violates the unwritten, customary rules of this delicate ecosystem, risks an upheaval.
Or, more pragmatically, he risks steadily declining profits because the peasants will simply stop working efficiently and his fields will fall into ruin.
And critically, landlords often serve a vital function for the peasant, don't they? They act as a buffer between the village and the state.
Because the peasant wants absolutely nothing to do with the central government.
Zero.
Correct.
Yeah.
The state is traditionally viewed not as a provider of services, but as an extractor of wealth and blood through taxes and military conscription.
So the landlord deals with the government tax collectors and the military recruiters.
He shields the village from direct state interference.
Okay, but when Western advisors historically looked at this setup, their instinct was instantly land reform. Just break up the big estates, confiscate the land, and hand the title deeds directly to the peasants. Problem solved, inequality fixed.
Right, a very Western view.
But the text argues that simply giving land to the peasants without a massive support structure often backfires catastrophically. Like, if you just give the land to the peasants, doesn't it just get bought up by city opportunists or wealthy nomads anyway?
It is a classic example of applying a Western bureaucratic solution to a non-Western ecological reality.
Because giving them paper doesn't change the ecology.
Exactly. If you just give a subsistence farmer a piece of paper saying he owns the land, you haven't actually changed his precarious economic reality.
So what happens when there's a bad crop?
The first time he faces a financial shock, a bad crop due to drought, the death of his plow ox, a mandatory lavish wedding for his son, or a funeral he desperately needs cash.
And he no longer has the landlord to petition for an advance?
Right. So he goes to a moneylender.
And those are usually city moneylenders or wealthy traveling nomads.
And they will gladly lend him the money at exorbitant, ruinous interest rates.
Which he can't pay back.
Very shortly, the peasant defaults on the loan. The moneylender legally forecloses, the peasant loses the land entirely, and he's right back where he started as a sharecropper.
But now he owes a crushing debt to a new, perhaps far less forgiving commercial master who doesn't care about the traditional village ecosystem.
Exactly. The old system, for all its flaws, had a built-in safety net.
So when you combine this localized, highly defensive architecture, the family fortresses, the watchtowers, with this deeply entrenched, suspicious land tenure system, it creates a profoundly inward-looking society.
It really does. The village is a closed loop.
It relies entirely on its own internal balances of power, its own passive resistance, and its own kinship ties to survive.
And it inherently resists any outside interference, viewing it as an existential threat.
That paints such a vivid picture of the sedentary farmers locked behind their mud walls. But while those walls are static, the landscape around them is in constant motion.
We have to look at the spaces between the villages.
Right, because if you just look at the farmers, you are only seeing half the ecosystem. We have to talk about the estimated 2 million nomads and semi-nomads who crisscross the Afghan landscape.
And again, we run into a major historical misconception that caused immense policy failures.
The parasite myth.
Yes. For decades, foreign advisors, and particularly Soviet economic planners in the 1920s and 30s, viewed nomads as an economic anachronism at best, and actively parasitic at worst.
They looked at these wandering tribes with their vast flocks of sheep, goats, and camels, and saw people who were supposedly destroying the landscape, evading taxation, and contributing nothing to the formalized national economy.
But when you look at how they actually interact with the villages, the logic of seeing them as parasites falls apart immediately.
It is a brilliant, vital symbiosis.
The nomads and the sedentary farmers desperately need each other to survive.
Think about the basic mechanics of their respective economies.
The nomads command vast flocks. They produce a massive surplus of animal protein meat on the hoof, dairy products like clarified butter and dried curds, wool for weaving, and specialized items like goat hair tents and incredibly durable carpets.
But they do not stay in one place long enough to grow crops.
Exactly. And the villagers are the exact opposite.
Right, they have silos full of grain, root vegetables, melons, fruits, and nuts, but they don't have the pasture land to support massive herds of livestock.
So as the nomads move along their ancient, strictly defined seasonal migration routes, moving from the low, warm plains in the winter up into the high mountain pastures in the summer, they pass the farming villages.
And they trade.
They trade their pastoral products for the villagers' agricultural goods. It is a massive, rolling, decentralized economy.
And it goes far beyond just trading goods in a bazaar. There is an ecological interaction here, the fertilizer exchange, that is just engineering in its purest form.
It is a masterpiece of ecological balance.
When the sedentary farmers harvest their wheat and barley in the late summer, they leave the tough, inedible stalks, the stubble standing in the fields.
Shortly after, the nomads come migrating through.
And the nomads actually pay the farmers or rely on centuries-old traditional grazing rights to let their flocks of sheep and goats loose onto those harvested fields.
Because the animals eat the leftover stalks, which provides them with crucial calories for the migration.
But the byproduct is the real magic.
Yes. As hundreds of animals graze across the field, they are dropping tons of manure directly onto the soil.
It is a mobile, incredibly efficient fertilizing service. The soil is naturally enriched and prepped for the next planting season without the farmer having to lift a finger or buy chemical fertilizers.
The farmer gets free, high-quality fertilizer distributed evenly across his land, and the nomad gets free, vital fodder for his animals.
But what about the larger environmental argument? Because the foreign advisors thought the nomads were ruining the grass, literally turning the country into a desert by overgrazing.
That is the greatest irony of all, and it shows the danger of misunderstanding local ecology.
Because they had it completely backward.
Completely backward. Without nomadic grazing, the marginal grasslands of Afghanistan would actually turn into harsh semi-deserts much faster.
Because the crucial factor is movement.
Yes. The sheep and goats do not overgraze because the nomads keep them constantly moving. Their hooves break up the hard crust of the soil, allowing water to penetrate, and their manure seeds and fertilizes the ground as they pass.
Their movement actively perpetuates the fragile grassland ecosystem.
Exactly.
It reminds me of the Soviet Virgin Lands campaign in Kazakhstan, which the text draws a sharp contrast with.
Oh, that's a perfect comparison.
The Soviets forcibly settled or outright eliminated the Kazakh nomads in the 1930s, viewing them as backward parasites, and attempted to turn the steppe into massive mechanized wheat farms.
And the result was an ecological catastrophe.
Because without the herds to maintain the soil structure and fertilize the grasses, the topsoil just blew away.
The grasslands became virtual deserts, and the agricultural schemes failed miserably, leading to massive famine.
While the Afghan nomads, by contrast, are practicing a form of land management that has maintained an ecological balance for centuries.
It's proven sustainability.
I am fascinated by the technology of how these nomads actually live while constantly on the move, though, because the tent structures vary dramatically depending on the region.
Right, the geography dictates everything.
In the north, among the Turkic and Mongol-descended groups, you have the kurga, the classic lattice-framed yurts.
Yes, the yurt is designed to shed the heavy snows of the northern steppes and retain heat. It's a very specific shape.
A dome shape with a wooden skeleton covered in thick layers of felt. But in the south and west, among the Pushtun and Balut nomads, the environment is radically different, and so is the technology.
They use the kizday, which are tents made entirely of woven black goat's hair.
Now here's where it gets really interesting. I read this and had to stop.
Okay, what caught you?
They are migrating across the scorching, white-hot deserts and plains of southern Afghanistan in the middle of summer, And they are choosing to live in black tents.
It sounds crazy, right?
Every law of basic thermodynamics says black absorbs heat. That sounds like you are building a solar oven to live inside.
It seems entirely counterintuitive until you look closely at the physics of how the Kijde actually functions in that specific climate.
Because it's actually an air conditioner.
Yes. The black material absorbs a tremendous amount of solar radiation, sure. But first, that thick, dark material provides vastly superior opaque shade compared to light-colored canvas.
Which often lets harsh sunlight bleed right through.
Exactly, so it's darker inside.
Okay, but it should still be boiling inside a black tent.
It would be, if it were sealed. But it's about airflow and thermal drafts.
Oh, because the goat hair is loosely woven.
Yes, it breathes. During the heat of the day, the nomads roll up the side flaps of the tent.
So the intense heat absorbed by the black roof superheats the air directly underneath it.
And as we know, hot air rises. This superheated air rises rapidly through the loose weave of the roof.
Which creates a vacuum underneath.
Exactly. It creates a powerful convection current. As the hot air escapes upward, it violently sucks cooler air in from the shaded ground level through the open sides.
It creates a continuous high-speed wind tunnel effect directly over the people sitting inside.
This relentless airflow can drop the sensible interior temperature by 20 to 30 degrees Fahrenheit compared to the stagnant air just a few feet outside the tent.
It is, quite literally, a mobile, solar-powered air conditioning unit engineered from goat hair.
It's an absolute marvel of ancient engineering.
That is phenomenal. But these ancient, perfectly adapted migrations aren't immune to modern political realities. They don't exist in a vacuum.
Not at all. If you want to see how fragile this balance can be, look at what happened in 1961.
The Durand Line.
Yes, the heavily disputed border drawn by the British separating Afghanistan and Pakistan. It was suddenly closed due to severe diplomatic clashes over the status of the Pashtun borderlands, an issue known as Pashtunistan.
And that border wasn't just a political abstraction for the nomads. It literally bisected their ancient migration routes.
Suddenly, approximately 200,000 Pashtun nomads, historically known as Pawenda, who had wintered their flocks down in the warm plains of the Indus Valley in Pakistan for centuries,
found their routes entirely blocked by armed border guards.
They were trapped inside Afghanistan with winter approaching.
They had to completely shift their migration patterns and find winter pastures within a country that was already carrying its maximum ecological load.
Chaos must have been unimaginable. 200,000 people and probably millions of animals suddenly looking for new land.
I can only assume the local sedentary farmers were terrified.
It was a massive, violent shock to the system. During the first couple of years, the nomadic tribes actually fought pitched battles with each other
over the few available winter grasslands in regions like the Helmand Valley.
And sedentary farmers formed armed militias to resist nomads who tried to establish winter quarters near their villages where they had no traditional rights to graze.
It threatened the entire food supply of the country. How did it not result in total mass starvation for the herds?
The Afghan government had to launch emergency interventions, including massive airdrops of forage and grain to keep the flocks from dying en masse in the snow.
Wow, literally airdropping food for sheep.
Yes. Eventually, over several harsh years, the routes stabilized. The nomads found new, albeit more marginal, pastures within the borders, and the ecological balance reasserted itself.
But the economic and psychological scars were profound.
Very much so. It is a stark reminder of how a single geopolitical line, drawn on a map by central governments, can instantaneously shatter a 1,000-year-old way of life.
So we have these two distinct, fully realized worlds existing side by side. The fortified, static, suspicious village of the farmer, and the mobile, dynamic, environmentally calibrated camp of the nomad.
But notice what they have in common.
Right. Neither of these groups relies on a strong central government to maintain order, resolve disputes, or distribute resources.
The state is an afterthought or an enemy.
So how does this society not simply collapse into total violent anarchy?
The answer, according to the anthropological data, is the incredibly intricate, inescapable, deeply binding web of kinship.
Kinship is everything here.
It is the invisible mortar that holds the entire Afghan social mosaic together. In the absence of a central state providing a police force, a judicial system, or a social safety net, bloodlines are quite literally everything.
To understand an Afghan's identity, you have to map out their hierarchy of belonging, which operates like a series of rigid, concentric circles.
Exactly, going from the macro to the micro.
The outermost circle is the nation, though that is often the weakest bond.
Very weak. Then you have the overarching ethnic group or tribe Pashtun, Tajik, Hazara, Uzbek.
Inside that is the subtribe. Inside that is the specific lineage or clan, then the extended family.
And finally, the nuclear family at the very dead center.
And this isn't just an abstract sociological model, right? It is how daily life is actually navigated.
It's how they greet each other. When two Afghans meet on a road or in a tea house, their formalized salutations often involve meticulously comparing these kinship affiliations.
They start at the outermost circle, the ethnic group or tribe, and work their way down the lineage tree until they find a common denominator.
A shared ancestor. And their entire subsequent interaction, their level of inherent trust, the rules of hospitality they owe each other, whether they are bound to support each other in a feud, is entirely defined by this exercise in identification.
But the most vital, functional unit on a day-to-day survival basis isn't the grand tribe. It is the extended family.
Yes. Now, when we talk about family structure in this specific region of the world, the immediate, overwhelming Western assumption is that it's a pure, unyielding patriarchy.
Right. The oldest men sit in the courtyard and rule with absolute authority. Inheritance passes strictly through the male line, and women are simply transferred as property from one man's house to another's.
But the text reveals a hidden dynamic that blows that assumption away. The existence of a powerful matriarch running right through the center of this patriarchal framework.
This was mind-blowing to read.
This is one of the most crucial nuances of the society. Yes, structurally and legally, the society is patrilineal and patrilocal.
Meaning descent and authority are traced through the men, and a wife physically moves to her husband's home upon marriage.
But we have to look at who they are actually marrying. The idealized, culturally preferred marriage across much of this society is for a man to marry his father's brother's daughter.
His parallel first cousin.
Yes.
I was trying to work out the mechanics of this when I read it. Why is cousin marriage so deeply preferred? From an economic standpoint, it seems like a defensive strategy.
It is entirely defensive. Islamic inheritance law dictates that daughters receive a share of the family's property and wealth, albeit smaller than the sons.
So if a daughter marries a man from a different village or a rival lineage, that wealth, land, flocks, jewelry leaves the family entirely.
Exactly. By marrying her to her first cousin, the wealth simply shifts from one side of the courtyard to the other. The overarching family retains all its assets.
But the sociological byproduct of this economic defense is what creates the matriarch.
Right. If a woman marries her first cousin, she never actually leaves her extended family.
She doesn't go to a strange village full of strangers. Her father-in-law is literally her uncle.
Her mother-in-law, the woman who directs her daily chores, is her aunt.
She remains surrounded by her own blood relatives. She is not an isolated outsider vulnerable to abuse. She is a niece interacting with her uncle.
This dynamic prevents the fracturing of the family, but it also creates an incredibly strong, cohesive female network behind the mud walls.
These women, while lacking formal public political authority in the village square, wield immense informal private power within the family structure.
The intimate, lifelong aunt-niece and mother-daughter-in-law relationships create a unified block.
The text notes that historically, even at the highest levels of power, the matriarch dictated the outcome, like when kings or tribal chiefs died.
Oh, the succession struggles. Yes. The brutal struggles among half-brothers often depended entirely on which of the late king's wives had built a stronger, more influential network of friends, daughters, and allies in the women's quarters.
They were the kingmakers behind the veil.
The patriarchy commands the public space, but the matriarch often dictates the private reality that drives the public decisions.
And inside these incredibly tight, complex family units, the way children are raised and socialized is equally fascinating because it skips an entire phase of human development that we just take for granted.
There is basically no such concept as adolescence in rural Afghan society.
None whatsoever. Adolescence, as a distinct period of rebellious self-discovery and gradual maturity, is largely a luxury of highly industrialized, affluent societies that can afford to keep their youth out of the workforce for a decade or more for schooling.
In an Afghan village or nomadic camp, survival margins are razor thin.
So a child jumps straight from childhood, play into full adult economic responsibilities the moment they are physically capable.
Before a girl is 10 years old, she isn't just helping out. She is an essential worker.
She is grinding wheat into flour, fetching heavy jugs of water from the spring, churning butter.
And making dung patties, drying them against the walls to be used as winter fuel.
And a sub-teen boy is already out working the irrigation ditches or out on the freezing mountainside herding the flocks.
Often armed with a rifle to protect them from wolves or thieves.
They are thrust into the reality of survival immediately. But if the parents are working from dawn to dusk just to keep the family from starving, who is actually teaching the children?
Who is socializing them into this complex web of honor, kinship, and religion?
Right.
The socialization falls almost entirely to the grandparents.
Because the middle generation, the parents, are the economically producing generation.
They are consumed by the sheer, exhausting physical labor of agricultural or pastoral survival. Therefore, the transmission of culture, the tribal history, the religious ethics, the epic poetry, the rules of revenge and hospitality is the domain of the elders.
The grandparents are the walking encyclopedias of the culture.
This creates an intense, profound bond between the oldest and youngest generations. The grandparents represent the distilled knowledge of the past, pouring it directly into the grandchildren, who represent the physical future of the lineage, while the parents toil silently in the present.
So the extended family isn't just a group of relatives getting together for holidays. It is a totalizing system.
It is an organic Social Security administration, an insurance policy, an education system, and a welfare safety net.
If the government isn't providing a safety net, isn't your cousin basically your insurance policy?
You owe them your life, and they owe you theirs. It is a system built for absolute resilience in a hostile environment.
But we are also seeing how modern shifts are severely straining these ancient load-bearing ties.
What's fascinating here is how urban migration is warping this system.
When these families leave the village and move to Kabul or Kandahar.
Yes. In the village environment, cousins might live in separate spacious compounds, or at least have vast agricultural space between them.
And more importantly, they have external rivals, other lineages, other villages, other tribes to focus their competitive energies and aggressions against.
Exactly. The internal friction is managed and directed outward.
But when poverty, drought, or the promise of factory work pushes these families to migrate to the city, brothers and their married children often end up living crammed together in tiny, hyper-compressed urban compounds to save money.
You take all that intense village competition for resources and honor, and you cram it into a quarter-acre concrete plot.
It sounds like a powder keg.
It becomes exactly that. Suddenly, male cousins, who might traditionally be competitors for the same inheritances or the same brides, are living on top of each other without the traditional safety valves of physical space or external enemies.
The external rivalries of the village become internalized within the walls of the urban compound, leading to intense family drama, psychological strain, and sometimes violence.
The very kinship bonds that guaranteed survival in the open valleys become a source of explosive, inescapable pressure in the dense city.
Wow. We have mapped out the physical spaces, the ecology, and the overarching family structures. Now, I want to trace the actual arc of a human life inside this system.
A life cycle.
Right. I want to follow an individual through this web of kinship from the cradle to the grave and look at the profound rituals that bind them to their community.
Let's start at the very beginning, birth.
Birth is the critical entry point, and it is handled with immense spiritual gravity, isn't it?
It is. The child is immediately enveloped by traditional Islam and the protective embrace of the kinship group.
When an infant is born, and there is usually more intense public celebration for a boy because a boy represents a future worker, a defender of the family's physical honor, and an heir who will keep the land and the lineage there is joy, but there is also a pervasive sense of deep spiritual vulnerability.
Moments after birth, a local mullah or a respected male elder will lean down and whisper the azan, the call to prayer, beginning with Allahu Akbar, God is great, directly into the infant's right ear.
It is the first sound the child is meant to process, immediately anchoring their soul to the faith.
But alongside the Islamic tradition, there's this fascinating older layer of folklore that kicks in immediately to protect the child.
Right. They don't officially name the baby for 3 days. They use a generic substitute name or a nickname.
Why keep the name a secret?
I read it was a protective deception to hide the child from malevolent spirits, specifically the jinn.
Yes. In many traditional non-literate cultures across the globe, a name is not just a label. It is a fundamental part of a person's essence.
Knowing someone's true, official name gives you a degree of supernatural power or access to their soul.
And the infant mortality rate historically has been tragically high in these regions.
So the logic is, if the jinn don't know the baby's true name, they can't locate the child spiritually to inflict illness or steal them away in the night?
Precisely.
By withholding the official name for 3 critical days while the mother and child gain strength, the family is actively blinding the evil spirits.
It is an act of spiritual camouflage.
And from that vulnerable birth, the child is socialized incredibly rapidly, as we discussed with the grandparents taking over education and the children working by age 10.
They are propelled at breakneck speed toward the next, and arguably most important, massive life milestone: marriage.
Now, we already touched on the preference for cousin marriage.
But whether they are marrying a cousin or arranging an alliance with a different lineage in the next valley, the economic transaction that underpins the union is paramount.
We have to talk about the bride price, or shirbaha.
And we must be extremely careful here because the English translation bride price is fundamentally flawed and culturally misleading, right?
Very much so. It immediately conjures the image of a woman being purchased at a market, like a piece of property or livestock.
That is not how the society views it at all.
No, the shirbaha is an economic compensation.
Because if a girl marries outside her immediate extended family, her family is losing a highly skilled, economically vital worker who knows how to harvest, weave, and manage a household.
Exactly. The shirbaha, which can be a staggering sum of cash, a transfer of prime livestock, or both, compensates her father's family for that profound economic and labor loss.
It acknowledges her immense value to the household.
Alongside this is the dowry, the jahaz or kakul, which the bride brings with her to her new home. This consists of clothing, intricate bedding, copper pots, and household utensils.
This dowry is effectively her early inheritance, and it is meticulously calculated to last the newlywed couple for at least 15 years of domestic life.
And the ceremonies leading up to the actual wedding are incredibly sensory and rich with symbolism.
Long before the wedding day, there is the formal engagement ritual, the Shirin y Grifton, which literally translates to taking sweets.
Sweets are the universal symbol of joy and auspicious beginnings in this culture.
At this ceremony, which is traditionally segregated and attended only by the women of the two families, the groom's female relatives arrive, bearing elaborate gifts.
And the climax of the ritual involves taking a massive, rock-hard conical sugar loaf, sometimes 2.5 feet tall and weighing several pounds, and literally breaking it over the bride's head.
Over her head. That sounds like a concussion risk. But the metaphor is obvious, showering her in sweetness to ensure a sweet disposition.
Yes, the symbolic hope is for a sweet, pliant disposition and a harmonious household. But there's also an element of divination to it. If the heavy sugar loaf shatters cleanly into many small fragments upon impact, the women erupt in celebration. It is considered a highly auspicious sign that the bride will be deeply fertile and the marriage will be long and happy.
Wow. And then we move to the actual wedding ceremonies, which culminate in the Shah Yukina, the henna night.
The groom has his hands painted, specifically a dot of red henna on his pinky finger to mark him.
And then there is the ritual that I found the most psychologically intense, the Aina Masaf, the mirror ritual. Since marriages are arranged by the parents and strict segregation is enforced, the bride and groom might have never actually seen each other's faces before this exact moment.
It is an incredibly intimate, tension-filled framing. The couple is seated together, draped under a single heavy shawl or veil, so they are isolated from the raucous crowd around them.
A mirror is placed on their laps, face up. A Quran is held over their heads.
And they look down, and the first time they truly see each other is not directly, but as reflections staring back at them from the same mirror, framed by the holy text above them.
It must be an overwhelming sensory and emotional overload.
It is a profound psychological binding mechanism. You have the solemn recitation of the Quranic verses binding them legally and spiritually.
The sudden shower of sugared almonds thrown by the families representing the seeds of new life.
The intense scent of the henna.
And the physical tying of the seventh veil around the bride's waist by her own father, symbolically releasing her from his household and reminding her to fiercely uphold the new family's honor.
Every single gesture, sound, and smell reinforces the gravity of the social contract they have just entered.
So we have the immense communal effort required to bind a marriage together. But what about the breaking of it? I was reading about the Islamic legal mechanism for divorce, and it seems incredibly, almost dangerously easy for the man.
Technically, yes. A husband can divorce his wife simply by saying, "I divorce thee" 3 times in a public setting.
If the legal loophole is that simple, why is divorce in this society so incredibly rare?
Because the individual does not exist in a vacuum. They exist within that heavy, inescapable web of kinship. Yes, the stark legal mechanism is simple, the basse sang,
the dropping of 3 stones while repeating the phrase of repudiation.
But the social and economic reality of executing that mechanism is vastly different and highly punitive.
Because if he divorces her, he isn't just insulting his wife, he is declaring war on her entire extended family.
Exactly. If a man divorces his wife without an incredibly severe, publicly agreed-upon cause, such as proven barrenness or infidelity, he faces massive, crushing public pressure.
He brings immense shame upon his own family for frivolously breaking a sacred contract. Furthermore, the financial penalties are ruinous.
He is legally required to return the entire dowry.
And he must pay specific, exorbitant financial compensations that were hard-written into the original marriage contract specifically to prevent this.
The threat of absolute financial ruin and the total destruction of his family's honor keep the divorce rates extraordinarily low.
It perfectly illustrates how communal survival and economic stability completely override the individual whims of a husband.
And that communal honor, that integration of the individual into the group, extends all the way to the very end of the life cycle. Let's talk about death and burial.
Death in this society is not a private, hidden affair managed by anonymous professionals in a hospital.
It is a highly public act, handled by the community with intense urgency and strict adherence to ritual purity.
In an environment without refrigeration and governed by Islamic law, the body must be washed and buried as quickly as humanly possible. Absolutely, before sundown of the day they die, or just after sunrise if they pass away during the night.
And the preparation of the grave itself is fascinating. They don't just dig a standard 6-foot rectangular hole and drop a coffin in. They dig an L-shaped grave.
Yes, the jihad. The physical architecture of the grave reflects the theology. They dig down, but then they excavate a side chamber horizontally into the earth at the bottom of the shaft.
The body, wrapped only in a white shroud, no coffin, is placed gently into this side chamber.
And the orientation is crucial.
Absolutely vital. The body is placed on its right side so that the face and feet point directly toward Mecca.
Furthermore, the side chamber is specifically built high enough, usually leaving about 2 feet of empty space above the body, so that on the day of judgment, when the trumpet sounds, the resurrected body has the physical room to literally sit up in the grave alive again, already facing the holy city, ready to be called forth.
There is also a detail in the text about a pre-Islamic echo in some burial customs, particularly among certain Christian tribes, that is incredibly poetic.
Ah, the white cloth.
Yes. When the body is lowered into the earth, they stretch a narrow strip of white cotton cloth tightly over the open grave, pinning it to the ground at the head and the foot.
The grave is then filled in carefully around the side chamber, but that taut white strip of cloth remains stretched across the fresh earth. It is a physical tether to the spiritual world.
The belief is that when that thin strip of cloth eventually rots and snaps under the harsh sun and rain, it signifies the exact moment that the soul has finally been released from the body and has escaped to purgatory to wait for Judgment Day.
From the mullah whispering into the newborn's ear to the snapping of that white thread in the graveyard, the individual is never alone. They are continuously, physically integrated into the group's reality.
And you cannot maintain that continuous integration. You cannot celebrate these massive, exhausting life milestones, the births, the multi-day weddings, the intense mourning periods, without the energy that fuels them.
You cannot understand the society without understanding the food that binds them together.
Which brings us to the melting pot of the Afghan diet. When you read the culinary history of this region, it is like the gastronomic traditions of Central Asia, the Iranian plateau, and the Indian subcontinent all collided violently on a single plate.
It is a remarkable culinary intersection, dictated entirely by what the harsh environment allows to grow. But regardless of regional variations, at the absolute base of it all, the foundation of daily existence is bread.
None.
To understand its importance, look at the linguistics. In Pashto, there are at least 11 distinct terms for bread, describing different shapes, thicknesses, and flours.
And often, the word naan is simply used as a synonym for food in general. If you ask someone if they have eaten, you ask if they have had naan.
And the physical act of making it is an art form. It's not baked in a conventional Western convection oven. It is baked in a tandoor.
The tandoor is the beating heart of the village compound. It is a bell-shaped pottery oven, sunk deep into the ground or built into a mud brick platform with a roaring fire of wood or dried dung at the bottom.
The inner clay walls become searingly hot, reaching hundreds of degrees. The baker takes the fermented dough, flattens it out on a padded cushion,
reaches deep into the blistering heat of the oven and slaps the dough directly against the vertical inner clay wall.
It sticks to the wall, bubbles up instantly, and bakes in a matter of minutes, getting that incredible, crispy, blistered texture with the slightly smoky flavor.
But what about the nomads? They can't haul a massive clay oven across the Hindu Kush mountains.
So the nomads rely on nanny-kak. It is the ultimate expression of culinary pragmatism.
They build a campfire and heat a large, smooth, round river stone directly in the flames until it is dangerously hot.
Then they pull it out, wrap the flattened dough entirely around the hot stone, and set it near the glowing coals.
The stone bakes the bread from the inside out, while the radiant heat of the fire bakes the outside.
Bread keeps you alive, but when you have a celebration, a wedding, or an honored guest, you bring out the heavy artillery. You bring out the pilau.
Ah, pilau.
Now, I have to make an analogy here because I feel like the Afghan use of the word pilau is like Americans using the word dinner or saying, let's get a steak. It's not just a menu item. It carries immense cultural weight.
It is a wager, it is a bribe, it is a display of wealth.
The text even mentions that foreign archaeologists working in the country literally had to pay their local laborers in pilaus as part of their negotiated daily wages.
It is the ultimate prestige food, the currency of hospitality. Pilau is, at its most basic, long-grain rice cooked with meat, oil, and spices. But the variations are endless and deeply regional.
The undisputed king of the table is Kabuli pilau, often mistakenly anglicized as Kabuli pilau.
This is the dish that stops conversations. You have a mountain of perfectly separated, spice-infused rice, and buried like a treasure in the center of that mountain is a massive, tender hunk of mutton or lamb.
And the entire mound is crowned with a glistening mixture of plump raisins, caramelized shredded carrots, slivered almonds, and pistachios.
Serving Kabuli pilau to a guest is the highest possible mark of respect. It shows you are willing to expend your most expensive, calorie-dense resources, meat, nuts, and sugar, on their well-being.
You also have variations like sabzi pilau, which incorporates huge amounts of spinach and herbs.
Or yakni pilau, where the meat is steamed alongside the rice to infuse every grain with the broth.
And critically, much of this historically was cooked using rogan, specifically rogani dama,
which is the rendered fat from the tail of the local fat-tailed sheep.
Those sheep store their fat reserves in massive swinging tails instead of throughout their bodies, and that fat is incredibly rich, heavily preserved, and essential for surviving the winter calorie deficit.
Yes, and the etiquette of consuming this feast is highly specific and culturally vital. You do not sit in a chair at a table with a fork and knife.
You eat sitting cross-legged on the floor, on the carpets, sharing from massive communal platters. And the most rigid rule, you use only your right hand.
The physical mechanics of eating pilau by hand is a learned skill. You use your right fingers to gather a small portion of rice, meat, and vegetables.
You use the thick, oily sauces to bind it together, curving your fingers to compress it into a tight ball, and then you use your thumb to deftly push it into your mouth without dropping it.
It is a highly tactile experience. The left hand is strictly reserved for less palatable sanitary functions in a culture where toilet paper is not traditionally used.
So bringing your left hand to a communal food platter is an unthinkable insult.
And after the heavy, rich pilau comes the ritual that washes it all down. Tea or chai.
It is the lifeblood of Afghan hospitality, served everywhere from the poorest nomad tent to the governor's mansion.
Green tea, chai sabz, is fiercely popular north of the Hindu Kush mountains, while black tea, chai sia, is preferred in the southern Pashtun belts.
But the type of tea is less important than the unyielding rules of how it is served. The text outlines a rigid rule of 3 cups for any guest.
Hospitality in this culture is not just polite. It is a defensive mechanism, a way of proving you are an ally, not a threat, and it demands conspicuous consumption.
When a guest arrives, the first small glass cup you are served is simply to assuage your parched throat from the dusty road.
The second cup you are poured pledges friendship and opens the floor to conversation or negotiation.
And the third cup?
The third cup is pure, unabashed ostentation. It is the host visibly proving their generosity and their wealth.
And to further amplify that respect, a wealthy host will often fill the guest's small glass cup halfway to the brim with expensive sugar cubes before pouring the hot tea over it, creating a thick, syrupy drink.
So the food is delicious, but it is heavily coated with social meaning.
And there is one practice mentioned in the text that I thought was brilliant. It's called kairat. Now, at first glance, it looks like a religious charity feast.
But it's much more than that.
I was reading the mechanics of how it works in a village, and it struck me this isn't just about being neighborly or pious. It is basically a localized wealth redistribution tax to ensure the entire village survives the winter.
Your deduction is spot on. Khairat translates roughly to charity or alms, but its function is absolute communal survival.
In a subsistence village without refrigeration, if a wealthy farmer slaughters a massive ox or a cow, perhaps to celebrate the birth of a son or mourn a death, his immediate family cannot possibly eat all that meat before it spoils.
So under the rules of Khairat, the mandatory communal sharing kicks in.
Exactly. No matter who actually owned the animal once it is slaughtered for Khairat, every single family in the village compound, regardless of their wealth or lineage status, receives an equal, strictly measured share of the fresh meat.
The wealthy man converts his surplus perishable wealth into immense social capital and prestige, while simultaneously ensuring that the poorest, most vulnerable families in the village receive a vital infusion of high-quality protein.
It is a brilliant in-group survival mechanism, reinforcing the absolute interdependence of the community.
Just as the food is a masterful blend of sheer biological utility and rich cultural tradition, so is how Afghans physically present themselves to the world.
Let's move to the physical aesthetics, the art of living, dress and adornment. And we have to start with the most iconic, ubiquitous item of clothing for men, the turban, or lungi. To call it a hat is almost insulting.
To call the lungi a hat is to severely underestimate it. It is not an accessory. It is the ultimate survival multi-tool.
Aesthetically, the material, the color, and the specific way it is wrapped instantly broadcasts the wearer's ethnic group, their region, and offer their social status.
The cloth can be many meters long, wrapped meticulously around a distinctive, heavily embroidered skull cap called a kola.
But practically out in the elements, it is indispensable. The thick folds protect the skull from blunt physical blows in a fight or a fall from a horse.
In the blinding dust storms of the southern deserts or the freezing blizzards of the mountains, the trailing end of the turban can be unwound and pulled tightly across the face to filter the air and protect the lungs.
And its utility extends beyond the body. If a traveler comes across a deep well but has no bucket, the long cloth of the lungi can be unwound and used as a sturdy rope to lower a water skin.
The loose folds around the waist can be used as a makeshift sling or pouch to safely carry fragile items like fresh eggs, sugar blocks, or trail snacks.
It is a vital piece of daily survival gear woven directly into the cultural uniform.
And then we have the female equivalent of iconic clothing, which is vastly more complex sociologically, the chaudhry.
This is the full head-to-toe pleated veil with the mesh screen over the eyes, often referred to in the West as a burqa.
Now, the text shares a stunning sociological twist regarding the chaudhry that completely upended my assumptions.
From the outside, we tend to assume it's just a uniform, monolithic blanket of traditional enforcement forced upon all women equally.
But the reality of who wears it, and more importantly, why they wear it, is incredibly fluid and driven by economics, isn't it?
It is a profound, fascinating paradox of modernization. The assumption that every rural Afghan woman has always worn the chaudhry is historically false.
To understand why, look at the geography. In the major cities, like Kabul, among the educated upper and middle classes, women steadily began shedding the chaudhry starting around 1959.
Adopting more practical coats and headscarves, going to university, and moving into the outward-looking professional world.
So in the city center, taking off the veil became the ultimate status symbol of modernization and wealth.
But, and this is the twist that blew my mind out in the countryside, as new asphalt roads are built and small, dusty farming villages slowly grow into bustling commercial towns, the exact opposite trend is happening.
The village women are actively adopting the veil.
Yes. And you have to ask why. Because historically, poor village women and nomadic women never wore the chaudhry.
They couldn't. It's physically impossible.
Try harvesting wheat with a sickle, or milking a violently kicking goat, or gathering 80 pounds of firewood on a mountain slope while wearing a tent that restricts your peripheral vision.
Only the wealthy urban elite could afford the luxury of keeping their women secluded in purdah, shielded from physical labor.
Exactly. The chaudhry was historically a symbol of elite leisure. So today, when a village farmer suddenly benefits from the new road, starts a successful trucking business, stops farming, and becomes part of the new rural middle class, a massive psychological shift occurs.
His wife will often insist on purchasing and wearing the chaudhry when she goes to the new town bazaar.
She isn't doing it because a mullah yelled at her. She's doing it to flex on her neighbors.
She wears it to publicly, visually prove to the entire town that her family is now wealthy enough that she no longer has to do back-breaking manual agricultural labor in the dirt.
She is deliberately imitating what she thinks is urban, aristocratic sophistication, right at the exact historical moment that the actual urban women are abandoning it.
It is a status symbol of the new rural middle class.
It is a brilliant example of how clothing signals economic shifts. And speaking of clothing acting as a signal, we have to talk about the bizarre and fascinating Western infusion into Afghan fashion.
So what does this all mean? For decades, the remote mountain bazaars have been flooded with secondhand American and European clothing.
I read this section, and the imagery is just surreal. The text describes how tons of used clothing collected by well-meaning charities in the West Coast, jackets, suits are bailed up and sold in bulk to businessmen who ship them halfway across the world to the bazaars of Afghanistan.
It creates an unbelievable visual mosaic on the streets.
You might see a fiercely proud Afghan tribesman riding a stallion across the northern plains. He is wearing his traditional, voluminous baggy trousers, his meters-long Lungi turban, his leather boots.
He has an ancient silver-inlaid matchlock rifle slung over his back.
And over his traditional tunic, he is wearing a pristine World War II 8th Air Force leather bomber jacket, complete with an embroidered captain's bar and a faded Distinguished Flying Cross ribbon.
Or you might see a nomad leading a camel train, wearing an olive-drab U.S. Marine Corps dress tunic with brass buttons.
When I first read that, my immediate thought was a Western lament. Is this cultural erasure? Are they losing their majestic traditional identity to cheap Western hand-me-downs?
That is a very common outsider reaction, but it profoundly misinterprets the Afghan mindset. It is the exact opposite of cultural erasure.
It is fierce, brilliant pragmatism colliding with a highly individualistic aesthetic.
Because they aren't wearing the bomber jacket because they secretly want to be American pilots.
Not at all. They wear the leather bomber jacket or the heavy wool military tunic because the Hindu Kuch winters are lethal, and those garments are incredibly warm, durable, high-quality items that perfectly suit their harsh reality.
Furthermore, the choice of military tunics is not an accident. It appeals directly to their deep, culturally ingrained sense of martial pride.
A military jacket, regardless of whose army produced it, signifies a warrior.
They take this foreign object, completely strip it of its original Western geopolitical context, and seamlessly incorporate it into their own narrative of masculine prestige.
It doesn't make them less Afghan. They overpower the garment and make the jacket Afghan.
That martial pride, that constant undercurrent of being a warrior culture, naturally spills over into our final area of exploration.
We've talked about how they work, how they marry, what they eat, how do they spend their leisure time.
Because in a society where simply surviving the winter is an achievement, there are no idle, frivolous games.
Play is not an escape from reality. Play is literally preparation for survival.
Absolutely. The concept of leisure here is hyper-competitive. The games begin in early childhood, and they are rough. You don't see children engaging in abstract, imaginary war games like cops and robbers or cowboys and Indians.
They don't need to play at war. They prepare their skills for the reality of conflict. Young boys engage in intense, highly aggressive kite fighting.
We are not talking about idly flying a kite on a breezy beach. This is aerial combat.
They don't just use standard string. They coat their kite strings, known as the tar, with the lethal mixture of finely pounded glass and sticky rice flour called shusha.
The string becomes a razor blade. They fly their kites from the flat rooftops of the mud compounds, and the entire goal is to aggressively maneuver your kite to intercept your neighbor's line and saw through their glass-coated string.
Cutting their kite loose to be claimed by the runners below, it requires intense concentration, spatial awareness, and a willingness to destroy your opponent's property.
And they apply that same cunning to pigeon rustling.
They raise flocks of highly prized tumbling pigeons on their roofs, and they train them to fly over the neighbor's roof, mingle with the neighbor's flock, and lure the neighbor's expensive pigeons back to their own coop to trap them.
It is a constant daily sharpening of competitive edges and minor thievery.
And this intense cultivation of skill extends into adulthood with hunting. Hunting in the mountains is not merely a sport for the elite. It is often necessary to supplement the meager winter diet.
But the skill involved is staggering, largely because of the limitations of their technology.
I was amazed by the description of stalking the snowcocks. These are massive, turkey-sized birds that live high up on the freezing, sheer mountain faces.
The hunters are using ancient matchlock or percussion cap rifles that take forever to load and are wildly inaccurate at a distance.
Because the weapons are so old and underpowered, the hunter cannot shoot from afar. They have to stalk the bird, climbing sheer rock faces, moving with agonizing slowness, literally mimicking the bird's jerky movements to avoid detection until they are within 20 or 30 feet of the prey.
It requires a level of physical endurance and stealth that borders on the superhuman.
And when they aren't hunting birds in the mountains, they are hunting on the plains with the hounds. And we have to talk about the Tazi, the Afghan hound.
In a culture that generally views dogs as unclean scavengers meant only to guard the sheep, the Tazi is treated like royalty.
The Tazi is highly revered. He is allowed to sleep inside the warm tent, he is fed prime scraps, and he even wears a custom-made quilted coat in the winter to protect his sleek coat.
And the way they hunt is breathtaking.
Yeah.
They hunt entirely by sight, not by smell like a bloodhound.
The text describes a Tazi chasing a gazelle across the open plains. When a gazelle is panicked, it doesn't run in a straight line. It runs in a frantic, unpredictable zigzag pattern to throw off predators.
But the Tazi, which can hit speeds of up to 50 miles an hour, doesn't blindly follow the zigzag.
No, it calculates. As the gazelle cuts left, the hound doesn't follow the exact path. It runs in a straight line, instantly bisecting the geometry of the gazelle's turn, cutting off the angle.
The hound operates like a terrifyingly efficient organic computer, anticipating the prey's trajectory and cutting the distance with every turn until the exhausted gazelle simply drops.
An organic computer, that is the perfect description of that kind of lethal efficiency.
But all of this, the incredible horsemanship, the ingrained martial pride, the relentless competition, the tolerance for physical pain, it all culminates in the ultimate Afghan spectacle.
It is the undisputed king of sports in this region, Buzkashi.
Buzkashi.
Yeah.
Literally translated from Persian, it means goat grabbing, though in the modern era they typically use a heavily soaked, headless, 100-pound calf carcass because a goat would simply be torn to shreds in minutes.
It is a game that tradition dictates originated with the fierce, nomadic horsemen of the Mongol steppes, sweeping down into the northern plains of Afghanistan centuries ago.
Trying to describe this game to someone who has never seen footage of it is almost impossible.
I try to liken it to playing a game of rugby, but you are playing it on horseback, and the ball is a slippery, dead, 100-pound medicine ball, and everyone on the opposing team is armed with short, heavy leather whips that they are not afraid to use on you or your horse.
That is a very accurate, visceral description. In the vast plains of the north, on the open field called the Maidan, there are very few formal rules in the traditional village games.
You might have hundreds of heavily armed riders, sometimes up to 1,000 men in major regional tournaments surrounding the carcass.
At the starting signal, absolute mayhem ensues. The master players, known as the Shapandas, drive their rearing, snorting horses directly into the center of the crushing mass of bodies.
The physical goal is simple, but the execution is near impossible. You have to lean down from the saddle amidst a blinding maelstrom of flailing iron hooves and slashing whips, grab the heavy, slippery leg of the calf, haul it up onto your horse with one arm, break free of the mob, ride around a designated turning point, which might be a flag a mile away, and fight your way back to drop it into a specific scoring circle.
And while you are doing this, every single other rider on the field is trying to rip the carcass out of your hands or whip your horse to make it drop the prize.
You have men clinging to their saddles by a single stirrup, hanging completely upside down near the horse's hooves to grab the calf from the dirt, with their whips clenched fiercely in their teeth to keep their hands free.
But the most fascinating detail about Buzkashi is who actually plays it.
You look at the sheer violence and physical demands of this game, and you assume the champions must be reckless 22-year-old hotshots.
But the master players, the elite Shapandas, are almost entirely older men, aren't they?
Yes, the true masters, the men who command the massive salaries from the wealthy khans who sponsor the teams, are usually well over 40 years old, sometimes in their 50s.
Pure explosive physical strength is secondary to immense skill, tactical timing, and an almost telepathic bond with the horse.
The horses themselves are the real athletes. They are massive, specially bred stallions, fed on raw eggs and grain, and they are trained for 5 agonizing years before they are ever allowed to enter a chaotic Buzkashi scrum.
They have to be trained to push through the terror of the crowd. They are trained to instinctively lean their weight into opposing horses to clear a path
to swerve instantly away from high-speed collisions, and amazingly, to rear back and carefully place their hooves, to never step on a rider who has fallen into the dirt.
The coordination between a battered 45-year-old Chapandas and his scarred veteran stallion navigating that violence is a breathtaking display of unity.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, it feels like it is more than just a pastime.
It feels like the perfect, chaotic microcosm of everything we have discussed today. You have this intense, fierce, almost violent individual ambition. Every single man on that field desperately wants the personal glory and the prize money of scoring the goal.
Yet, simultaneously, the game demands a highly complex, loose, almost unspoken form of group cooperation. If they didn't pull their punches just a fraction, if the horses didn't avoid the fallen riders, it would just be a massacre.
It is the ultimate metaphor for the Afghan social reality. It is the individual striving fiercely for honor and dominance within the chaotic, swirling, dangerous mass of the tribe.
It allows the society to flex its martial muscles and play out its endless internal rivalries and aggressions without entirely destroying itself.
Well, we have covered incredible ground today. We have stepped off the static map and into the living, breathing reality of a society engineered for survival.
We have seen how every single aspect of the Afghan social mosaic is a perfectly adapted, interlocking mechanism.
The thick, fortified mud walls of the village compound protect the crucial matricore and the family honor from outside threats. The thermodynamics of the black goat hair tents harness the harsh desert winds to keep the nomads alive on their ancient routes.
The rigid rules of cousin marriage preserve the fragile economic strength of the lineage against the harsh realities of inheritance laws.
And the fierce, blood-soaked fields of Buzkashi prepare the men physically and psychologically for the unending realities of conflict. It is a brilliant, complete, and fully functional system.
It is a triumph of human adaptation. But I want to leave you, the listener, with a final provocative thought to mull over as we conclude this exploration.
For centuries, as we have seen in exhaustive detail today, this has been an inward-looking society.
It is a society where your first cousin is your ultimate insurance policy, where the walled village is your entire universe, and where the intricate web of kinship is the only government that matters.
The central state in Kabul was just a rumor or a tax collector to be avoided?
Precisely. But the modern world does not tolerate closed loops forever. Today, modern asphalt highways are slowly piercing those isolated mountain valleys. Transistor radios and smartphones are bringing the chaotic voices, ideologies, and desires of the outside world directly into the quiet, walled courtyards and the nomad tents.
A central state is attempting to assert itself, demanding taxes, building schools, and demanding that these people become an outward-looking citizenry.
So the ultimate question that hangs over this entire mosaic is this. What happens when these two fundamentally opposed views of human obligation violently collide? Can you truly build a modern, cohesive nation-state on a foundation where a person's ultimate unyielding loyalty is hardwired to their cousin and not to their country?
That is the question that haunts the mapmakers and the politicians, because you can sit in a capital city and draw a solid black line around Afghanistan on a piece of paper all you want. You can color it in and call it a nation, but as we've learned today, until you understand the invisible, unbreakable lines of blood, mud, and survival that actually hold the people together in the valleys, you are just staring at a useless piece of paper.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the Afghan social mosaic.
Keep questioning the maps, keep looking beneath the surface, and we'll see you next time.
In January of 1842, 16,500 British troops, Indian sepoys, and civilian camp followers marched out of their garrison in Kabul.
Yeah.
They were stepping into the teeth of the Afghan winter. I mean, they were heading for these frozen mountain passes, just desperately hoping to make it back to India.
And it was brutal.
Over the next week, they were relentlessly hunted. The freezing weather just absolutely decimated them, and these Afghan guerrilla fighters fired down from the cliffs with this devastating precision.
Right. They had the high ground.
Exactly. The column didn't just break, it completely disintegrated. It turned into a frozen, bloody nightmare. And out of those 16,500 people, exactly one man rode out alive to tell the tale.
Just one.
A surgeon on a dying horse. One man.
It remains one of the most stunning, catastrophic military defeats in the entire history of the British Empire. And to this day, it stands as the ultimate cautionary tale of, imperial hubris.
Today, we are looking at how the most powerful empire on Earth was completely broken by a land they thought they could just easily tame. Welcome back to the third and final part of this massive deep dive into the history of Afghanistan.
We're glad you're here.
If you, the listener, have been on this journey with us, you know we've already covered the ancient roots. But today, we enter the era of empires, the smell of gunpowder, and the incredibly deadly high-stakes chessboard of the great game.
Right. And our mission today is to trace a very specific, very volatile arc. We are looking at the rise and ruin of the Durrani Empire.
Which is just a wild story.
It really is. We want to explore exactly how Afghanistan transitioned from being the anvil that everyone else is hammer struck to forging its own massive empire, only to ultimately become the bloody buffer state caught between the British and Russian imperial machines.
The ultimate middleman.
Exactly. Because to understand the modern Afghan state, you absolutely must understand the relentless geographic and political pressures of the last 2 millennia.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because to truly grasp how we get to that frozen massacre in 1842 or to the Durrani Empire, we have to rewind. We have to look at the chaotic foundation of invasions that actually shaped the Afghan people in the first place.
We have to go way back.
Right. And the sources start with a concept that, honestly, it sounds like it belongs in a physics classroom rather than a history book, the billiard ball migrations.
Yes, the billiard ball theory.
This is from the 2nd century BC. And incredibly, it starts in China.
It does. And this theory perfectly illustrates how interconnected Eurasian history is. You simply cannot view Afghanistan in isolation.
It's all connected.
Completely. So when the Chinese Qin dynasty begins constructing the early iterations of the Great Wall, they aren't just building a physical barrier, they are altering the geopolitical physics of the entire continent.
Because they're blocking off an entire route.
Right. They were trying to keep out a nomadic steppe confederation called the Omnium. By closing off the south, the Omnium, who rely on raiding agricultural societies to supplement their pastoral economy, they are forced to push west.
But wait, are we saying human migrations are literally just mindless balls bouncing off each other? That feels, I don't know, a bit reductive. They didn't just pack up and run into the next group blindly, right?
Well, it's a metaphor for displacement, certainly. But the mechanics on the ground were brutally pragmatic. The steppe has a very strict carrying capacity.
Meaning there's only so much grass for the horses.
Exactly. If a powerful group like the Omnium is denied access to Chinese wealth, they have to move into the grazing lands of a weaker neighbor, in this case, the Yuchi.
And the Yuchi get pushed out.
Violently displaced, they can't go east, back toward the wall, so they push west, and they crash into the Saka people. Then the Saka are forced out of the Central Asian steppes entirely, and they spill down southward into Bactria and Iran. It is a violent chain reaction of human displacement driven by sheer economic and caloric necessity. One group bumps the next all the way across the continent until someone falls off the edge into a settled agrarian society.
The ultimate geopolitical domino effect.
Precisely.
And out of this chaos, one of these displaced groups, the Kushans, who are basically a branch of those Yuchi nomads, they actually managed to build something incredible around the 1st century AD.
They do.
They spill into the region, but they don't just pillage and burn. Under a king named Kanishka I, they unite into a massive military machine and build a golden age.
Because they recognize the underlying economics of the geography. The Kushans come in as rough nomadic conquerors, but they end up overseeing one of the most brilliant cultural fusions in history.
Right.
Kanishka establishes his rule, and suddenly, this region, specifically Gandhara, becomes a massive center for Buddhism and art.
And why is that?
Because of the Silk Road.
Right. They essentially become the toll collectors of the ancient world.
Exactly that. They established the security required for high-volume, long-distance trade. Chinese silk, Roman glassware, Afghan lapis lazuli, it's all flowing through these mountain passes.
And they get rich off it.
Incredibly wealthy. You find Roman glass in China and Chinese pottery and Roman tombs. The Kushans get rich by protecting and taxing this transit, and they pour that wealth into monumental Buddhist architecture and art.
Art that blends, like, Greek realism with Indian spirituality.
Yes. Afghanistan was really the grand central station of the ancient world.
But the trains don't stay on the tracks forever.
No, they don't.
Because by the 7th century AD, a massive new force reshapes the entire map. The Arab armies carrying the new banner of Islam sweep out of the Middle East. They completely shatter the Sasanian Persian Empire.
A total paradigm shift.
And in the wake of this, we see the rise of these Turkish dynasties in the Afghan region, like the Ghazavids. And this brings up a concept in the sources that absolutely blew my mind.
The slave commanders.
Yes, the slave commander phenomena.
Right. The Mamluk or Ghilman system. It is one of the most deeply fascinating and counterintuitive mechanisms of power in Islamic history.
So break this down for me. How does a military slave, someone who is literally bought and sold, become the emperor? It sounds like a total contradiction. If you have all the weapons, why are you a slave?
To understand the why, you have to look at the problem these rulers were trying to solve.
Which was?
Loyalty. If you are an emir relying on local tribal levies, those troops are loyal to their clan elders first and you second.
Well, that makes sense.
They have local politics, families, competing interests, so rulers started purchasing boys from the remote Turkic steppes. These boys were isolated from their families, brought to the capital, converted to Islam, and trained exclusively for war.
So they have no ties to anyone but the king.
Because they had no local ties, no local family, their entire existence, wealth, and status derived entirely from the ruler. They were technically enslaved, but they were the absolute elite.
So they are basically the ultimate Praetorian Guard.
Precisely. But here is the fatal flaw in the system.
There's always a flaw.
Always. When a strong ruler dies and is replaced by a weak heir, the dynamic subtly shifts. The slave commanders control the supply lines, the weapons, and the monopoly on violence.
And they start doing the math.
They do. They slowly realize that they are not guarding the state, they are the state.
Wow.
A commander like Abdul, who starts as a slave, ends up attempting a coup. When he fails, he flees to Ghazni and sets up his own power base. And his successors, particularly Mahmud of Ghazni, build an absolute empire out of this military machine.
And Mahmud of Ghazni does not mess around.
Yeah.
He realizes he needs massive amounts of cash to pay this elite army, so he looks south.
Toward India.
Yeah. He launches 17 massive military campaigns down into the Indian subcontinent, explicitly targeting wealthy Hindu temples. He brings unimaginable wealth back to Ghazni, turning it into this glittering center of learning with hundreds of scholars and poets.
A cultural high point, financed by plunder.
Exactly. But we can't ignore the darker legacy here. He initiates centuries of intense, bloody religious conflicts between Muslims and Hindus on the subcontinent. The psychological scars of those raids echo in regional politics to this very day.
It is a profound disruption. But just as the Ghaznavids and their successors seem to have established a fragile, wealthy order in the region, the ultimate catastrophe strikes.
The year is 1220 AD.
Yes.
Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan. When the Mongols arrive, it is not a typical conquest aimed at subjugation and taxation. It is an obliteration. The source text specifically describes Genghis Khan as the atom bomb of his day.
That phrase really stopped me. An atom bomb. I want to read a historical description from the sources, written by a contemporary chronicler who actually witnessed the Mongols, because it sounds like a literal horror movie.
It is terrifying.
They wrote, "With a lion's strength, they have voices more shrill than an eagle. Their broad faces were plastered with a poisonous mixture of gum. They give birth to children like snakes and eat like wolves. Death does not appear among them. They killed without mercy, men and women, priests and monks." It's apocalyptic.
And it was an apocalypse for the region. We often think of Mongol destruction in terms of body counts, which, were staggering. Entire cities were put to the sword. But the true devastation, the reason it took centuries to recover, was ecological.
Because of the water, right?
Yes. Afghanistan's agriculture relied heavily on qanats.
Let's explain what a qanat is for the listener, because it's vital to understanding why the damage was permanent.
A qanat is an incredibly sophisticated underground aqueduct. You find a water source up in the foothills and you dig a gently sloping tunnel underground, sometimes for miles, to bring water to an arid valley without it evaporating in the sun.
That's genius.
It is. But it requires highly skilled engineers to maintain the exact gradient. When the Mongols slaughtered the populations of these valleys, they killed the engineers. The qanats collapsed or silted up.
So the water just stopped flowing.
Centuries of delicate agricultural infrastructure were wiped out in a single season. Fertile valleys reverted to desert. You can still go to the Bamiyan Valley today and see the silent, melted mud brick ruins of massive cities like Shari Zohak sitting on cliffs, completely abandoned since the 13th century.
That is haunting. So let me pose a question here. If Afghanistan is this geographic pressure cooker and the surrounding empires are the heat, Does this constant devastation fundamentally change the DNA of the culture inside the cooker? Or does it just hit a brutal reset button?
It's an excellent question.
Because it seems like every time they are reduced to absolute zero, they build back.
It doesn't destroy the underlying cultural DNA so much as it forces a rapid, aggressive evolution. The physical infrastructure was gone, but the ideas survived, the religion survived. As the historian Philip Hitti pointed out, in the darkest hour of political Islam, religious Islam achieved some of its most brilliant successes.
How so?
Less than half a century after the Mongols tried to literally annihilate Islamic culture, Genghis Khan's own great-grandson, Ghazan, converted to Islam.
Wait, really? The great-grandson of Genghis Khan?
Yes. He started patronizing the very civilization his ancestors had pulverized. The conquerors were absorbed by the culture of the conquered.
And that absorption sets the stage for a massive cultural rebound. Out of the ashes of this Mongol atom bomb arises a period of brilliant cultural fusion. Enter Tamerlane, or Timur Ilang.
A very complex figure.
Extremely. He's this Turco-Mongol conqueror in the late 14th century. Claiming descent from Genghis Khan, he sweeps through, shedding rivers of blood, and fuses an empire all the way from India to Turkey. But it's his successors who really pivot from shedding blood to mixing paint.
We call this the Timurid Renaissance of the late 15th century. The epicenter moves to cities like Herat and Samarkand, and it becomes one of the highest points of Central Asian civilization.
The science and art from this era is wild.
It is. Tamerlane's grandson, Ulu Beg, was a brilliant astronomer who built a massive observatory in Samarkand, mapping the stars with astonishing precision for the era. But the figure who truly captures the imagination of this period is Queen Gawhar Shad.
She is just an incredible historical figure. She was the wife of Shah Rukh, Tamerlane's son. And she doesn't just sit in the harem. She wields immense political power and commissions breathtaking architecture.
Huge projects.
Madrasas, mosques, mausoleums, these massive structures covered in intricate flowery mosaics, glittering with light blue and green tiles, colored with Afghan lapis lazuli.
Her masterpiece was the Muzalla complex in Herat. It was widely considered one of the most magnificent examples of Islamic architecture ever built.
But her story, like so much of this history, is steeped in a very dark, very Afghan irony.
It really is.
She builds this gorgeous mausoleum for her family. But the politics of the royal court are absolutely lethal. Despite her cultural achievements, she is murdered at over 80 years old because she's still considered a political threat to the ambitious warlords around her.
A brutal end.
And who ends up buried inside this beautiful tomb she built. Her favorite son, who died of chronic alcoholism, and the son of the warlord who murdered her. It's like a Shakespearean tragedy wrapped in blue tile.
And the tragedy of Gawhar Shad's legacy doesn't stop in the 15th century. Fast forward to 1885.
Oh, this part makes me so angry.
The British are playing the great game, terrified that the Russian Empire is about to push south and invade Herat on their way to India. A British military commission arrives in Herat, looks at Gawhar Shad's magnificent, towering complex, and orders the Afghan emir to pack it with explosives and blow it up.
Wait, they order the destruction of a 400-year-old architectural masterpiece. Why?
To clear lines of fire for their artillery.
You have to be kidding me.
They argued the complex could be used as cover by advancing Russian troops. They leveled a World Heritage Site out of sheer strategic paranoia.
And the ultimate sickening kicker to that story, the Russians never even attacked. They destroyed it for absolutely nothing.
A stark physical example of how imperial anxiety erases history.
So true.
But returning to our timeline, as we move into the 16th and 17th centuries, the political map shifts dramatically again. The Timurid Empire fragments, and for about 200 years, the Afghan area is caught in a brutal three-way imperial squeeze.
The pressure cooker is back on.
Exactly. You have the Uzbeks pushing down from the north, you have the Safavid Persian Empire pushing in from the west,
Right.
and you have the Mughal Empire pushing up from the south out of India.
And it's worth noting that the Mughals were founded by Babur, a descendant of Tamerlane, who actually started his empire building out of Kabul.
He loved it there.
He really did. The sources quote him saying of Kabul's climate, "There is no such place in the known world." He vastly preferred the rugged mountains and cool air of Afghanistan to the humid wealth of the Indian plains.
Which begs a crucial historical question. Why did the nature of these empires change so drastically at this specific moment? For over 1,000 years, nomadic cavalry from the steppes had been the dominant military force in Eurasia. Why did the great nomad conquests suddenly stop, leaving Afghanistan trapped between these specific settled empires?
I know this one. It's the technology. This is the era of the gunpowder empires.
Precisely. Let's look at the mechanics of this. For centuries, a composite bow fired from horseback by a warrior who had been riding since childhood was the ultimate weapon. It was mobile, lethal, and devastating to infantry.
But gunpowder fundamentally flipped the equation.
It did. A musket might be slower to fire than a bow, but it only takes a few weeks to train a peasant to stand in the line and pull a trigger, compared to a lifetime of training for a steppe archer.
And more importantly, you have cannons.
Exactly. The settled agrarian empires, the Safavids and the Mughals, could tax their massive farming populations to build expensive artillery foundries.
Nomads on the steppe can't smelt giant bronze cannons.
They can't. So, when the nomads charge, they are met by fortified earthworks, massed infantry with muskets, and grape shot from cannons. The horses are slaughtered. The era of the steppe nomad was over.
Wow.
And because of this technological stalemate between the gunpowder empires, Afghanistan became a fractured, permanent borderland.
The Afghan tribes are literally split down the middle. You have the Persians in the west controlling Herat and Kandahar, and the Mughals in the east controlling Kabul.
Right.
The major Afghan tribes, specifically the Ghilzai and the Abdali, are pushed and pulled, used as border mercenaries, and heavily taxed by these foreign overlords who view them as backward hill people.
But history shows us that when you constantly squeeze a fiercely independent people between competing empires, eventually you forge a very sharp sword.
And that leads us to a massive turning point, the Afghan awakening and the madness of Mahmud. Because the Afghan tribes slowly realize that their massive, terrifying overlords, particularly the Safavid Persians, are actually rotting from the inside out.
They've gotten decadent.
They really have. They've lost the martial edge that built their empire.
By the early 18th century, the Safavid Empire is ruled by Shah Sultan Hussein. He is a monarch far more interested in his harem, his wine, and courtly intrigues than in statecraft or military logistics.
That's a dangerous way to rule.
Very. To control the unruly Afghan tribes around Kandahar, he appoints a brutal Georgian mercenary named Georgi XI as his governor.
And Georgi is ruthless.
He treats the Sunni Ghilzai Afghans with utter contempt, taxing them into starvation and punishing dissent with extreme violence.
But Georgi makes a fatal, arrogant mistake. He captures the prominent leader of the Ghilzai, a man named Mir Wais Khan.
Right.
Georgi thinks this guy is too dangerous to keep around, so he sends him as a prisoner in chains to the Safavid court in Isfahan. He thinks he's getting rid of a problem.
He couldn't have been more wrong.
Mir Wais is brilliant. He arrives in Isfahan, looks around the imperial court, and has an absolute epiphany. He realizes, wait a minute, these guys are incredibly weak, the court is corrupt, the treasury is being looted by bureaucrats, and the military is soft.
Mir Wais plays the ultimate political long game. He doesn't act like a rebellious prisoner. He acts like a compliant, cultured noble. He flatters the Shah. He bribes the right courtiers.
Classic espionage.
He subtly spreads rumors that Georgi back in Kandahar is actually the one plotting treason against the Shah. And remarkably, he gains so much trust that he gets permission to travel to Mecca for the Hajj pilgrimage.
Which is his masterstroke. Because while in Mecca, he secures a fatwa, or religious ruling from the leading Sunni clerics. This fatwa explicitly sanctions a revolt by the Sunni Afghans against their Shia Safavid rulers, framing it as a religious duty against oppressors.
Armed with this religious justification, which he carefully hides, returning to Isfahan to play the loyal subject one last time, he finally gets permission to return to Kandahar.
And then the trap springs.
The moment he is back in 1709, he gathers his tribesmen, uses the fatwa to unite them, and completely slaughters Georgi and the entire Georgian garrison.
It's a total shock to the Persian system. The Persians send armies to crush him, and Mir Wais defeats them every time, using the rugged terrain to his advantage. He actually dies a natural death as a hero.
Rare in this history.
Right. But it's his 18-year-old son, Mahmud, who takes this to the next level. Mahmud doesn't just want to defend Kandahar. He looks at the crumbling Persian Empire and decides to take the fight to them. He invades Persia.
Think about the audacity of this. An 18-year-old tribal leader commanding a mobile army of lightly armed cavalry and matchlockmen, invading one of the greatest, most established empires in the world.
It's insane.
This culminates in 1722 at the Battle of Gulnabad, just a few miles outside the Persian capital of Isfahan.
The odds here are ridiculous. The Persians vastly outnumber the Afghans. The Persian army is wearing gleaming armor, they have heavy cavalry, and crucially, they have 24 massive cannons commanded by an experienced French artillerist. How on earth does Mahmud win this?
He wins through tactical discipline and exploiting the overconfidence of his enemy. The Persians, assuming the Afghans are just undisciplined savages, launch a massive, uncoordinated cavalry charge.
Right into a trap.
Mahmud orders his men to fall back, faking a retreat. The Persian cavalry outruns their own infantry and artillery support. The Afghans then wheel around, engulf the scattered Persian cavalry, and butcher them.
Oh, wow.
Then, Mahmud's forces surge forward, overrun the Persian artillery lines, kill the French artillerist, and turn the captured cannons on the Persian infantry.
The surviving Persian army completely panics and breaks. They run for the walls of Isfahan, and then begins one of the most horrific sieges in recorded history.
The siege of Isfahan lasts for 6 agonizing months. Mahmud doesn't even try to breach the massive walls. He doesn't have the siege engineering for it.
So what does he do?
He simply uses his mobile Afghan cavalry to completely surround the city, cutting off every single supply route. The accounts from European merchants and diplomats trapped inside the city are harrowing.
It sounds like a nightmare.
As the granaries empty, the population of hundreds of thousands is reduced to eating stray dogs, then cats, then boiling old shoes and saddle leather, and finally resorting to cannibalism in the streets.
Yeah.
Disease and starvation claim the lives of an estimated 80,000 people.
It is a slow, suffocating death for a major metropolis. Finally, the Persian Shah, Sultan Hussein, breaks. He walks out of his starting city, goes to the Afghan camp, and hands his entire empire over to this 20-year-old Afghan tribal leader.
And the dialogue exchange between them is chilling.
It really is.
It perfectly illustrates the Islamic theory of government that you see operating here. It's entirely different from the European concept of the divine right of kings, where God gives you the throne and it's yours by bloodline forever.
So how did they view it?
What we see here is the concept of divine sanction. Power is granted by God, yes, but it is conditional. It can be revoked if you fail to rule effectively or justly.
Conditional power.
When Sultan Hussein physically hands the royal plume to Mahmud, he says, "Since the Supreme Being does not wish me to reign, and the moment has come which he has decreed for you to ascend to the throne, I cede my empire to you." He is explicitly acknowledging that God has removed the mandate of power from the Safavids because of their incompetence.
And Mahmud, maybe feeling a brief flicker of pity for this broken, starving old man, promises to treat him like a father. But Sultan Hussein just looks at him and replies, "The rule is a loss."
Meaning, God gave it to you today, but God can just as easily take it from you tomorrow, just like he took it from me.
A profound and prophetic warning, because Mahmud's rule would be brief, bloody, and ultimately disastrous.
It was doomed from the start.
This is where it gets really interesting, and quite frankly, horrifying. I like to call this the ultimate dog catching the car moment in history. The Afghans shattered the myth of Persian invincibility. They chased the imperial car, they caught it, but they opened the door and realized they have absolutely no idea how to drive it.
They instantly fall into fratricidal chaos.
Exactly.
It's the perfect analogy. Mahmud and his cousin Ashraf, who eventually succeeds him, were brilliant tribal guerrilla commanders. But administering a massive, complex, hostile, settled empire requires bureaucrats, tax collectors, civil engineers, and political legitimacy.
Which they didn't have.
The Afghans had none of that. They were a tiny Sunni minority ruling over a vast, resentful Shia population. Lacking the machinery of statecraft, they relied on the only tool left in their arsenal to maintain control, absolute, paralyzing terror.
And the pressure cooker of ruling this hostile empire completely shatters Mahmud's mind. He becomes severely clinically paranoid. He thinks every Persian noble is plotting against him.
Which, to be fair, they probably were.
True. But he starts executing his own Afghan commanders, too. And it culminates in a story so gruesome it's hard to read.
It's horrific.
Mahmud hears a rumor that one of Sultan Hussein's sons managed to escape the city to raise an army. Mahmud completely loses his grip on reality. He grabs a sword, takes 2 assistants, goes down into the courtyard where the captive royal Safavid family is being held, and personally starts hacking the unarmed sons and brothers of Sultan Hussein to pieces.
It is a scene of utter madness. The deposed Sultan Hussein hears the screams and rushes out into the courtyard. He has to stand there and watch his own children being butchered, their hands tied behind their backs.
Unbelievable.
Hussein throws himself forward, and 2 of his smallest children survive only by physically hiding in their father's arms. Mahmud's sword actually slices Hussein's arm. Seeing the blood of his father-in-law, because Mahmud had married one of Hussein's daughters to secure his legitimacy, finally snaps Mahmud out of his frenzy. He drops the sword and spares the last 2 children.
But the psychological damage is done. Mahmud's mind is completely gone. He locks himself in a dark vault for 40 days, undergoing ascetic starvation rituals, hoping for some kind of divine clarity.
Doesn't work.
He comes out completely insane. The historical accounts say he spent his final days screaming, literally lacerating and tearing his own flesh off his body. He dies, or is mercifully suffocated by his own horrified guards at the age of 26.
He conquered an empire, and the sheer weight of it crushed his sanity.
His reliance on terror doomed the Afghan rule in Persia. His successor, Ashraf, faced rebellions on all sides and was eventually killed.
The Afghan occupation of Persia was brutal and short, but it did something crucial. It broke the old order forever, creating a massive power vacuum.
And history abhors a vacuum.
Always.
Which brings us to the next massive shift. Forging the Pearl of Pearls, the Durrani Empire. The utter chaos the Afghans created in Persia summons a new conqueror to clean up the mess. Enter Nadir Shah.
The Napoleon of Persia.
Yes. He rises up from obscurity, rebuilds the Persian army, and systematically crushes the occupying Afghans, driving them out of Isfahan and back into their mountains. But here's the twist. Nadir Shah accidentally does the one thing the Afghans could never do themselves. He unites them.
Nadir Shah was a pragmatic military man. He recognized the sheer martial brilliance of the Afghan tribes, particularly the Abdali tribe from the west. After defeating them, instead of trying to exterminate them in a costly guerrilla war, he recruits them.
If you can't beat them, hire them.
Exactly. He makes them the elite, trusted core of his new imperial army. And with these Afghan mercenaries leading the charge, Nadir Shah goes on a terrifying rampage across Asia. He doesn't just stop at securing Persia. He marches south into India, absolutely destroys the Mughal army, and loots the capital of Delhi.
The loot from Delhi is legendary. He empties the Mughal treasury. He takes the Peacock Throne, which is just encrusted with thousands of gems, and he takes the Koh-i-Noor diamond, one of the largest and most famous cut diamonds in human history.
But Nadir Shah catches the exact same disease that Mahmud caught, the paranoia of absolute power.
It's a running theme.
He becomes a tyrant. He actually starts believing his own beloved son is plotting a coup against him, so he orders his own son to be blinded.
Oh, that's dark.
In the politics of the era, a blind man cannot be king. Once you mutilate your own heir out of paranoia, you lose the moral authority and the loyalty of your court. Everyone realizes that if he can blind his own son, no one is safe.
So they turn on him.
Nadir Shah's inner circle of Persian officers decides they have to kill him before he kills them. Nadir learns of the plot and orders his trusted Afghan cavalry commanders to arrest the Persian officers. But the Persians realize the clock is ticking and strike first. In the dead of night in 1747, they burst into Nadir Shah's tent and assassinate him.
And the commander of that elite Afghan cavalry is a young man, only in his 20s, named Ahmad Khan Abdali. He wakes up to the chaos, sees his master is dead, and realizes the Persian army is about to turn on his vastly outnumbered Afghan contingent.
A very dangerous situation.
Very. So he gathers his 4,000 Afghan cavalrymen and punches his way out of the camp, escaping back toward Afghanistan. But he doesn't leave empty-handed.
No, he doesn't.
In the confusion, he manages to secure a massive chunk of Nadir Shah's portable treasury, including that legendary Koh-i-Noor diamond, which Nadir Shah had apparently taken to wearing on his sleeve.
Ahmad Khan returns to Kandahar with 4,000 battle-hardened veterans and immense wealth. The Afghan tribes, now finally free of both Persian and Mughal domination, realize they have an unprecedented opportunity to form their own state.
But to do that, they need a paramount leader. So they call a jirga, a grand tribal assembly.
And this jirga in 1747 is not a quick vote. It lasts for 9 days. 9 days of intense, heated debate over who should lead.
You have all these proud tribal elders arguing because no Pashtun leader wants to submit to another. It's coming down to Ahmad Khan, who has the money in the army, and another much older established tribal Khan. They're completely deadlocked.
And here we see the fascinating blend of hard tribal pragmatism and religious mysticism that so often characterizes Afghan politics. To break a deadlock in the Pashtunwali code without either side losing honor, you need a respected outside arbiter.
So who steps in?
A highly revered holy man, Sabir Khan, intervenes. He steps into the center of the assembly, takes a simple sheaf of wheat, a powerful ancient symbol of fertility and prosperity, and places it into Ahmad Khan's turban. He declares him the chosen leader, crowning him not just a king, but Duri Duran, the pearl of the age.
Ahmad Khan takes the title, tweaks it slightly to Duri Duran, Pearl of Pearls, and from that moment on, his tribe, the Abdali, changed their name to the Durrani. He is now Ahmad Shah Durrani, the founding father of modern Afghanistan.
But a poetic title and a wheat crown aren't enough to secure loyalty among fiercely independent, heavily armed tribes. He needed constant resources to pay them off.
And here, Ahmad Shah's sheer luck is staggering. On his very first day back in Kandahar as the newly minted leader, a massive, treasure-laden caravan arrives from India.
Unbelievable timing.
It was originally heading to Persia as tribute for Nadir Shah. Ahmad Shah simply seizes it. He uses this immense, unexpected wealth to literally buy the loyalty of the tribal Khans, cementing his power base.
Talk about right place, right time. With this wealth, his 4,000 veteran cavalry, and the tribal levies he can now afford to pay, Ahmad Shah starts building an empire.
He doesn't just sit in Kandahar. He conquers outwards, carving out a massive territory from Central Asia down into India. And this brings us to a battle in 1761 that accidentally changes world history, the Battle of Panipat.
The Marathas, a highly organized and powerful Hindu confederacy, are pushing aggressively up from central India, trying to conquer the remnants of the declining Mughal Empire. Ahmad Shah marches south to meet them.
And they clash at Panipat.
North of Delhi, it is a slaughter. Ahmad Shah's forces absolutely annihilate the Maratha army, breaking their confederacy.
But the unintended consequence here is massive.
Exactly. By destroying the Maratha military power, Ahmad Shah Durrani inadvertently cleared the major geopolitical obstacle out of the way for another rising power on the subcontinent, the British East India Company.
Wow.
The Marathas were realistically the only indigenous force strong enough and organized enough to halt the creeping British colonization of India. By breaking them, the Afghans essentially handed the keys of the subcontinent to the British.
It's incredible to think about. He wins the battle, secures his southern border, but gives away a continent. And Ahmad Shah himself was a deeply complex guy. We think of him as this ruthless conqueror, but he was also a poet.
He was.
He wrote Pashto poetry about how much he preferred the beautiful rugged mountains and the cold streams of Afghanistan over the opulent, humid throne rooms of Delhi.
But despite his brilliance, his end was horrific. He developed what appears from historical accounts to have been a severe cancer of the face or nose. The accounts are intensely gruesome. Maggots were literally eating away his necrotic flesh while he was still alive. He died in sheer agony in 1772.
And with his death, the illusion of unified Afghan nation shatters. Because we really need to look at how this empire was actually built.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, the Durrani Empire was structurally incredibly fragile. Ahmad Shah did not rule as an absolute monarch with a standing national army and a centralized bureaucracy. He ruled as a paramount chieftain among equals.
Meaning he needed to keep them happy.
Right. He relied on a council of tribal elders. The empire was held together almost entirely by his sheer personal charisma and, crucially, the continuous promise of foreign loot to keep the tribes happy and distracted.
So the moment he dies and the flow of external loot from India dries up, what do the tribes do? They turn on each other, which perfectly sets the stage for the 19th century.
A very dark period.
We enter a period of absolute dynastic chaos. It's a terrifying game of musical chairs for the throne in Kabul. You have fathers fighting sons, uncles poisoning nephews, brothers blinding brothers. The Durrani Empire fragments into warring city-states, Kabul, Kandahar, and Herat.
And this internal political vacuum coincides perfectly with the arrival of two massive industrialized imperial machines at Afghanistan's borders.
Here we go.
The British Empire is expanding northwest from their stronghold in India, looking to secure their borders. Simultaneously, the Russian Empire is expanding aggressively south through Central Asia, absorbing the old Khanates. This is the dawn of the Great Game, the decades-long shadow war of espionage, diplomacy, and proxy conflicts between Britain and Russia for dominance in Asia.
And the opening move of this great game centers on the city of Herat in 1837. A Persian army marches on Herat to lay siege to it. But this isn't just a Persian army acting alone.
Not at all.
They are advised by Russian military officers, and there's even a battalion of Russian deserters fighting alongside them.
Oh.
To the British in India, it looks like the Russian bear is using Persia as a puppet to grab Herat, which they consider the gateway to India.
But fate intervenes in a bizarre way. A young British artillery subaltern named Eldred Pottinger happens to be traveling inside Herat in disguise just as the siege begins.
Right place, right time again.
He reveals his identity, steps up, and takes charge of the city's defenses. Using his knowledge of modern artillery and siegecraft, he helps rally the Afghans. Remarkably, they hold out against the Persians and the Russians for 9 grueling months until the besiegers simply give up, run out of supplies, and retreat.
So, crisis averted, right? The Russians back off, Herat holds. But no. The British Governor-General of India, Lord Auckland, is so gripped by Russophobia that he completely panics.
He completely misreads the situation.
He has intelligence officers on the ground in Kabul, specifically a brilliant man named Alexander Burns. Burns tells Auckland, look, the current strongman in Kabul, Dost Muhammad Khan, is capable, he's popular, and he wants an alliance with us. So give him some money and weapons and he'll keep the Russians out. But Auckland ignores him.
Auckland operates on pure imperial arrogance. He decides that an independent Afghan ruler with his own interests is too risky. The British decide they need a puppet they can completely control. So, in 1839, Lord Auckland issues the Simla Manifesto and orders the British Army to invade Afghanistan.
And their goal?
To overthrow Dost Muhammad and prop up an unpopular, exiled former king named Shah Shuja, who hadn't ruled in 30 years.
It's a staggering miscalculation. The British marched this enormous army of the Indus through the brutal mountain passes. Militarily, they easily brush aside the Afghan forces. Dost Muhammad realizes he can't beat them in a pitched battle and flees.
So the British march into Kabul.
They install Shah Shuja on the throne and prop him up entirely with British bayonets and British gold.
And here is where the logistical idiocy truly begins. The British decide to build a permanent garrison, a cantonment in Kabul. But instead of occupying the Bala Hisar, the highly defensible ancient stone fortress overlooking the city, they build their cantonment down on the flat, swampy plains outside the city walls.
Why?
Because the officers wanted to be near the river for recreation, and the plains offered room for their horses and cricket pitches.
Are you serious?
I wish I were. Worse, they built their commissariat, their entire food and supply depot outside the cantonment walls. They were completely surrounded by high hills, making it a sniper's paradise.
They settle in like they're in a suburb of London. They bring their wives, their families, their fine china. They're literally playing cricket. They're ice skating on the frozen lakes in winter, putting on amateur theatricals. It's imperial hubris on steroids. It's like setting up a luxury picnic in the middle of an active minefield.
What's fascinating here is the fatal disconnect between the British policymakers sitting comfortably in Calcutta or London and the brutal reality on the ground in Kabul. They believed their own propaganda.
They really thought they were the good guys.
They actually thought the Afghans would welcome Shah Shuja as a liberator. They failed to understand a fundamental dynamic of Afghan politics. Shah Shuja was illegitimate precisely because he was backed by foreign, non-Muslim armies.
And as the occupation drags on, the costs skyrocket. The British realize they are spending a fortune bribing the local Ghilzai tribal chiefs to keep the mountain passes open for their supply lines.
So they decide to cut costs.
Exactly. Some bean counter in Calcutta decides to cut the subsidies. Predictably, the tribes immediately close the passes and start attacking British convoys. The resentment in Kabul boils over into open rebellion in late 1841.
The Afghans rise up and assassinate the top British envoys, Alexander Burns and William McNaughton.
McNaughton is literally murdered during a parley, his body dragged through the streets.
And the British military command inside the cantonment, led by an elderly, infirm general named Elphinstone, completely freezes. They are paralyzed by indecision. They have troops. They could fight their way to the fortress, but instead they agree to a humiliating surrender. They negotiate a safe conduct retreat back to India.
In the dead of winter, January 1842, which brings us back to our opening hook.
Yes. 16,500 British troops, Indian sepoys, and camp followers leave the indefensible cantonment and march into the snow-choked passes. It is not a retreat, it is a death march.
The Afghans who promised safe conduct immediately break their word.
The freezing weather decimates the Indian troops who have no winter clothing. And the Ghilzai guerrilla fighters continuously harass them, firing their long-barreled Jezail rifles from the cliffs above, totally out of range of the British muskets.
Day by day, the column disintegrates into a frozen, bloody nightmare of panic, slaughter, and frostbite. Out of 16,500 people, Dr. Bryden is the only one who rides into Jalalabad. It is an absolute catastrophe.
The British do send an army of retribution the following year to burn down the Grand Bazaar in Kabul, an act of pure, vindictive vandalism, and rescue a few hostages. But the political reality is undeniable. Afghanistan is ungovernable for them. They withdraw entirely.
And the ultimate bitter irony. After spending hundreds of millions of pounds, losing tens of thousands of lives, and suffering global humiliation, who do the British allow to return to the throne in Kabul?
Dost Muhammad Khan.
The exact man they had invaded to overthrow 4 years earlier. They hit the ultimate reset button back to the exact political status quo of 1838, just with mountains of corpses. You'd think the British would have learned their lesson.
You would think so.
Dost Muhammad rules for a long time, slowly reunifies the fractured country, and dies. But the great game hasn't stopped. The Russian bear keeps creeping closer and closer through Central Asia, and the British paranoia in London flares up all over again.
Dost Muhammad's son, Sher Ali Khan, eventually secures the throne after a civil war. And Sher Ali is a pragmatist. He actually attempts to modernize the country. He sets up a postal system, he publishes the first Afghan newspaper, and he tries to build a professional standing army.
He just wants to be left alone to govern.
But in 1878, the crisis reignites. An uninvited Russian diplomatic mission suddenly arrives at the gates of Kabul.
Sher Ali begs them not to come. He knows it will trigger the British. But the Russians just show up anyway. The British in India are furious. They demand that Sher Ali immediately accept a British military mission of equal status. Sher Ali, trying to maintain his neutrality and sovereignty, stalls for time.
So what do the British do? They invade. Again.
This is the Second Anglo-Afghan War. The British push massive columns into Afghanistan. Sher Ali realizes his modernized army isn't ready, so he flees to the north, desperately hoping the Russians who started this mess will intervene and help him.
But the Russians, having successfully bluffed the British into overreacting and spending millions on a war, essentially lock the door. They tell Sher Ali to make his own peace. He dies broken-hearted and abandoned in northern Afghanistan.
So the British force his son to sign the Treaty of Gandamak in 1879, and this treaty is deeply humiliating. The Afghan emir officially surrenders control of Afghan foreign policy entirely to the British.
In exchange, the British agree to leave, but they insist on putting a resident envoy in Kabul to keep an eye on things, a man named Louis Cavagnari.
Cavagnari was arrogant and dismissive of Afghan culture. He believed his sheer presence would cow the locals. But the history of 1841 repeats itself almost verbatim.
Almost exactly.
Within months of his arrival, unpaid Afghan soldiers from Herat march on his residency demanding their back pay. When Cavagnari refuses and his guards fire on them, the soldiers mutiny. They storm the residency, burn it down, and murder Cavagnari and his entire escort.
The British are pulled right back in. They retaliate brutally. General Frederick Roberts marches a new army on Kabul. He sets up military tribunals, executes suspected rebels by the dozen, and attempts to pacify the region with an iron fist.
But the Afghans fight back. The resistance coalesces around an Afghan prince named Ayub Khan who marches out of Herat. And this leads to the Battle of Maiwand in 1880, where Ayub Khan absolutely crushes a British brigade. The British line breaks and they flee.
And this battle is famous in Afghan history for an incredible anecdote. There was a young Afghan woman there named Malalai. The Afghan flag bearer is killed by British fire, and the Afghan troops start to waver and fall back.
But Malalai steps up.
Malalai, who is there tending the wounded, sees this. She takes off her veil, uses it as a standard, walks into the line of fire, and shouts a Pashto poem to rally the warriors. She shames the men into fighting, turns the tide of the battle, and is killed in the volley. She is revered as the Afghan Joan of Arc.
It was a catastrophic tactical defeat for British arms. General Roberts has to make a legendary, grueling forced march from Kabul all the way to Kandahar to finally defeat Ayub Khan. But the strategic reality hits the British again. They can win battles, but they cannot afford to hold the country.
The insurgency is too costly. They realize they need a strong man to rule Kabul for them, someone ruthless enough to keep the tribes in check so the British don't have to.
And boy, did they find one. They find a nephew of Sher Ali, a man named Abdul.
He's been exiled in Russia for years. When he hears the British are looking for an emir, he rides down from Central Asia. He literally rides back into Afghanistan wearing a Russian uniform.
Which is incredibly ironic.
It is. But the British are so desperate to find an exit strategy, they back him anyway. They give him guns, money, and the crown.
Abdur Rahman Khan becomes known as the Iron Emir, ruling from 1880 to 1901. And he is a pivotal figure. He understands the fundamental equation of Afghan history. To prevent foreign invasion, you must have internal stability.
And to have internal stability in Afghanistan, you must absolutely crush the independent power of the tribes. He sets out to build a modern, centralized state using the tools of medieval terror.
He really does.
How does he actually do it?
By breaking the traditional power structures. He doesn't rely on tribal levies. He builds a massive state-paid standing army loyal only to him. He employs a vast, terrifying network of spies so that no one can plot against him.
A police state.
When tribes rebel, and they do, constantly, particularly the Ghilzai and the Hazaras, he responds with overwhelming genocidal violence. He executes thousands. He builds literal towers out of the skulls of rebels to serve as warnings.
Good Lord.
And strategically, he uses internal exile. He forcibly migrates thousands of rebellious Pashtun families away from their power bases in the south, relocating them to the north to dilute their power and create a loyal garrison class among the Uzbeks and Tajiks. He creates a unified state, but it is a deeply traumatized authoritarian one.
I have to throw in a crazy pop culture connection about the Battle of Maiwand before we move on. You, the listener, probably know Dr. John H. Watson, Sherlock Holmes's famous companion.
Right.
In the very first Sherlock Holmes story, Arthur Conan Doyle writes that Dr. Watson was a British army surgeon who was wounded by a Jezail bullet at the Battle of Maiwand. There's a funny real-life story where the Baker Street Irregulars, this big devoted Sherlock Holmes fan club, asked the Afghan government decades later if they could build a monument to Dr. Watson at Maiwand.
And the Afghans are just baffled.
They were totally baffled. They were like, wait, you want to build a monument for a fictional British doctor at the site where we historically massacred the British Army? Absolutely not.
It's a brilliant clash of literature, imperialism, and historical memory. But while the Iron Emir is brutally breaking the tribes internally to forge a nation, the external borders of that nation are being drawn entirely by outsiders.
Right. The British and the Russians are sitting in drawing rooms, using rulers to draw borders through mountains they've never seen, creating the modern map of Afghanistan as a deliberate buffer state to keep their empires from touching. And this leads to the infamous Padjo incident in 1885.
The Joint Boundary Commission is trying to draw the northern border between Afghanistan and Russian Central Asia. And they almost start World War III over a cartographic error.
An error on the map.
An Old English map mistakenly labeled a river ford as Koja Sala. The Russians occupied an oasis called Punjab, claiming it was north of the line. The British threatened war, believing it was south. Both global empires mobilized troops, ready to plunge the world into conflict over a tiny patch of desert because of a typo on a map.
The Afghans, whose land it actually was, just had to stand by and watch these two massive empires carve up their periphery. Which leads us directly into our final era, the dawn of modern Afghanistan. The borders are finally sealed, locking Afghanistan into its modern landlocked shape. As we enter the 20th century, the conflict shifts. It's no longer just about fighting foreign invaders. It becomes an intense internal battle for the soul of the country, a battle between deep, ancient tradition and radical, rapid modernization.
The Iron Emir dies peacefully in his bed in 1901, a rare feat in Afghan history. His son, Amir Habibullah, takes over smoothly. Habibullah is fascinating because he is obsessed with the trappings of modernity.
He loves gadgets.
He imports the country's first cars, and he actually orders the construction of the first paved roads just so he has somewhere to drive them. He loves photography and modern gadgets, but he's tinkering with the toys of modernity, not the structural reality of it.
The real structural shift, the intellectual revolution, begins with a man named Mahmud Tarzi. Tarzi is arguably one of the most important intellectual figures in modern Afghan history. He had been exiled to the Ottoman Empire by the Iron Emir.
And he didn't waste his time there.
No. While living in Damascus and Constantinople, he actively debated with the Young Turks, absorbing these new, radical, pan-Islamic and modernizing ideals that were sweeping the Middle East. When Habibullah finally allows him to return to Kabul, Tarzi brings a revolution of ideas in his suitcase.
Tarzi founds a newspaper, Siraj al-Akhbar, which quickly becomes a beacon for Afghan nationalists and intellectuals. He argues passionately that Afghanistan is falling behind. He writes that the country has to modernize its education system, embrace science, and reform its administration, or it will inevitably be swallowed by the European imperialists.
And he has a very eager pupil, his son-in-law, a young prince named Amanullah.
Yes.
When Habibullah is assassinated on a hunting trip in 1919, Amanullah seizes the throne. And Amanullah is a man of rapid, impatient action. He knows his domestic position is shaky, so to unify the country behind him, he plays the ultimate nationalist card. He immediately launched the Third Anglo-Afghan War.
It's a bold move. The British Empire is utterly exhausted from World War I. The Afghans attack the border and actually have some early tactical success, catching the British off guard. But the British respond with a terrifying new technology. It's 1919. The Royal Air Force flies over the mountains and drops bombs on Kabul and Jalalabad.
Imagine the psychological shock of that. You are a warrior culture used to fighting with rifles, swords, and cavalry in the mountain passes. You know how to fight the British on the ground. And suddenly, death is literally raining down from the sky, destroying the royal palace. There is nothing you can do to fight back.
The bombing is a profound psychological blow, and it forces Amanullah to the negotiating table. But politically, Amanullah wins the war. The British are too tired to occupy Afghanistan again.
So they signed a treaty.
In the Treaty of Rawalpindi in 1919, the British finally relinquished their control over Afghanistan's foreign affairs. Afghanistan, after decades of being a pawn in the great game, finally becomes a fully independent, sovereign nation on the world stage.
But this immense victory triggers a massive internal conflict. You have Tarzi, the thinker, and Amanullah, the activist. Tarzi wanted structural foundational reform. He wanted parliaments, political parties, and a slow integration of science education to build a modern society from the ground up.
But Amanullah wants to force rapid, superficial change overnight. Amanullah takes a tour of Europe in 1927, sees Paris and Berlin, and comes back wanting to transform Kabul into a European capital immediately.
He tries to ban the veil for women. He tries to force tribal elders in Kabul to wear Western suits and bowler hats. He changes the weekly day of rest.
He pushes too hard, too fast, without building the necessary consensus. He alienates the deeply conservative, rural, tribal, and religious leaders who see this not as modernization, but as westernization, a betrayal of Afghan culture.
And that disconnect, the massive gap between the rapid modernization of the elite in Kabul and the deep traditionalism of the rural tribes, leads directly to Amanullah being overthrown by a rebellion just a decade later. It perfectly highlights the eternal tension in Afghan history. The center attempting to control and modernize the periphery, and the periphery resisting with armed force.
It is a cycle that we see repeated throughout the 20th and 21st centuries.
So what does this all mean? When we look back at the incredible whiplash this country has endured, we are asking you, the listener, to consider a people who went from sword-wielding tribal cavalry fighting the Mughals and Safavids to being bombed by British airplanes, all in the span of just a few generations.
It is a history defined by immense trauma, relentless geopolitical pressure, but also profound, undeniable resilience.
Let's do a quick recap of this massive journey. We started with the Kushans building a wealthy Buddhist golden age on the Silk Road. We saw Genghis Khan drop the Mongol atom bomb and literally erase the agricultural landscape.
We watched the teenage Mahmud the Ghilzai starve Isfahan and completely lose his mind on the Persian throne.
We saw Ahmad Shah Durrani crowned with a simple sheaf of wheat to build a fragile, massive empire. We watched the utter arrogance of the British in the Great Game lead to the frozen slaughter of an entire army in 1842.
We saw the Iron Emir ruthlessly crush his own people to build a modern state, and Mahmud Tarzi spark an intellectual awakening that brought airplanes to the skies of Kabul.
What a journey.
And as we close this deep dive, I want to leave you with a final thought, turning back to the core philosophy of Mahmud Tarzi. In his writings, as he desperately pushed his country toward modernization, he constantly asked his readers one fundamental, challenging question: what is knowledge?
What is knowledge?
He argued passionately that simply teaching religious texts by rote memorization wasn't enough. He reminded his people that Muslims once carried the torch of science, astronomy, and medicine during the dark ages of Europe. He believed that to survive in the modern industrialized world, they had to reclaim that heritage. They had to embrace modern technology, natural science, and social science. He firmly believed that dogma was not the same thing as truth.
And that is a question that hits incredibly hard today. In our own era, we aren't isolated in mountain valleys, but we are drowning in an absolute overload of information. We have the sum of human data in our pockets. But how often do we mistake dogma or a comfortable algorithm's echo chamber or just a massive pile of unverified data for actual foundational truth?
Tarzi's question is more urgent for us now than it was a century ago. What is actual knowledge? And if your core beliefs are worthwhile, aren't they worthy of being challenged by new information?
Remember how we started this journey? We talked about tectonic plates, about massive, rigid structures grinding against each other, creating unimaginable pressure, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. Afghanistan is the physical fault line where the empires of history collided. But Tarzi is warning us about the tectonic plates inside our own minds. If your worldview is totally rigid, if it can't shift and adapt to new knowledge and new complexities, the pressure of reality will eventually shatter it entirely.
A powerful thought to leave on.
Thank you for joining us on this incredible deep dive into the sources of Afghan history. Keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep learning.
In November 1933, a 16-year-old student just walks up to the king of Afghanistan and shoots him dead.
Right, which, usually means total chaos.
Exactly. Normally, in the context of the history we've been covering on this deep dive, a moment like that plunges a nation into just uncontrollable anarchy.
Yeah, especially a nation that had just clawed its way out of a brutal civil war like only 4 years earlier.
But this time it didn't. Instead, that assassination somehow kicks off this 30-year period of relative stability.
It's wild. It's one of the most counterintuitive pivots in modern geopolitical history, really.
I mean, we're talking massive economic booms and this absolute masterclass in how a small nation could play the U.S. and the Soviet Union against each other.
Right, during the absolute peak of the Cold War.
And that is exactly what we're getting into today. So welcome to the deep dive, everyone.
If you've been following along, this is a direct continuation of our ongoing look into monarchs and modernization.
Yeah, today we are parking ourselves in Afghanistan from roughly 1929 to 1963.
We're going to unpack the reigns of Nadir Shah and his son Zahir Shah.
Plus the powerful uncles who ruled from behind the curtain and this monumental infrastructure failure called the Helmand Valley Project.
And we can't forget the Pashtunistan border crisis. I mean, that nearly ignited a regional war.
But before we really jump into the mechanics of this era, we should probably set some ground rules for you listening.
Yeah, that's important. We are dealing with some highly charged historical material today.
Very charged. We're talking intense border disputes, Cold War proxy maneuvering, regime changes.
So we want to be totally clear with you that we're exploring these events strictly through the factual lens of our historical sources.
Right. We are absolutely not taking sides or endorsing any political maneuvers by any faction.
Our mission here is simply to unpack the mechanics of what happened, why it happened, and, how it shaped the region.
Okay, so let's jump into the aftermath of that civil war. It's 1929. The radical reformer King Amanullah is out.
He tried to force Western modernization on a deeply conservative society, and, well, he was overthrown.
The dust settles, and General Mohammed Nadir Khan takes the throne. He becomes King Mohammed Nadir Shah.
And he possesses this ruthless pragmatism. I mean, he looks at the smoldering ruins of his predecessor's reign.
I have to imagine he's thinking, I need to do the exact opposite of what that guy did.
That is precisely the defining philosophy of his early reign. He understood who held the actual kinetic power in the country.
The conservative religious leaders and the tribal factions, right?
Exactly. Because they had literally just proved it by toppling a king. So his first move is aggressive rollback.
He just abolishes Amanullah's progressive reforms by royal decree.
Yes, which meant a sudden, harsh reversal for women in the country.
Our sources note that women were immediately put back into the shagri, the full-body veil.
And the practice of purdah was strictly enforced again.
Can we break down the mechanics of purdah for a second? Because it's a lot more than just a dress code, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's an entire socio-spatial system. I mean, purdah translates roughly to curtain or veil, but in practice, it's the systematic separation of women from any men outside their immediate family.
So it dictates everything. Architecture, economics.
Yeah, homes have to be built with high walls and segregated courtyards. And it essentially removes women from the visible public workforce.
And public education, right.
Right. So Nadir Shah didn't just reinstate a dress code. He reinstated a foundational, conservative social structure.
Basically to signal to those religious leaders that the radical Western experiments were over.
Exactly. He actively empowered those conservative leaders, essentially rebuilding the throne on the backs of the people who had just destroyed the previous one.
Which is a bold move. So he pacifies the country, subdues some uprisings with a pretty extreme brutality.
Very extreme.
And then in 1931, he decides he needs to codify his power, so he introduces a new constitution.
Yes, the 1931 Constitution.
And reading through the details of this document, I mean, it feels completely schizophrenic.
It really does. Structurally, the framers essentially Frankensteined it together.
It doesn't seem like a functional legal document at all.
Well, they pulled elements from the Turkish Constitution, the Iranian Constitution, and the French Constitution.
Wow.
They even salvaged pieces of Amanullah's scrapped 1923 Constitution.
Okay, so they have all these imported Western secular legal frameworks.
Right, and then they layered all of that with the Hanafi Sharia of Sunni Islam, plus unwritten local tribal customs.
Wait, how do you even enforce that? Because Western constitutional law is usually about rigid, universal rules.
Yeah, and Hanafi Sharia relies heavily on scholarly consensus, analogy, and local context.
Trying to bolt those two systems together feels like trying to update a smartphone using punch cards. The codes are totally incompatible.
The incompatibility was likely the point, to be honest. It functioned less as a blueprint for governance and more as a mechanism for political illusion.
Ah, so it looked great to foreign diplomats.
Exactly. It created this elaborate facade of a modern parliamentary system while practically cementing a royal oligarchy.
Give me an example of how that actually worked in the text.
Well, the Constitution proudly declared that the government was responsible to the parliament. But in the same document, it required all members of parliament to swear absolute loyalty to the government.
Wow, that is a perfectly closed loop.
And the section on individual rights is even wilder. Section 3 guarantees freedom from imprisonment without due process.
Sounds good so far.
It also guarantees freedom from slavery and property confiscation. But then Article 10 slaps a massive caveat on the whole thing.
Oh boy, what's the caveat?
It explicitly states that citizens only get to enjoy these rights if they observe all the injunctions and prohibitions of the government regarding religious and political matters.
Oh, I see. So it creates a legal mechanism where the state can strip you of your fundamental rights the exact moment you disagree with them.
Precisely. And the legal system itself was bifurcated. You had a religious court system running parallel to a semi-secular system.
Which means justice is entirely inconsistent depending on which court you end up in.
Exactly. Minorities faced systemic discrimination, and women were not specifically mentioned in the Constitution at all.
Leaving them in a deeply vulnerable legal void.
Right. So Nadir Shah constructs this self-contradictory legal machine to lock down his authority.
But while he's busy writing constitutions, there is this generational blood feud boiling right under his feet.
The rivalry between Nadir Shah's family, the Musahibans, and the Charki family.
Yeah, the Charpis had been big supporters of the ousted King Amanullah.
So Nadir Shah tries to play nice at first. He invites Ghulam Nabi Charki back to Kabul from exile.
And we get this incredibly tense diplomatic scene in 1932. Paint the picture for us.
So the setting is the Dilkusha Palace in Kabul. Nadir Shah officially receives Ghulam Nabi.
And there are foreign diplomats present, right?
Yes, observing the whole interaction. Nadir Shah maintains this unruffled courtesy, projecting the image of a magnanimous monarch.
But observers reported seeing something else entirely from Ghulam Nabi.
Right? They reported seeing a look of pure, unadulterated hatred on Ghulam Nabi's face the moment the king turned his back.
That gives me chills. And shortly after that cold greeting, a rebellion breaks out in the Jadran-Pushtun region.
And the government claims they have irrefutable evidence that Ghulam Nabi orchestrated it. They charge him with high treason.
But Ghulam Nabi doesn't back down at all, right? He just verbally attacks the king in public.
He does. So Nadir Shah, dropping all pretense of a constitutional trial, orders his execution right there on the spot.
Wow, just executed right there.
Yeah. And to understand the fallout of this, we have to look at the mechanics of the badal, or revenge, within the Pushtunwali tribal code.
Right, because in Western politics, executing a rival might just end the threat.
Exactly. But in this cultural context, an execution of that magnitude doesn't eliminate a problem. It creates a binding obligation for retaliation.
The Charki family wasn't just angry, they were culturally mandated to balance the ledger of blood.
And that ledger gets balanced internationally.
Right. So in June 1933, Nadir Shah's elder brother, who's the Afghan ambassador to Germany, is assassinated in Berlin by an Afghan student.
And later that year, another Afghan student attacks the British embassy in Kabul, trying to provoke a British intervention.
And then we get the climax, November 8th, 1933, exactly 1 year to the day after Ghulam Nabi was executed.
The timing is so critical there. Anniversaries hold immense weight in these dynamics.
What happens?
Nadir Shah is attending an awards presentation on the palace grounds. A 16-year-old student named Abdul Khalik steps forward with a pistol.
And this student has ties to the Charki family, right?
Yes. Sources identify him as either the natural son, adopted son, or the son of a favored retainer of Ghulam Nabi.
And he shoots the king dead.
He does. And this brings us back to our opening thought.
Right. The king is dead, assassinated by a teenager tied to a rival family.
In a country that tore itself to pieces in a civil war just 4 years earlier.
Why didn't the whole system completely collapse again? I mean, logically, Nadir Shah's powerful brother, Shah Mahmud, who controls the army. He should have seized the throne, locked up the teenage crown prince, and started a fratricidal war.
In many other historical contexts, that is precisely what would have happened.
So what stopped him?
We see a fascinating cultural mechanism override raw political ambition here. This initiates a 20-year span known as the avuncular period.
Meaning the rule of the uncles.
Exactly. It aligns with deeply rooted Islamic and tribal patterns of paternal replacement.
Okay, so how does that work in practice?
When a patriarch dies, the paternal uncles step in not to usurp the heirs, but to assume the father's protective rights and obligations.
So family solidarity actually outmuscled individual ambition. That's incredible.
It really is. The 19-year-old crown prince, Muhammad Zahir Shah, gets the crown. He reigns, but his uncles essentially rule.
Hashim Khan acts as prime minister, Shah Mahmud controls the military, and Shah Wali handles diplomacy.
They form a protective ring around the young king, and by doing that, they provided an incredibly rare commodity in Afghan history up to that point.
Sustained stability at the top.
Precisely. Because the uncles weren't expending their resources fighting each other in a civil war, they could direct the energy of the state outward.
Specifically toward economic development.
Yeah, this stability laid the groundwork for a massive laissez-faire economic boom.
Which brings us to some truly wild entrepreneurial history in the 1930s.
We see the rise of these massive business tycoons in Afghanistan. You have Abdulmajid Zabuli, Lusher Khan Nashir, and a guy named Abdulaziz Londoni.
Londoni has to have one of the best origin stories I've ever read.
He is the quintessential example of early 20th century frontier capitalism.
Let's break down his hustle, because the mechanics of it are just brilliant. His father's business, which exported fox furs and sheepskin coats to British India, is failing after World War I.
Right, they are going broke. So Londoni decides to take a massive gamble.
He liquidates everything. I mean, he trades his actual household furniture for Afghan carpets. Everyone thinks he's lost his mind.
But he had a plan. He takes these carpets north, crossing the border into Soviet Central Asia, specifically to Tashkent and Bukhara.
But why carpets, of all things?
Well, in the chaotic post-revolutionary economy of early Soviet Central Asia, consumer goods and traditional stores of wealth held more stable barter value than fluctuating currencies.
Oh, I see. He knew he couldn't just walk in with Afghan cash.
Right. He needed a universally desired commodity, so he traded those carpets for coracle.
Coracle being those very specific, tightly curled sheepskins used for luxury hats and coats, right?
Correct. And the arbitrage, the price difference between markets was staggering.
How staggering.
Londoni acquired these skins at an exchange value of roughly 1 rupee per skin in Soviet territory. He then transported them all the way south to Peshawar in British India.
And sold them for what?
6 rupees a skin.
Wow. A 500% profit.
Exactly. He took that profit, bought tea in India, shipped it back up to Afghanistan, sold it, and effectively ignited a massive trade network.
He takes this obscure regional trade and just scales it up completely. By 1922, he introduces these coracle skins to the London market.
Which is how he gets the nickname Londoni, by the way.
Ah, that makes sense. He eventually starts supplying New York, too. He single-handedly turns sheepskins into Afghanistan's primary source of hard foreign currency.
But he doesn't stop there. He goes back to Tashkent in 1925, and he notices something about the Soviets.
What does he notice?
He observes their immense demand for raw materials to fuel their industrialization, specifically cotton.
Okay.
More importantly, he recognized a geographical reality. Northern Afghanistan shares the exact same ecological and climatic conditions as Soviet Uzbekistan.
And Uzbekistan was already a major cotton producer.
Right. So he walks up to the Soviets and says, I can supply you with cotton.
Which is incredibly bold, considering he knew absolutely nothing about farming cotton.
Zero experience, but he pulls it off in 8 months.
And this kicks off the era of white gold in Afghanistan.
Londoni partners with another tycoon, Zabuli, who had just created the country's first major investment bank, the Bank of Melli.
And they set their sights on northern Afghanistan, specifically the Kunduz region. But there is a massive problem with Kunduz.
Kunduz was essentially a sprawling malarial swamp.
The local proverb was literally, go to Kunduz and die.
Right. The land was incredibly cheap. I mean, they were buying 1,000 acres for the equivalent of $1 an acre.
Unbelievable.
But to make it arable for cotton, they had to drain the swamps and build extensive irrigation infrastructure.
So the question was, how do you find the labor force for a region universally known as a death trap?
You can't just put an ad in the paper. So they utilized a system that was half persuasion, half brute force coercion.
Can you explain the Shirkat system and how the government forced this economic miracle into existence?
Sure. A Shirkat is essentially a joint stock company operating as a state-backed monopoly.
Okay.
The government, desperate to replenish its treasury after the Civil War, forcefully encouraged wealthy landowners to buy shares in these new northern companies.
Basically, if you were a prominent family, you didn't really have a choice. It was a tax disguised as an investment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And as for the actual physical labor, that fell to local governors like Sher Khan Nashir.
How did he get people to work in the swamps?
He utilized corvée labor, basically forced labor. He drafted local peasants and tribesmen to drain the swamps under incredibly harsh malarial conditions.
That's awful.
The Shirkat monopoly system guaranteed artificially high profit margins for the royal family and wealthy investors. But the laborers who physically built it saw virtually none of that wealth.
So it was an economic boom built entirely on a highly stratified, exploitative labor structure.
Yes.
So the economy is roaring, the treasury is filling up, but it's the late 1930s, the rest of the world is catching fire.
World War II begins.
And Afghanistan, true to form, declares absolute neutrality just like they did in World War I.
But in 1941, that neutrality hits a massive existential roadblock.
The British and the Soviets, who are now allies, issue a joint ultimatum to Kabul: expel all non-diplomatic Axis personnel immediately.
Meaning Germans and Italians. And to understand the panic this caused in Kabul, you have to look at the geopolitical map of 1941.
Right. Prime Minister Hashim Khan only has to look at his western border to see the consequences of defying them.
Just months prior, the British and the Soviets had issued the exact same ultimatum to Iran.
And the Iranian government hesitated, trying to maintain their neutrality.
Yes, and in response, British and Soviet forces launched a massive, coordinated invasion of Iran, crushing its military in days.
Just to secure a southern supply corridor to the Soviet Union?
So the Afghans are staring down the barrel of a gun. They know a joint Russo-British force will roll across their borders next if they say no.
But capitulating to a foreign demand is a massive insult to Afghan sovereignty. It violates their deeply ingrained cultural tradition of sanctuary.
They want to fight. They start mobilizing tribes, but cooler heads prevail.
And they engineer what might be one of the most brilliant, face-saving diplomatic loopholes of the 20th century.
It was a masterstroke. Instead of issuing an order specifically expelling Germans and Italians,
which would have been seen as bowing to the Allies?
Right. Instead, the Afghan government announced a blanket policy. They expelled all non-diplomatic citizens of all belligerent nations,
citing their strict neutrality. That is incredible. We aren't kicking out your enemies because you ordered us to. We are kicking out everyone whose country is fighting.
Exactly. And in practical terms, the Axis powers had a much larger footprint of engineers and merchants in Afghanistan than the Allies did.
So the British and Soviets got exactly what they wanted, the removal of Axis influence.
But the Afghan government never technically surrendered to a targeted ultimatum. To solidify this, they convened a Loya Jirga, a grand tribal assembly.
And they officially endorse the expulsion, but also declare a holy war against any nation that attempts armed interference in their territory.
So they successfully thread the needle. They sit out the bloodiest war in human history.
They become this bizarre Asian Switzerland, where spies from every major power are operating in the cafes of Kabul.
And because they are neutral, their economy actually thrives during the war, selling agricultural surplus to British India.
The war ends. We move into the late 1940s. A new uncle, Shah Mahmud, takes over as prime minister in 1946.
And he looks at the changing world order and decides to try a massive experiment. He allows a degree of democracy.
This kicks off the era known as the Liberal Parliament, roughly from 1949 to 1952.
Shah Mahmud was influenced by a rising generation of Western-educated Afghans who wanted political modernization to match the economic boom.
He permits relatively free elections, resulting in a parliament where about 40 to 50 of the 120 members were genuinely reform-minded.
And these reformers didn't just sit there. They started doing things that terrified the old guard.
Like what?
They started aggressively questioning cabinet ministers about where the budget money was going. They exposed systemic corruption.
And in a system where patronage and corruption were essentially the load-bearing pillars of the government, that's incredibly destabilizing.
They also passed legislation allowing for a free press, which immediately changed the intellectual landscape of Kabul.
Small, independent newspapers emerged, right? Publications like Watan and Angar.
Yeah, their circulation was tiny, maybe 1,500 copies an issue, but their impact was explosive.
They launched vicious attacks on the conservative religious establishment and the ruling clique.
It spilled over into the universities, too. At Kabul University, the students form a union.
They start holding these massive debates about communism, atheism, the role of religion in a modern state.
They're writing and performing plays that openly mock the royal family.
It feels like they were given the keys to a democratic machine and immediately slammed the gas pedal to the floor without checking the brakes.
The government absolutely panics because they fundamentally misunderstood the mechanics of a loyal opposition.
In a mature democracy, criticism is a feature of the system.
Right, but to an authoritarian regime accustomed to unquestioned obedience, any organized opposition is perceived as an existential threat.
They saw it as a direct precursor to a coup.
So the students and the liberal press pushed the boundaries too far, too rapidly, alienating the moderate population by attacking deeply held beliefs.
And the hammer comes down. In 1951, they dissolved the student union.
As the 1952 elections approach, the government shuts down all the independent newspapers.
And they throw about 25 of the leading liberal figures into prison. The democratic experiment is crushed entirely.
And this failure triggers a massive pivot in government strategy.
The regime essentially says, political modernization is too messy, let's abandon it and focus 100% on physical, structural progress.
And that pivot leads us to what has to be one of the most heartbreaking cautionary tales in the history of international development.
The Helmand Valley Project.
When you analyze mid-20th century global development, the Helmand Valley Project stands out as the quintessential example of technological hubris.
The Afghan government partnered with Morrison Knudsen, this massive American engineering firm famous for building the Hoover Dam.
Their objective was to tame the Helmand River system. And this wasn't a localized project. The Helmand watershed encompasses roughly 40% of Afghanistan's total land area.
They are trying to re-engineer almost half the country.
The vision was breathtaking. They wanted to build these colossal dams, the Arghan Dam and the Kajaki, to control the spring floods.
They want to generate hydroelectric power and essentially make the desert bloom.
And if you look purely at the physical engineering, the concrete and the steel, it was a spectacular success.
The Kajaki Dam alone was this towering 300-foot structure holding back a 32-mile-long reservoir.
But the tragedy of the Helmand Valley Project lies in the complete absence of what we might call human engineering.
Okay, let's dig into that. When you say human engineering, it's like building the most powerful computer in the world, plugging it in, but forgetting to install an operating system the user actually knows how to interact with.
That is an excellent way to conceptualize it. The machine is powerful, but if the interface fails, the whole system crashes.
So what was their flawed assumption?
Both the American engineers and the Afghan bureaucrats operated on the assumption that simply providing the technological mechanism year-round water would automatically result in prosperity.
They entirely failed to account for the actual people living there.
The non-literate peasant tribal societies in the valley. The disaster with the old villagers is the perfect example of this.
These are farming communities that have lived along the river for centuries, right? Their whole cycle is synchronized with the natural seasonal floods.
Exactly. So the dams are finished, the Americans open the gates, and this unprecedented bounty of water comes flowing down during the off-season.
The farmers see this, they think it's a blessing, but literally no one has taught them the mechanics of year-round irrigation.
The essential agricultural extension work, the ground-level education, was never done.
The traditional water masters, the Mirabs, had no framework for managing constant abundance.
So the farmers did what they had always done. They flooded their fields.
But because there's no dry season to bake the land anymore, the water just sits there.
Yes. The localized water table rose dramatically. This constant moisture led to a huge proliferation of weeds,
Which the farmers didn't have the tools to control.
and furthermore, the rich, natural silt that had historically fertilized the land during the violent floods was now trapped behind the concrete dams.
So the water reaching the fields was clean, but ecologically sterile.
The net result was catastrophic. In several established farming districts, crop yields plummeted by up to 50%.
After the introduction of the multi-million-dollar irrigation system, they spent millions to cut the food supply in half.
But as bad as that was, the situation for the new villagers at a place called Nadi Ali was so much worse.
The government had this sweeping sociological goal here. They wanted to take nomadic Pushtun tribesmen and force them to settle down as stationary farmers.
This policy was rooted in a profound misunderstanding of nomadic economics. Planners assumed nomads only migrated because they were too poor to own land.
They completely failed to recognize that nomadism is a highly specialized adaptation to an arid environment.
So in 1954, the government forcefully settled roughly 2,500 nomadic families at Nadi Ali. They often required military escorts just to keep them there.
And they completely ignored tribal affiliations, throwing bitter rivals into the same newly constructed villages.
To incentivize them, the government gave each family a starter package: 30 jurubs of land, which is about 15 acres, some cash, an ox, and seed.
But it wasn't a grant, it was a loan,
A
right?
huge loan. The moment they accepted the package, they were saddled with a 20-year debt of about 17,800 Afghanis.
They are totally trapped. And here's the fatal flaw in the plan. The land they were given was geologically toxic for farming.
The project completely failed to conduct adequate subterranean soil surveys.
What was under the soil?
Just inches below the surface at Nadi Ali lay a dense, impermeable layer of boulder conglomerate.
So when these new farmers plowed their 15 acres and applied the heavy irrigation water from the new dams,
The water had nowhere to drain.
it just hits the rock layer and stops.
Yes. The water pooled beneath the surface, and as the intense desert sun evaporated the standing water, it triggered a capillary action.
Meaning it drew massive amounts of deep soil salts up to the surface.
Exactly. Within a very short period, the fertile topsoil was either washed away or transformed into a hard, white, toxic salt crust.
They took ancient herders, chained them to a 20-year mortgage on a patch of land turning into a salt flat, and told them to grow wheat.
It is mind-boggling hubris. The outcome was entirely predictable. Within 2 years, half of those families just walked away.
They abandoned the houses, defaulted on the debt, and went back to the mountains.
It remains one of the most vivid case studies in the danger of top-down, purely technological development.
It proves you can't just graft Western infrastructure onto a traditional society without doing the human engineering.
Absolutely.
And while the Afghan government is sinking millions into the saline mud of Nadi Ali, an entirely different kind of disaster is brewing on their eastern border.
A geopolitical crisis that would define the next decade of Afghan history. The Pashtunistan issue.
To understand why this nearly started a war, we have to rewind slightly and look at the legacy of British imperialism, specifically the Durand Line.
The Durand Line was established in 1893 by a British diplomat, Sir Mortimer Durand, to demarcate the boundary between Afghanistan and British India.
The critical issue here is that it was drawn primarily for British strategic defense.
Yes, cutting directly through the ethnic heartland of the Pushtun people, artificially dividing tribes and families.
On the British side of the line, they governed the Pashtuns through a bifurcated system.
They had settled districts and semi-autonomous tribal agencies where the British largely let tribal law prevail in exchange for peace.
Fast forward to 1947, World War II has exhausted the British Empire. They're pulling out, partitioning British India into India and Pakistan.
They hold referendums in these Pushtun areas to let the people decide their fate, but they only give them a binary choice.
Do you want to join India or do you want to join Pakistan?
And that binary choice is the foundational grievance of the Afghan government.
Afghanistan argued that because the tribal agencies had operated as largely independent entities with their own treaties, the abrogation of those treaties meant the tribes deserved a third option.
The choice of full sovereign independence. They wanted to create a new nation carved out of the borderlands, called Pashtunistan.
The logic was, you can't just forcefully inherit our ethnic brothers into a brand new country without letting them choose self-determination.
But the British entirely ignore the protest. The referendums proceed, the tribal agencies are legally absorbed into Pakistan, and Kabul is furious.
Afghanistan becomes the only country in the world to vote against Pakistan's admission into the UN.
And that diplomatic insult quickly devolves into a grueling economic war. This is where geographic realities become a weapon.
Because Afghanistan is landlocked, the vast majority of its international trade had to travel south by truck to Pakistan, then to the port of Karachi.
Pakistan, angered by the Afghan rhetoric, began leveraging this geographic choke point through bureaucratic warfare.
They instituted what they called slowdowns. Let's look at how a slowdown actually destroys a transit economy, because it's not an official embargo, right?
Correct, it's death by bureaucracy. Pakistani customs officials would subject Afghan transit goods to agonizingly slow inspections.
They deliberately limited the number of railway cars allocated to transport Afghan cargo.
And this is where the financial mechanism of demurrage becomes devastating.
Right, demurrage charges.
Demurrage is essentially a daily penalty fee charged to a merchant when their cargo sits in a port or rail yard beyond the allotted time.
Because Pakistani officials were intentionally delaying the goods, Afghan merchants were hit with massive compounding demurrage fees.
By the time their cotton or fruit finally made it onto a ship, the penalty fees had entirely erased their profit margins.
The Afghan transit economy begins to suffocate, and the conflict doesn't stay bureaucratic for long.
Blood is spilled. In 1949, a Pakistani aircraft bombs the village of Mogulgai, which sits over 2,000 yards inside the Afghan border.
Pakistan claims it was a navigational error, a total accident. But the Afghans don't buy it.
In response, they convene a massive Loya Jirga and take the nuclear option in border diplomacy.
They officially declare that every single historical border treaty ever signed with the British, including the Durand Line itself, is completely dead and void.
That declaration shifted the dispute from political rhetoric to physical conflict.
Afghan Lashkars, which are irregular tribal raiding parties, began crossing into Pakistani territory,
with the stated objective of planting the flag of an independent Pashtunistan on the banks of the Indus River.
Pakistan retaliates by instituting the first hard blockade of vital resources, cutting off Afghan petroleum imports entirely.
This is a crisis moment for Kabul. They have no gas. They desperately need a market for their wool and cotton, which are rotting in warehouses.
They go to the United States and beg for help. But the U.S. brushes them off, viewing it as a petty regional squabble.
So, facing total economic collapse, Afghanistan looks for a pressure release valve. They turn their gaze north, toward the Soviet Union.
And this decision alters the trajectory of the Cold War in South Asia.
In July 1950, Afghanistan and the Soviet Union signed a massive 4-year barter agreement.
The mechanics of this barter system are crucial because it completely removes hard currency from the equation, right?
Exactly. When you are blocked from international shipping lanes, your ability to earn or spend dollars or pounds evaporates.
So the Soviets offered a direct physical exchange of goods.
They swapped essential Russian commodities, primarily petroleum and textiles, directly for Afghan wool and cotton.
And they offered incredibly favorable, subsidized exchange rates that Pakistan or the West just couldn't match.
They literally drove trucks of Soviet gas to the northern border and swapped them for trucks of Afghan cotton.
It completely bypassed the southern ports. The Russian gas started flowing so heavily that the Afghan government didn't even have to ration it in Kabul anymore.
The Soviets also threw in offers to build massive gasoline storage tanks and take over all oil exploration in the north.
Think about the chain of cause and effect here. An unresolved border dispute drawn by a British diplomat in 1893 created an ethnic friction,
which Pakistan tried to solve by weaponizing port fees,
which literally forced Afghanistan's economy into the waiting arms of the Soviet Union.
It is a textbook example of how localized, seemingly obscure regional frictions shift the balance of power globally.
U.S. policymakers failed to comprehend the existential severity of the blockade, and the Soviets instantly capitalized on it.
And this massive pivot toward the Soviets sets the stage for a total shakeup in Kabul's leadership.
It's 1953. The rule of the cautious uncles comes to an end. They step aside.
And a younger, much more aggressive leader takes power in a bloodless, family-approved coup. Prime Minister Sardar Mohammad Daud Khan,
who is the king's first cousin.
Daud Khan took power fueled by immense frustration with the status quo.
He looked at the slow-motion failure of the Helmand Valley Project, resented the lack of U.S. engagement, and thought his uncles had been weak on the Pashtunistan issue.
His governing philosophy was rooted in egotism.
the belief that the state must take absolute centralized control of the economy to force rapid modernization.
Daoud is fascinating because he is an ultimate gambler. He looks at the Cold War and doesn't see a threat. He sees leverage.
He adopts a policy of strict non-alignment, but actively plays both sides against the middle.
First, he goes to the Americans and asks for modern military aid to upgrade the army.
The U.S. says sure, but only if you sign on to the Baghdad Pact, which is a regional anti-communist alliance.
Daoud refuses to compromise his neutrality. He walks right out of the American embassy, goes straight to the Soviet bloc, and buys $25 million worth of tanks, MiG jets, and arms.
That purchase sent shockwaves through Washington. But Daoud correctly diagnosed the psychology of the Cold War.
He realized both superpowers were paralyzed by the fear of losing strategic influence.
By engaging the Soviets, he turned Afghanistan into a competitive arena. He essentially told both superpowers, I am going to modernize my country. You can either pay for it or your enemy will.
The resulting competition is almost comical in its scale. They start trying to outbuild each other.
The Americans decide to flex their engineering muscle by building a massive state-of-the-art international airport in the southern city of Kandahar.
They pour millions into it, designing it as a major refueling hub. But the pace of technology betrays them.
By the time the airport is finished, the jet age has fully arrived. Long-haul jets don't need to refuel in Kandahar anymore.
So this multi-million-dollar American marvel just sits there in the desert, a beautiful, empty white elephant?
Meanwhile, the Soviets focused on highly visible, immediate impact infrastructure.
What were they building?
They built a massive grain silo and a highly mechanized bakery right in the capital city of Kabul. It was designed to physically feed the urban population.
Though it is worth noting, even the Soviets stumbled over local cultural nuances here.
Shortly after the bakery opened, a mob agitated by conservative clerics actually attacked the facility and smashed its windows.
And the reason why is fascinating. It wasn't about capitalism versus communism. It was about the yeast.
The Soviet machinery was designed to produce thick, leavened bread.
But traditional Afghans despised this style. They called it nani sharavi, or Russian bread. They vastly preferred their traditional thin flatbreads.
It highlights a recurring theme of immense technological investment running aground on local tradition.
But the competition raged on. The U.S. paved the highways from the south. The Soviets paved them from the north.
But Daoud wasn't just interested in asphalt. He was determined to engineer a radical social revolution, specifically regarding women.
In 1959, he orchestrates his boldest maneuver yet regarding the chadri, the veil.
Daoud wants women in the workforce. He knows rapid industrialization requires maximizing the labor pool.
But he remembers exactly why King Amanullah was overthrown 30 years prior, for trying to ban the veil by decree.
So Daoud decides to fight the religious establishment on their own turf, which is theology.
This is brilliant. He gathered his top Islamic legal scholars and told them to study the Quran and Hanafi Sharia traditions.
Their objective was to find theological precedent regarding the veil, and they found an absence of a requirement.
They concluded that while modesty is commanded, there is no strict mandate that requires the face to be covered by the chadri.
Armed with this justification, Daoud bypassed the legislative process entirely. He orchestrated a fait accompli.
During a massive public military parade in 1959, the wives and daughters of the royal family and cabinet ministers simply appeared in the VIP stands with their faces uncovered.
The shock value was massive. He didn't force anyone to take it off, but the message was unmistakable.
The state supports this, and we dare you to challenge it.
In Kabul, it was largely accepted. But when news reaches the conservative provinces, the reaction is explosive.
This brings us to the Kandahar riots of December 1959.
Conservative religious leaders and landlords ripped the local bazaar workers into a violent frenzy.
They attacked a local cinema, vandalized a girls' school, and laid siege to a women's public bathhouse.
Now, a weak leader would have tried to negotiate. Amanullah would have issued apologies. What does Daoud do?
He deploys the army, the newly modernized Soviet-equipped military he spent 6 years building. He sends tanks into the streets of Kandahar.
The troops are ordered to open fire. The riot is violently suppressed within hours.
Daoud is using heavily armed, foreign-supplied force to violently compel social progress. You have to wonder, is he basically just Amanullah 2.0?
While the ideological goal was similar, the mechanics of power were fundamentally different. Amanullah operated on idealism and alienated his own military.
Right, leaving himself defenseless.
Daoud built his entire political foundation upon the military. He ensured the officer corps was fiercely loyal and well-equipped.
So when he implemented reform, he wasn't hoping for public acceptance. He was backing it with overwhelming kinetic force.
He controlled the pace of social change through the barrel of a tank.
But for all his brilliance, Dawood had a fatal flaw. He was completely emotionally consumed by the Pashtunistan issue.
He could not let it go. And that obsession triggered an economic collapse in the early 1960s.
Across the border in Pakistan, Field Marshal Ayub Khan instituted the one-unit plan consolidating West Pakistan.
To Dawood, this looked like the final administrative erasure of the autonomous tribal agencies.
The propaganda war gets toxic, and it spills into physical combat. In 1960 and 1961, Dawood authorizes Afghan troops to dress as tribesmen and cross the border into Bajar to incite rebellion.
But the plan completely backfires. The local Pakistani Pashtuns actually join forces with the Pakistani military to fight off the disguised Afghans.
And Pakistan escalates massively by deploying F-86 jets to bomb the Afghan positions.
The diplomatic rupture was total. Pakistan formally closed all consulates in Afghanistan and demanded Kabul shut down its missions in Pakistan.
When Dawood refused, Pakistan severed all diplomatic relations and entirely sealed the border.
And when we say sealed, we mean nothing moved.
The Afghan fresh fruit crop literally sat in trucks at the border and rotted in the sun. Vital U.S. aid equipment was paralyzed on the docks.
The U.S. panics and sends a special envoy, but it's a brick wall. Dawood refuses to stop demanding Pashtunistan, and Ayub Khan refuses to open the border.
The economic strangulation became unbearable. The Afghan royal family realized Dawood's personal identification with the crusade was the single, insurmountable roadblock to any negotiation.
Which leads to a stunning anomaly in political history. In March 1963, Dawood Khan, the man in absolute command, voluntarily resigns.
You rarely see a strong man willingly relinquish power without a coup.
His ultimate loyalty was to the survival of the state. He sacrificed his personal authority to allow the border to reopen.
His exit rewires the power structure. King Zahir Shah finally steps out from behind the curtain and takes full control.
And his very first move is revolutionary. He appoints Dr. Mohammad Yusuf as the new prime minister.
Because Dr. Yusuf is a commoner. The head of government is not a member of the royal bloodline.
Zahir Shah was signaling a definitive break from oligarchic control. He convened a Loya Jirga in 1964 to draft a new constitution.
The resulting 1964 constitution explicitly barred members of the royal family from serving as prime minister or in parliament.
It was an ambitious attempt to synthesize Islamic law with secular representative democracy.
They hold national elections, the newly elected parliament convenes, but instead of a functioning legislature, they get an explosion.
The parliament was instantly hijacked by wildly polarized extreme factions.
Far-left Marxists on one side, ultra-nationalists on the other.
These newly elected deputies had zero practical experience in democratic compromise. They just hurled abuse at the new prime minister.
And that intense friction inside quickly ignited the streets outside. Students from Kabul University packed the public viewing galleries.
They start protesting, shouting down the ministers. The protests grow so massive that the threat of violence forces Dr. Yusuf to resign almost immediately.
It is a tragic irony. They spent years designing a modern democratic machine, turned the key, and the engine exploded. Why did it fail so spectacularly?
Because the physical architecture of democracy is useless without the invisible infrastructure of institutional trust and a willingness to compromise.
You had a generation whose voices had been suppressed for a decade under Dawood.
When that pressure valve was removed, decades of pent-up ideological energy vented all at once. They viewed opposition as a zero-sum battle for absolute control.
They had the hardware of democracy, but the cultural software wasn't installed.
The institutional shock absorbers just didn't exist yet.
So to pull all of this together, we've watched Afghanistan evolve from a fractured state in 1929 into a nation that masterfully manipulated superpowers.
We saw daring social reforms forced through via theological loopholes and tanks.
And the chaotic birth pangs of a constitutional democracy collapsing under the weight of its own newfound freedom.
This era is a profound case study in the extreme friction generated when you try to force rapid modernization onto a traditional society.
Which brings me back to the tragedy of the Hillman Valley Project. You can pour millions of dollars and tons of concrete into a desert to build dams.
But if you fail to understand the daily lives and traditions of the people who actually live there, that desert won't bloom.
It is quite literally going to turn to a toxic crust of salt. And it leaves you with a provocation for today.
Think about modern proxy conflicts. or massive infrastructure rollouts in the developing world.
How often do we still push massive, top-down technological solutions onto communities without ever bothering to do the crucial human engineering first? Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. See you next time. Picture this. The year is 1968. You are sitting in Kabul listening to Radio Afghanistan.
Right. And you are definitely not listening to music.
No, not at all. And you aren't listening to some, heavily scripted propaganda broadcast either. You are actually listening to the Prime Minister of the country, Nur Ahmad Etemadi.
Along with his entire cabinet.
Exactly. And they are just being absolutely verbally dismantled on live national radio.
I mean, humiliated is probably the more accurate word for it. It was brutal.
Completely humiliated. You have 216 members of parliament, the Walezi Jirga, and they're just taking turns screaming at the highest executive officials in the land.
Right, hurling insults, demanding answers about, corruption, foreign policy, highly specific local grievances.
And the prime minister just has to sit there. He just has to take it for hours. Now, if you are listening to this in 1968, you might actually think, wow, this is it. This is the ultimate triumph of a young democracy.
Oh, absolutely. It had all the aesthetics of radical transparency. It was heavily promoted as this massive triumph of free speech.
But the reality behind the broadcast is actually terrifying. Because those 216 lawmakers who are shouting at the prime minister, they aren't passing any laws.
Not at all.
They are actively refusing to approve the national budget. They are leaving dozens of critical bills completely untouched.
The government is just entirely paralyzed at this point.
Yeah. The parliament basically discovered that it has constitutional power, but instead of using it to actually govern, they're using it exclusively to harass the executive branch into total submission.
It is quite literally the sound of a political system eating itself alive from the inside out.
And that sound is exactly where we are starting today. Welcome back, everyone, to Part 5 of our ongoing deep dive into Afghanistan's history.
It's good to be back.
If you've been with us on this journey, you know we've been tracking a nation in the throes of massive, often violently abrupt transitions. Today, we are focusing on a very specific, incredibly volatile window.
Right. Afghanistan's political transformation from the late 1960s to the end of the 1970s.
We're looking at unrest, the economy, and the complete failure of democracy.
Because this decade really is the crucible. It is the period where the modern fate of the nation is essentially sealed.
And the central question we have to answer today, the mystery that makes this era so fascinating and so tragic, is this. How does a country that is armed with a brand new, liberal, democratic constitution
and heavily financed by millions of dollars in foreign aid from the biggest superpowers on earth, let's not forget.
Right. How does that country end up in total systemic collapse and a foreign invasion in just over 10 years?
Well, to answer that, we have to trace a very specific, incredibly intricate causal chain. Because absolutely nothing that happens in 1979 is an accident.
Every single domino hits the next one perfectly.
Exactly. So we are going to start in the streets of Kabul with an explosive wave of student protests.
And then we'll follow those students as they graduate, right? And run headfirst into this failing agrarian economy and a completely suffocating bureaucracy.
Right. And we will see how that frustration filters all the way up into the halls of that paralyzed, shouting parliament you mentioned.
And finally, we'll watch how that legislative anarchy paves the way for a 1973 Republican coup.
Which sets off a domino effect that ends with Soviet tanks literally crossing the border.
It's just wild to think about. Let's look at the very first push, the spark of unrest.
The year is 1969.
Now, when we think of 1968 and 1969, we tend to think of global youth movements,
Sure. We think of students manning barricades in Paris.
The anti-war protests at Berkeley, the clashes at Columbia University.
It was the global zeitgeist of youth rebellion.
Exactly. And the assumption is often that a place like Afghanistan, which was, predominantly rural and geographically isolated.
That they'd be totally insulated from all of that.
Right. But they weren't. The technology of the moment fundamentally changed things.
The cheap, portable transistor radio.
Yes. It was completely altering the political consciousness of the country. News of a police raid in California or a strike in France was reaching Afghan villages and tea houses almost instantaneously.
You really cannot overstate the geopolitical impact of the transistor radio in the developing world during this era.
It was a game changer.
Absolutely. Suddenly, literacy was no longer a prerequisite for global awareness. You didn't have to wait for a newspaper to arrive by truck 3 days later.
And you didn't have to know how to read it when it finally got there.
Right, you just turned a dial, and you were instantly connected to the ideological currents sweeping the globe.
But what fascinates me here is that while they were absolutely listening to this global frequency of rebellion, the actual trigger for the unrest in Kabul wasn't some grand Marxist theory.
No, or some high-minded anti-imperialist manifesto.
It started with something so incredibly localized and mundane. In the spring of 1969, at a teacher training boarding high school called Ibn Sina, the students walked out.
And they didn't walk out over global politics.
No, they walked out because of nepotism.
Right. They were protesting the blatant favoritism shown by school officials in how they were treating certain students, which was likely tied to tribal or family connections.
It's essentially a dispute over school administration.
It was a fundamental grievance about fairness and corruption at the most immediate daily level.
Right, but then the government makes a catastrophic miscalculation in how they respond. On May 17th, instead of negotiating
or just diffusing the situation.
The authorities send the police directly onto the school grounds to arrest the alleged ringleaders of the protest.
Which is just the classic authoritarian mistake.
Oh, totally.
You take a localized grievance, and by applying disproportionate state violence, you immediately legitimize the protesters' underlying anger.
And you expand their base of support. Instantly, it turns into a wild melee. And it doesn't stay contained to Ibn Sina.
Chaos spills over.
Yeah, it spreads to neighboring educational institutions. It hits Darul Ma'alamain, which is another teacher training school, and it hits Rahman Baba.
And Rahman Baba was a massive boarding school specifically for provincial students from outside of Kabul.
Right, so now we have police clashing with teenagers from all over the country, and the aftermath is shrouded in this incredibly dark fog of state denial.
The official government announcement, which was broadcast on that same state radio we talked about, claimed that absolutely no one had been killed in the clashes.
But the eyewitness accounts we have paint a horrifyingly different picture.
They really do.
Depending on who is reporting, claims of the dead ranged from 5 to 15 students. Some sources asserted that as many as 32 young people were killed that day.
The students were absolutely terrified.
You had teenagers fleeing the boarding schools and running directly into the residence halls of nearby Kabul University.
Just desperately seeking refuge from the police.
Yeah, and this is how a high school protest about nepotism physically arrives at the doorstep of the nation's premier intellectual center.
Right, because Kabul University was the gathering place for the brightest, most politically aware minds in the country.
So when traumatized high school students come running into their dormitories fleeing police violence,
the university students and faculty immediately mobilize.
They organized massive protests against the police action, and 2 days later, on May 19, the government decides to double down.
Instead of regular police, they send in their elite riot squad.
The Gundazaraba, and they are not messing around. This is a highly specialized force, a literal strike force, and they had been trained in riot control tactics by West German advisors.
The deployment of the Gundazaraba marks a massive escalation in state coercion.
It was incredibly brutal. The accounts detail how this riot squad stormed the university campus and just began beating students and faculty completely unmercifully.
Without any discrimination between who was a protest organizer and who was just trying to get to class.
Exactly. And here's a detail that just blew my mind. During these vicious beatings, the police were actually robbing their victims.
Yes.
They were stripping watches and valuables off the students and professors while they were clubbing them.
It strips away any illusion of state legitimacy.
Yeah.
Or the idea that they were there restoring order.
Yeah, it reveals the police not as protectors, but as an occupying predatory force.
A dozen professors and roughly 50 students ended up severely injured in Kabul's already overcrowded hospitals.
And the backlash was immediate. The university students launched a massive 48-day strike.
And they drew up a list of completely non-negotiable demands.
Right. They wanted the police officers involved punished. They wanted a legal guarantee of university independence. And they demanded the right to permit political activity and organizing on campus.
And how did the government respond to these demands?
They basically shrugged, ignored the demands entirely, and shut Kabul University down.
They just locked the doors until the fall semester.
Yeah. And eventually it was the senior class, who were absolutely desperate to graduate and get their degrees, who finally broke the strike so classes could resume.
But the physical and psychological damage was permanent.
Now, When looking at these events, I know it is very tempting to view them through the lens of Cold War proxy manipulation.
Oh, absolutely.
And I really want to dig into this because the traditional narrative is always that these developing nations were just, giant chessboards for the superpowers.
Right. You had the United States, the Soviet Union, and China all operating massive embassies in Kabul.
And they were absolutely trying to capitalize on this unrest. The Soviets and Chinese were trying to steer the left-leaning students. The Americans were trying to identify the liberal democratic leaders.
So the question is, was this 1969 student uprising just imported foreign ideology?
Right. Were these kids just acting as props in a Cold War theater production because they heard something on a transistor radio?
It's a critical question. But the evidence heavily suggests that while foreign powers were eager to manipulate the unrest, the core dissatisfaction was profoundly, inherently homegrown.
To understand why, you have to look at the internal demographic.
And the unintended consequences of the government's own policies.
Let's talk about the teachers, because this is one of the most brilliant and devastating metaphors I've encountered in studying this period. Let's rewind just a few years, back to 1965.
There had been an earlier, smaller wave of student demonstrators in Kabul.
Right, and the government, thinking they were being incredibly clever, decided they needed to disperse this concentrated pocket of trouble.
The strategy was essentially exile by employment.
Yes. They fast-tracked the graduation of these troublesome 1965 student activists, gave them their degrees, and assigned them to jobs as teachers and minor local officials in the deep rural provinces.
They thought, we'll send them out to the middle of nowhere, they'll be busy teaching reading and writing, and the problem in Kabul will be solved.
It is a fundamental misunderstanding of how political consciousness works.
Oh, it was a spectacular backfire.
Because instead of neutralizing these young activists, the establishment essentially manufactured and distributed radicalized spores across the entire country.
That's exactly what happened.
You take a 22-year-old who is already frustrated with the government, you rip them out of the vibrant intellectual center of Kabul, and you drop them into an impoverished, isolated, rural village.
They didn't abandon their anti-establishment attitudes. They weaponized them.
They became vectors for political dissent.
These young teachers were the only ones in these rural areas with access to broader information. They were the ones interpreting the news from those transistor radios for the village.
And they passed their grievances directly to their young students.
And remarkably, even to their students' parents, many of whom were working in government-run agricultural or industrial projects.
They effectively germinated organized resistance cells in areas that the central government assumed were safely conservative and docile.
What's fascinating here is that this reveals a massive, deeply tragic paradox regarding nation building.
How so?
Well, the international community and the Afghan monarchy both operated on the assumption that mass, modern education was the ultimate unifying tool.
Right. You build schools, you teach a standardized curriculum, and you forge a cohesive modern nation-state out of disparate tribes.
But the reality was the exact opposite. For the very first generation of Afghans to receive this mass modern education, those intellectual tools did not pacify them.
It gave them the analytical framework to realize exactly how marginalized they were.
Precisely. Education intensified their awareness of ethnic disparities, class inequality, and the rampant corruption of the ruling elite.
It didn't unify them under the monarchy, it organized them against it.
Yes.
Which brings us to a very practical, immediate terror that was driving these students into the streets. They weren't just protesting police brutality.
And they weren't just debating abstract political theory.
No. They were looking at their impending graduation dates with absolute existential dread because they were about to enter an economy that was structurally incapable of supporting them.
A political awakening is dangerous, but a political awakening combined with mass youth unemployment is a powder keg.
So let's transition from the streets of Kabul to the fields and factories and look at the economic reality of Afghanistan from 1967 to 1972.
And the fundamental baseline you have to understand is that we're talking about a country where 90% of the population was engaged in agriculture or animal husbandry.
90%. This is not an industrialized economy.
Which means the entire national budget, the hard currency needed to run the state and pay for imports,
is highly dependent on a very narrow set of agricultural exports.
And the most fascinating of those exports, the absolute crown jewel of the Afghan economy at this time, was the coracool industry.
Persian lambskins.
Yes, this was a massive source of international revenue. These tightly curled, incredibly soft lambskins were highly prized in Western fashion capitals.
They were being sold in massive auction houses in New York and London to make luxury coats and hats.
And back in 1950, Afghanistan was the undisputed king of this market. They controlled 80% of the global coracool trade. But by 1965, disaster had struck. Their market share had plummeted to just 34%.
They were getting absolutely crushed by South Africa.
Which is a classic economic trap for a developing nation that relies too heavily on a single primary commodity.
The moment a competitor introduces better industrial organization, you lose your dominance overnight.
And the reason South Africa took over was purely about quality control. The Afghan skins were wildly inconsistent in size, sorting, and curing.
Western buyers didn't want to gamble on a bad batch, so they shifted to the heavily standardized South African product.
But what is genuinely surprising is how the Afghan government responded. Usually in these historical deep dives, we see the bureaucracy completely fail to adapt.
Right, but here they executed a remarkably sophisticated turnaround. It's one of the rare, shining examples of effective state intervention in this era.
In 1966, they formed the Afghan Coracool Institute specifically to address the quality control crisis.
And they fundamentally overhauled the entire supply chain.
First, they went straight to the flock growers and raised the purchasing price from roughly 250 to 350 Afghanis per skin,
which massively incentivized the shepherds to grow larger, healthier flocks.
Second, the government manipulated the national exchange rate specifically for the coracool industry to make their exports more financially attractive on the global market.
But the logistical pivot was perhaps the most crucial.
Oh, absolutely. Historically, these skins were transported over land up through the Soviet Union,
which was slow, subject to immense bureaucratic delays, and prone to damaging the delicate cargo.
So the Institute slashed air freight charges by 30%. They started loading massive bundles of these luxury skins onto airplanes in Kabul and flying them directly to the auction houses in New York and London,
skipping the Soviet land routes entirely.
And finally, they leaned heavily into a biological advantage. The Western fashion world at the time had developed a strong preference for gray coracool skins over black ones.
And due to the specific genetic makeup of the Afghan flocks, Afghanistan held a virtual global monopoly on the gray variation.
They marketed that exclusivity aggressively, and it worked brilliantly. By 1968, they had bounced back. They were auctioning 14.5 million skins annually and selling almost 100% of their exported inventory.
It was a massive influx of hard currency. But, and this is the tragedy of the Afghan economy, a boom in luxury lambskins in New York does not feed a rapidly growing population in the rural provinces.
Right. The coracool success was a lifeline, but it wasn't a systemic cure.
Which is why the government launched the third five-year plan, running from 1967 to 1972.
And the centerpiece of this plan was wildly ambitious, complete national self-sufficiency in food production by 1972.
No more relying on imported grain. They were attempting to import the Green Revolution that was transforming agriculture globally at the time.
Specifically, they were trying to replicate the Mexipac wheat miracle. The plan was to introduce these highly engineered, high-yield Mexican wheat varieties,
pump the soil full of modern chemical fertilizers, and introduce mechanized farming implements at 6 major locations across the country.
On paper, in a laboratory, the yield projections were astronomical.
But agriculture doesn't happen in a laboratory. It happens in deeply entrenched human and biological ecosystems.
And the roadblocks they hit were massive. First, you had fierce, conservative tribal resistance to changing ancient farming techniques.
Understandably so.
Second, the government had a chronic, almost comical inability to collect the taxes necessary to actually fund the distribution of these fertilizers and tractors.
But the biological blowback is what really derailed it.
Yes. These new Mexican wheat varieties grew in incredibly dense stands, much closer together than traditional Afghan wheat.
Which inadvertently created the perfect microenvironment for disaster.
Exactly. Those dense, thick stands of wheat suddenly became the perfect breeding ground for new plant diseases that the local farmers had never seen before.
It was devastating.
And worse, from the sky, These massive concentrated fields of high-yield grain looked like an all-you-can-eat buffet for massive flocks of migratory birds.
The birds would descend and absolutely decimate the crops.
Furthermore, when you introduce mechanized high-yield agriculture, you inevitably disrupt the local land tenure systems.
The most glaring example of this friction occurred in the Helmand-Arghandab Valley Authority,
which was a massive multi-million-dollar irrigation and agricultural project heavily subsidized by the United States.
This situation is so indicative of how top-down planning fails.
The government had a strategy for introducing modern farming in the Helmand Valley. They would go to a specific area, temporarily move all the local farmers off their ancestral land,
Bring in heavy machinery to perfectly level the field,
dig modern irrigation canals, and then demonstrate how to grow a bumper crop. They successfully piloted this in a place called Darashan.
With massive U.S. technical assistance, they grew an incredible crop.
But then they refused to let the original farmers return to their leveled, improved land.
Unbelievable.
The government and local powerful absentee landlords essentially colluded to keep the newly highly profitable land for themselves.
So you can imagine what happened next.
When the government tried to expand this land leveling program to a neighboring area called Shamalan, covering 31,000 acres, the local farmers revolted.
They looked at what happened in Darashan. They realized modernization was just a bureaucratic code word for land theft, and they fiercely, physically resisted the government machinery.
The project stalled out completely.
Which brings us perfectly to the inescapable, overwhelming factor of the Afghan economy during this era: foreign aid.
You cannot discuss Afghan development in the 1960s without understanding that the country was functioning as the ultimate high-stakes proxy showroom for the Cold War.
It really was. You had the Soviet Union and the United States essentially trying to buy the allegiance of the Afghan government by building rival, monumentally scaled infrastructure projects.
And these projects permanently altered the physical geography of the nation. Let's look at the Soviet contributions first.
They were heavily focused on heavy infrastructure and resource extraction.
By 1968, the Soviets completed the Shebargin natural gas pipeline. This was a massive engineering feat, stretching 125 miles from the Afghan gas fields straight across the border into the USSR.
And this pipeline is the perfect encapsulation of how superpower aid actually functions.
The Soviets built this incredible multi-million-dollar pipeline for the Afghans. But the primary purpose of the pipeline was to export Afghan natural gas directly to the Soviet Union.
Right, and over the next 15 years, the revenue from that exported gas would be used to pay off roughly $375 million in loans that the Soviets had given Afghanistan to build the infrastructure in the first place.
It is a closed economic loop. We will loan you the money to build a pipeline, so you can send us your resources to pay us back for the pipeline.
It's brilliant in a deeply cynical way.
It really is. But you do have to hand it to Soviet engineering because they also built the Salang Tunnel. And if you are an infrastructure nerd, the Salang Tunnel is legendary.
We're talking about a 1.7-mile-long tunnel bored straight through the solid rock of the Hindu Kush Mountains at an elevation of 11,100 feet.
It is one of the highest road tunnels in the world. It took 6 years of grueling labor to complete, and its economic impact was undeniable.
It literally eliminated days of treacherous travel time, directly connecting Kabul to the northern provinces and the Russian border.
But what the official reports miss is the terrifying human element of how this infrastructure was actually used. You had these Afghan truck drivers, the Motor One, driving massive, heavily overloaded international harvester trucks.
And they would traverse this 2-lane tunnel in the pitch black in the middle of severe high-altitude blizzards,
Riding their brakes downhill in low gear, just hoping they didn't slide off a cliff or crash in the darkness. The physical toll on the infrastructure was immediate.
The massive weight of the trucks combined with the extreme seasonal freezing and thawing meant the concrete of the tunnel was already cracking and degrading shortly after the grand opening.
The Soviets also attempted to introduce their vision of modern urban living to Kabul with deeply mixed results.
They financed and constructed the Nadir Shamina housing project.
This is one of my favorite details. The Soviets built this massive 60-block housing estate on the edge of Kabul. It has 11,000 units.
It is entirely prefabricated concrete.
It has a cinema, a mosque, kindergartens, wide avenues. If you looked at a photograph of it, it looked exactly identically like a suburb of Tashkent or Moscow in 1964.
They essentially dropped a Soviet microdistrict into the middle of Central Asia.
But they completely ignored the cultural realities of the people they expected to live there.
The Afghans absolutely hated it.
Traditional Afghan culture is built around the private, multi-generational family compound, usually enclosed by a high wall for privacy, especially for the women of the family.
The idea of living in a cramped concrete box, stacked vertically on top of strangers, sharing stairwells, hearing your neighbors through the walls, it was culturally alien and deeply uncomfortable.
The resistance to apartment living was so strong that you actually had affluent Afghans trying to purchase small, prefabricated modern homes and physically construct them inside the walls of their traditional mud brick compounds just to avoid living in the Soviet blocs.
Now, on the other side of this geopolitical chessboard, you have the United States, which was equally determined to leave its infrastructural footprint.
The U.S. was pouring massive amounts of capital into the South. They funded the Hillman Valley Authority dams and irrigation grids we talked about.
They paved the massive Kabul to Kandahar highway, linking the capital to the conservative southern heartland.
They provided incredibly generous export-import bank loans to Ariana Afghan Airlines, which allowed the national carrier to purchase state-of-the-art Boeing 727 jets and run lucrative international routes to London, Frankfurt, and Moscow.
It was a very deliberate projection of American technological superiority.
But wait, this is where we have to fundamentally re-examine how we think about this era. We always hear this narrative of foreign aid as this grand altruistic giveaway from rich nations to poor nations.
Like the U.S. is just giving millions to Afghanistan out of strategic generosity.
Right. But I want to look closely at the mechanics of this, because the sources we are using expose the absolute myth of foreign aid.
It is an economic reality that is often deliberately obscured in political rhetoric. The money rarely leaves the donor country in the way people imagine.
The statistics are staggering. The analysis points out that between 1961 and 1967, up to 96% of the annual United States worldwide aid budgets were actually spent inside the United States.
Let me reiterate that mechanism, because it is crucial. When the U.S. Congress appropriated foreign aid for Afghanistan, they weren't sending pallets of cash to Kabul.
No.
Yeah.
They were using that money to buy American commodities from American agricultural corporations, shipping them on American-flagged maritime vessels.
And paying massive salaries to American engineering firms and educational consultants to go over and manage the projects.
It is essentially giving a developing nation a massive gift card, but dictating that the gift card can only be redeemed at your own company's store at a premium markup.
American businesses and universities were profiting enormously from these international aid packages, while the recipient nations like Afghanistan were often the ones left holding the long-term debt for the loans required to finance the free infrastructure.
It reveals the structural reality of international development during the Cold War. It was an industry designed to subsidize the donor's domestic economy just as much, if not more, than it was designed to develop the recipient nation.
However, if we connect this to the bigger picture, we must be careful not to dismiss the ground-level human impact of this aid entirely, because the way that aid was delivered varied wildly, and it had profound cultural consequences.
This is where we see the fascinating clash of approaches. You had these two distinct tiers of foreign presence in Afghanistan.
On the top tier, you had the highly paid foreign technocrats, the American engineers, the Soviet hydrologists, the West German police advisors.
These individuals operated at the absolute highest levels of the Afghan government. They lived in comfortable, insulated expatriate bubbles in Kabul.
They drove imported cars, they drank imported liquor, and they focused entirely on massive macro-level projects.
They came in, they built a giant concrete dam or highway, they cut a ribbon, and they left these massive monuments on the landscape, often with very little regard for whether the local population had the technical training to actually maintain them once the foreigners went home.
But then on the second tier, you had a completely different philosophy of engagement, the American Peace Corps.
The Peace Corps presence exploded during this time. They went from just 6 volunteers to over 200 very rapidly, and their experience was completely diametrically opposed to the technocrats.
The Peace Corps volunteers were sent out into the provinces. They lived in local housing, often without electricity or refrigerators.
They suffered through the brutal heat and the substandard sanitary conditions, dealing with constant bouts of dysentery.
And their primary mandate wasn't to build dams, it was to teach. Specifically, to teach English, science, and math in the provincial high schools.
Which was incredibly frustrating for them. The sources detail how these young, idealistic American college graduates would arrive eager to impart critical thinking, and they would crash headfirst into an educational system based entirely on rote memorization.
They were appalled by the open, culturally accepted cheating on exams.
Many of them finished their 2-year tours feeling incredibly disillusioned, feeling like they accomplished absolutely nothing tangible. They didn't leave a bridge behind.
But the historical analysis suggests a very different conclusion. The argument is that these frustrated, dysentery-ridden volunteers actually made a far deeper, more lasting impact on the capacity of the Afghan state than the highly paid technocrats ever did.
And it comes down to where they were positioned in the societal hierarchy.
Right, they were working squarely in the middle management level.
Exactly. You can have a brilliant Soviet-trained minister of public works in Kabul issuing visionary decrees.
But a nation-state does not function based on the vision of the top leadership. It functions based on the competence and the attitudinal alignment of the middle management.
The local school principals, the provincial agricultural clerks, the mid-level administrators, the people who actually have to implement the policy on the ground.
Yes. The highest level decisions in Kabul were constantly foundering in a welter of required signatures and bureaucratic inertia in the provinces.
The Peace Corps volunteers, by simply being there every day for 2 years, working side by side with these lower-level Afghan officials, modeled a different way of working.
Through consistency, they showed the rising middle-class bureaucrats how to organize a schedule, how to actually implement a decision, and how to take initiative without waiting for a direct order from Kabul.
They were attempting to build the attitudinal infrastructure required to maintain a modern state.
But this raises the most maddening question of all.
Right. You have millions in foreign capital flowing in. You have massive Soviet tunnels, American highways, Chinese textile mills being built. You have hundreds of foreign advisors trying to streamline the system.
So why did the average Afghan citizen, especially the young educated ones, still feel so utterly, completely stuck?
Why was the country economically stagnating despite this massive influx of attention?
To answer that, you have to look past the grand infrastructure projects and walk into the dark, dusty halls of the Afghan civil service.
Because to get literally anything done in this country, from building a factory to buying a pencil, you had to navigate the bureaucratic black hole.
And the contrast in Afghanistan during this period is just surreal.
Let's paint the picture of Kabul in 1969. On the streets, you have this booming, vibrant international tourism industry. The sources note that over 63,000 tourists visited the country that year.
And a very specific demographic made up a large portion of that number.
The hippie trail. You had tens of thousands of American and European hippies traveling the overland route from Istanbul through Iran, heading toward Nepal or Goa in India.
And they stopped in Afghanistan, specifically in places like Chicken Street in Kabul, because Char's high-quality marijuana and hashish was incredibly cheap and easily accessible.
It created a bizarre, highly visible cultural friction. You had these young, free-spirited, often scantily clad Westerners arriving in droves, congregating in cheap hotels and tea houses.
Existing in direct, glaring contrast to a deeply rigid, patriarchal, and highly conservative local Islamic culture.
But that rigidity wasn't just a cultural norm. It was violently institutionalized in the very mechanics of the government. And nothing exemplifies this better than the Tawaldar system.
The Tawaldar is the ultimate manifestation of bureaucratic inertia.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Imagine you are an Afghan agricultural reformer. You have just secured a U.S.-funded grant to introduce a new type of tractor to your province.
Okay.
The tractor breaks down, and you need a replacement spark plug. You know the spark plugs are sitting in a government warehouse down the street, so you walk in with your requisition form. But you can't just take it. You have to face the Tawaldar.
The Tawaldar is the official government storekeeper. He is a relatively low-level clerk, but he literally holds the physical keys to every storeroom, supply closet, and warehouse in his department.
And here is the insane mechanical flaw of the system. Under Afghan law at the time, the Tawaldar is held personally, financially, and legally liable for every single physical item inside that storeroom.
From a massive tractor down to a single box of paper clips.
If an item goes missing, or if an audit shows it was distributed without the impossibly correct sequence of authorizations, the cost of that item is deducted directly from the Tawaldar's meager salary, or he goes to jail.
Consequently, you have engineered a system where the primary motivation of the person controlling the supplies
is not to distribute those supplies to facilitate work.
His only rational motivation is to guard those supplies with his life. He fiercely, creatively resists letting anyone use anything, ever.
Even if you have the proper paperwork, he will find a flaw in the signature just to keep the item safely on his shelf.
I picture it like bureaucratic cholesterol. It is completely, fatally clogging the arteries of the nation's development. You have foreign aid pumping blood into the system, and the tall dart is the plaque stopping it from reaching the organs.
The historical texts describe the entire apparatus as a government by signature. It was a system expressly designed to avoid making decisions.
Yes. Whenever a petition or a project proposal was submitted, it would flow endlessly upstream. A junior clerk would refuse to sign it and pass it to a director.
The director would refuse to sign it and pass it to a deputy minister.
The deputy minister would refuse to sign it and pass it back down for further review. And whenever an official absolutely had to stamp the paper, they wouldn't write approved or denied.
They would stamp it with a specific phrase, Usulna Makor Magarat,
which translates to according to regulations.
It is the ultimate buck-passing mechanism. No one in the office actually knows what the specific regulations say, and they often contradict each other.
But by stamping according to regulations, the official completely shields himself from taking any personal responsibility for the outcome. If the project fails, he can say he only authorized it if it met regulations.
And the psychological toll this took on the populace was devastating. Petitioners, even highly educated Afghan citizens with advanced degrees from European or American universities, were terrified to approach their own government ministries.
Because they knew that the bureaucracy ran on bakshish?
Bribery.
Exactly. If you didn't pay the bakshish to the guard at the gate, you couldn't get in the door. If you didn't pay the clerk, your paperwork would mysteriously fall behind a desk and vanish forever.
If you didn't pay the toldar, you never got your supplies.
It created a culture of deep fear among the governed and an absolutely toxic Napoleonic complex among these minor, underpaid officials who delighted in exercising this petty tyranny.
But there is a deeper structural resentment brewing within this bureaucracy that is absolutely crucial to understanding the impending political collapse of the country. It is a generational conflict.
Right. Let's look at the demographics of the civil service. After World War II, the Afghan government realized they needed modern expertise, so they started sending their brightest young men abroad on scholarships.
They went to the U.S., they went to West Germany, they went to the Soviet Union, and they earned advanced degrees in engineering, economics, and administration.
When this first wave of highly educated young men returned to Kabul in the 1950s and early 60s, they were immediately fast-tracked. They leapfrogged over the older, locally educated bureaucrats and took all the top jobs, the minister and deputy minister roles.
Which created intense fury among the older generation. You have bureaucrats who had spent 30 years slowly climbing the ranks of the ministries, suddenly finding themselves taking orders from a 26-year-old who just got back from London and wants to upend all the traditional procedures.
And how does a 50-year-old entrenched middle management bureaucrat retaliate against a young, idealistic minister?
By doing absolutely nothing. They sabotaged the young ministers through weaponized inertia. They slowed the paperwork to an absolute grind and halt.
They ensured that none of the young ministers' visionary policies were ever actually implemented on the ground.
And then the cycle gets even worse. Because by the late 1960s, the top tier of the government was full. There were no more minister jobs available.
But the universities in Kabul and abroad were still churning out thousands of new young graduates. This new wave of highly educated, ambitious young Afghans returned home expecting to run the country, but they couldn't get the top jobs.
Instead, they were forced into lower-ranking, mid-level appointments.
They were trapped. They were assigned to work under the older, traditional bureaucrats whom they fundamentally despised. Imagine the intense, boiling frustration.
You have a master's degree in modern macroeconomics, you want to develop your nation, and you are sitting at a desk in Kabul taking orders from a man who demands 10 signatures and a bribe just to issue a box of pencils.
So what is the logical outlet for that level of systemic frustration?
When intelligent, ambitious people are completely blocked from reforming a system from within, they invariably begin plotting to destroy the system from without.
They channel that intense resentment straight into leftist radical political activity. The suffocating bureaucracy of the Afghan state literally served as a radicalization pipeline for the communist factions that would eventually overthrow it.
Now, if the middle management was a black hole of resentment and inertia, the situation at the very top of the government the people tasked with actually fixing the laws, was arguably worse.
This leads us directly to the legislative branch. Let's talk about the do-nothing parliament, the Walezi Jirga.
To understand the complete paralysis of the legislative branch, we have to look closely at the 12th Parliament, which sat from 1965 to 1969. This was a monumental moment in Afghan history.
This was the very first parliament elected under the new, highly liberal 1964 constitution orchestrated by King Mohammad Zahir Shah. It was supposed to be the dawn of a new, managed democratic era.
The Constitution granted the Parliament real substantive power to pass laws, approve budgets, and hold the executive branch accountable.
But it turned into an absolute nightmare for the government. The members of Parliament realized very quickly how much power they had, but they had absolutely no interest in the hard, boring work of writing legislation.
During their entire term, aside from passing the mandatory basic national budgets, they passed almost no meaningful laws.
When the session finally ended in 1969, they left 48 critical bills sitting entirely unacted upon.
Instead of legislating, they used all their newfound constitutional authority to launch relentless theatrical investigations into the executive branch.
They harassed the prime minister, they summoned cabinet ministers constantly, and they demanded endless inquiries into local grievances.
Which leads us to the mechanical flaw. Why was it so chaotic? Why couldn't the prime minister just rally his supporters in parliament and push the laws through?
Because of the most crucial missing piece of the 1964 constitutional experiment, the absence of legalized political parties.
This is the structural fatal flaw that doomed the democratic experiment. During the drafting of the Constitution, both houses of Parliament actually debated and passed a political parties bill, which would have established the legal framework for organizing political parties.
But the king, Mohammad Zahir Shah, refused to sign it into law. He just pocket vetoed it.
The king, heavily influenced by conservative advisors and his own caution, feared that officially opening the Pandora's box of political parties would allow radical communist factions or fiercely anti-royalist Islamic factions to gain a legitimate, organized foothold in the government.
He thought he was protecting the monarchy by keeping politics informal.
But by refusing to sign that bill, he engineered absolute legislative anarchy.
Think about how a functioning parliamentary democracy works, say, in the UK. You have parties, you have a party platform, and most importantly, you have a party whip, someone whose job is to ensure that the members vote together.
If you are the prime minister, you rely on your majority party to shield you and to vote your agenda into law.
But in Afghanistan, without legal parties, there was no party discipline whatsoever.
Every single one of the 216 deputies elected to the Walezi Jirga acted as a complete 100% free agent.
They were elected based entirely on their local tribal clout, their wealth, or their religious standing in their home provinces. They didn't owe their seats to a national party, so they owed no loyalty to any national agenda.
You could not form a governing coalition to pass a law because you were dealing with 216 distinct, individual, hyperlocal agendas.
And critically for the survival of the government, there was no party structure to protect the executive branch.
In a normal system, the prime minister's party defends him from opposition attacks.
In the Afghan system, every time a cabinet minister was summoned to parliament, they had to sit alone, completely exposed, before a hostile room of 216 independent critics who had nothing to lose by attacking the government.
Which brings us back to that stunning scene we opened the show with. June 1968. Prime Minister Nur Ahmad Etemadi and his cabinet are summoned.
Etemadi gives a very measured, comprehensive speech explaining the government's economic policies, answering questions about corruption, defending their non-aligned foreign policy.
And then he and his cabinet are forced to sit in their chairs for hours, listening to a relentless barrage of insults, petty local grievances, and invective from the parliament members.
And the government actually broadcast the entire humiliation live on Radio Afghanistan.
They believed that broadcasting it would demonstrate to the world how open and free their democracy was. But internally, the effect was crippling.
The executive branch became absolutely terrified of the legislature. They stopped trying to pass necessary tough reforms because they didn't want to face the screaming matches.
The sources give a perfect example of this cowardice. In November 1967, the government realized they had a massive national deficit. They desperately needed tax revenue.
But rather than face a showdown with the rural landlords in parliament, the government actually agreed to completely abolish a highly lucrative national livestock tax.
They willingly crippled their own national budget just to avoid getting yelled at by the Walezi Jirga.
It raises what is perhaps the central political science question of Afghanistan's constitutional period. Can you successfully operate a parliamentary democracy without political parties to organize votes, aggregate interests, and channel dissent constructively?
The Afghan experiment strongly, tragically, suggests that you cannot.
And if you thought the 12th parliament was bad, the elections for the 13th parliament in 1969 made it so much worse.
The urban liberal elites in Kabul who had pushed for the constitution were mostly defeated.
They were replaced by deeply conservative, non-Pushtun rural elites, the Khans, and tribal leaders from the provinces.
These rural elites realized that with the central government expanding its reach via those foreign aid highways and projects, they needed to be physically present in Kabul to protect their local fiefdoms from government taxation and interference.
So they came to parliament, but they had absolutely zero interest in national governance. The paralysis reached comical levels. They couldn't even get enough people in the room to hold a vote.
The sources note that by 1973, the parliament missed an astonishing 82 quorums in a row.
82 consecutive times, they couldn't even gather enough lawmakers to legally open a session.
The legislative anarchy was now total. You have King Zahir Shah sitting above the fray in his palace, passively hoping the system will somehow organically sort itself out.
You have a parliament that is literally an empty room. You have an economy staggering under the weight of foreign debt and an impenetrable bureaucracy.
And most dangerously, you have the Afghan military, trained and equipped by the Soviets, watching this civilian chaos unfold and growing intensely, violently impatient.
So we've traced the dominoes. The students are radicalized. The economy is stuck. The bureaucracy is a nightmare. The parliament is dead. The system is officially broken.
And the stage is perfectly set for a family intervention that will end a 226-year-old monarchy.
This brings us to the pivotal rupture, the 1973 coup and the Declaration of the Republic.
And the craziest part is that the intervention doesn't come from a Marxist revolutionary or an Islamic cleric. It comes from within the royal family itself.
Specifically, Sardar Mohammad Daud Khan. Daud is a fascinating, imposing figure. He is King Zahir Shah's first cousin, and he is also the king's brother-in-law.
Daud had a formidable reputation. He had previously served as the Prime Minister of Afghanistan for a decade, from 1953 to 1963.
During that time, he was highly autocratic, fiercely nationalistic, and aggressively focused on modernization and securing Soviet military aid.
But when the king introduced the new liberal constitution in 1964, there was a very specific clause written into it.
It explicitly barred members of the royal family other than the king himself from participating in politics or holding ministerial office. It was a clause designed almost entirely to force Daud out of power.
And it worked. For 10 years, Daud was forced to sit in his home in Kabul, sidelined, brooding, and watching the democratic experiment he despised slowly founder into paralysis.
I always think of this event like a hostile corporate takeover orchestrated entirely at a family Thanksgiving dinner. Daud has been plotting, quietly gathering allies within the military who miss his decisive leadership.
And he waits for the perfect moment. On July 17, 1973, King Zahir Shah is vulnerable. He is out of the country, traveling in Italy and England for eye treatment and mud bath therapies.
Daud strikes. It is an incredibly swift, almost entirely bloodless coup. The military units loyal to Daud secure the capital overnight.
Daud's very first major tactical move to secure his new power is to target the only man who can stop him, General Abdul Wali.
General Wali was the king's son-in-law. More importantly, he was the commander of the central forces in Kabul. Wali was the man who held the absolute loyalty of the conservative, pro-royalist elements within the military.
Daud immediately has General Wali arrested and thrown in prison.
With Wali neutralized and the king stranded in Europe, the game is over. The king officially abdicates a few weeks later to avoid a civil war. The Afghan monarchy is abolished forever.
Daud steps up to the microphone and proclaims the birth of the Republic of Afghanistan, with himself as both president and prime minister.
Now, what is strategically fascinating about Daud's coup is who he relied on to pull it off. He didn't just rely on the old guard military officers from his generation.
He heavily incorporated the young, highly educated, radicalized military officers and civilian technocrats from the leftist factions specifically, the more urban, coalition-minded Parcham faction of the Marxist movement.
Daud realizes he needs a new political base. So at first, he seems to embrace them. He puts these young leftists in key cabinet positions.
And in a massive administrative shift, he gathers about 160 of these young, idealistic, Marxist-leaning graduates, and he sends them out of Kabul.
He appoints them to administrative posts in the deep rural provinces to replace the old, corrupt royalist governors and spread the message of the new progressive republic.
Which was fundamentally a catastrophic miscalculation of rural Afghan sociology.
It was a total disaster. You are taking 25-year-old secular urban intellectuals who have been reading Marxist literature in Kabul cafes, and you are dropping them into heavily armed, deeply conservative tribal territories.
These young administrators ran headlong into the established, traditional rural power elites, the tribal khans, the wealthy landlords, the influential religious clerics.
The local elites possess centuries of experience in neutralizing central government interference. They didn't fight the young leftists directly, they simply isolated them.
They used their social and religious authority to completely cut the new administrators off from the local populace. The administrators issued decrees, and the villages simply ignored them.
And the young leftists reacted exactly as you'd expect when academic idealism hits a brick wall of reality. They fractured.
The sources detail how some of them just completely gave up on their ideals and started playing the old game, taking bribes, and becoming even more corrupt than the royalist officials they had replaced.
Others couldn't handle the isolation and the failure. They just abandoned their provincial posts entirely and fled back to Kabul in a state of total disillusionment.
Seeing this administrative failure unfold, Dawood's innate political instincts kicked in. He was always an autocrat at heart, and he had a deep aristocratic suspicion of the leftists' ultimate goals.
So, he executed a massive political pivot. He starts behaving less like a modern Republican president and more like a traditional 19th century tribal khan.
He systematically begins purging his leftist allies from the government. He fires the radical cabinet ministers.
He replaces them with his old cronies, the sons of his wealthy friends, and bizarrely, even collateral members of the deposed royal family who hadn't been exiled.
He completely isolates himself within a tiny, impenetrable inner cabinet of yes-men who refuse to tell him the truth about the deteriorating state of the country.
To solidify this new autocratic reality, Dawood orchestrates a new constitution in 1977.
This is a masterclass in rigged politics. Dawood convenes a Loya Jirga, a great national assembly, which is the traditional Afghan method for making massive national decisions.
But to ensure he doesn't face another Wolesi Juga disaster, he heavily manipulates the assembly. He mixes a veneer of traditional voting with a massive block of delegates that he personally appointed.
Unsurprisingly, this carefully curated assembly rubber stamps a constitution that formalizes a one-party state under Dawood's own National Revolutionary Party, and they elect him president for a new 6-year term.
Dawood believed he was playing a brilliant, ruthless game of political chess. He believed he could use the organized energy of the leftists to overthrow the monarchy, consolidate his own absolute power, and then seamlessly discard them once they were no longer useful.
And to get rid of the top leftist leaders without outright executing them, he used a classic, time-honored Afghan political tactic, immobilization by exile.
He took the most charismatic leaders of the leftist factions and appointed them as ambassadors to distant countries. He sent them to Eastern Europe, to the U.S., thinking, if they are in a diplomatic mansion in Prague, they can't organize a strike in Kabul.
But Dawood drastically, fatally underestimated two things: the deeply entrenched organizational structure the leftists had built within the Afghan military, and the absolute burning fury they felt at his betrayal.
By playing the young leftists against the traditional traditionalists and then abandoning the leftists to empower his cronies, Dawood had effectively alienated every single political demographic in the country. He destroyed his own base.
He thought he had outsmarted the radical factions, but he was dead wrong.
The stage was now set for the final, most devastating phase of this era, a rapid sequence of assassinations, accidents, and violent miscalculations that would completely destroy the Afghan state and plunge the nation into a nightmare of total war.
This brings us to our final chapter, the domino effect. From leftist coup to Soviet invasion. The years are 1978 to 1979.
And before we get into the granular mechanical details of these incredibly violent events, I need to explicitly pause and remind you, our listener, the source material we are analyzing today contains descriptions of highly charged, brutal political actions committed by both radical Marxist factions and conservative Islamic factions.
In this deep dive, we are not endorsing either viewpoint, nor are we moralizing the political ideologies involved.
We are strictly, impartially reporting the factual historical narrative and the causal mechanisms as they are laid out in the text provided to us. Our sole mission is to understand how the state collapsed.
And that context is absolutely vital, because the speed at which the Afghan state disintegrates during these 20 months is truly staggering. It is a cascade of unintended consequences.
And the spark that ignites the final inferno was entirely accidental, likely unintended by any of the major political players. It all starts in April 1978. Mir Akbar Khyber, who is a very well-known, highly respected ideologue and organizer for the Parcham leftist faction, is murdered in Kabul.
He is assassinated on the street. Now, historically, no one is entirely sure who pulled the trigger. Some blame Daoud's secret police, some blame a rival communist faction. But the identity of the killer doesn't matter. What matters is the reaction.
Khyber's funeral on April 19 became the catalyst. It was massive. The leftist factions, which had been operating somewhat underground since Daoud's purges, used the funeral to flex their muscles.
Tens of thousands of mourners marched through the streets of Kabul. And they weren't just mourning, they were furious.
They marched directly past the United States Embassy, shouting anti-American and anti-government slogans, demonstrating a level of organized popular power that completely shocked the regime.
For Daoud, sitting in his isolated presidential palace, looking out at this massive, disciplined Marxist march, it was a moment of absolute panic. He finally realized the existential threat he had nurtured and then betrayed.
Daoud orders the immediate arrest of the entire senior leftist leadership. He wants to decapitate the movement overnight. But his police force moves inexplicably slowly. It takes them over a week to round everyone up.
And during that delay, they make a fatal procedural error. While the police are gathering the leaders, a key organizer of the hardline Khalq faction, a man named Hafizullah Amin, is placed under loose house arrest in his own home for several hours before being transferred to a prison cell.
That window of loose house arrest was the hinge upon which Afghan history turned. It is incredible. While Amin is sitting in his house, guarded by police, he manages to write out detailed, coded instructions for a military uprising.
He allegedly gives these notes to his teenage children, who smuggle them past the guards and deliver them to sympathetic, sleeper cell Marxist officers embedded deep within the Afghan armored and Air Force divisions.
Hafizullah Amin literally orchestrated a military coup d'etat while in police custody, finalizing the strike from his prison cell.
On April 27, 1978, Daoud and his cabinet are gathered in the presidential palace, finalizing the plans for the trial and likely execution of the jailed leftist leaders.
But outside, the military units loyal to Amin's smuggled orders mobilize. Rebel tanks roll into the streets of Kabul. Rebel fighter jets swoop low over the city and begin bombing the presidential palace. It is a brutal 24-hour siege.
The loyalist presidential guard fought fiercely, but they were outgunned.
When the rebel troops finally breach the palace, the end is bloody. Daoud, his brother Naim, and roughly 30 members of his extended family, including women and children, are systematically killed in the palace.
The Republic is dead. The military releases the leftist leaders from prison, and they step directly into power. The Democratic Republic of Afghanistan is officially proclaimed. This is known as the Saur Revolution.
But here we see the iron law of revolutionary politics reassert itself. Just as we saw with Daoud's coalition, the moment a revolutionary alliance successfully seizes absolute power, it immediately begins to turn on itself.
The Marxist movement in Afghanistan was not a monolith. It was deeply, bitterly divided into two main factions that hated each other almost as much as they hated the monarchy.
You had the Khalq, which translates to masses. The Khalq were led by Nur Muhammad Taraki and Hafizullah Amin. They were predominantly rural, ethnic Pashtuns.
They were hardline, uncompromising, and completely rejected the idea of forming political coalitions.
And on the other side, you had the Parcham, which translates to flag, led by Babrak Karmal. The Parcham were more urban, often middle-class or elite Kabulis.
They were slightly more moderate in their timeline for socialism, and they were willing to work within coalitions, which is why they had initially supported Daoud's 1973 coup.
But once Daoud and the royal family are dead in 1978, the hardline Khalq leadership, Taraki and Amin, look around and decide they don't need the Parcham moderates anymore.
They want total ideological purity, so they initiate a ruthless, systematic purge of the Parcham faction from the new government.
The mechanics of this purge were brutal. They arrested hundreds of Parcham political and military leaders. They threw them into the notorious Policharki prison.
They utilized horrific torture to extract forced confessions, which they then broadcast on national television to discredit the Parcham movement.
And for the top Parcham leaders, including Babrak Karmal, they revived Dawood's old trick. They exiled them by appointing them as ambassadors to foreign capitals, effectively banishing them from the country under threat of death if they returned.
Having successfully monopolized all state power, the Khalq regime, driven by Hafizullah Amin's relentless urgency, then attempted to force rapid, secular, socialist modernization onto the country through a series of sweeping, radical Marxist decrees.
They issued decrees from Kabul that were designed to shatter the traditional feudal structures overnight. They completely banned the practice of usury and canceled massive amounts of rural debt.
They instituted aggressive forced land reforms, physically seizing property from wealthy khans and redistributing it to landless peasants.
They drastically altered marriage laws, severely limiting dowries to undercut the patriarchal family alliances. And in a move that was purely symbolic but deeply inflammatory, they changed the traditional green, black, and red Afghan flag to a solid Soviet-style red flag.
On paper, in a Marxist textbook, these reforms are the standard blueprint for liberating a peasant class. But in reality, the urban Khalq elite fundamentally misunderstood the complex, deeply intertwined rural networks of rights, religious obligations, and patronage that governed 90% of the country.
The result was an absolute catastrophe. When government cadres showed up in the villages to forcefully redistribute land and alter marriage contracts, they weren't greeted as liberators.
The deeply traditional, inherently conservative agrarian population viewed these secular decrees as a direct, blasphemous assault on Islam and their ancient way of life.
The transition to socialism instantly morphed into an explosion of massive, violent, uncoordinated rural backlashes. Across the country, conservative Islamic groups, tribal militias, and regional leaders took up arms and began slaughtering the government land reformers and teachers sent from Kabul.
The country fractured into dozens of localized civil wars.
The situation rapidly spirals out of control, and it creates massive international shockwaves. In February 1979, the chaos reaches the diplomatic corps in Kabul. The United States ambassador to Afghanistan, a man named Adolf Spike Dubs, is kidnapped in broad daylight.
And he wasn't kidnapped by the conservative Islamic rebels. He was kidnapped by a radical, ultra-left splinter group called Sitem-i Melli.
Let's explain Sitem-i Melli because it shows how fractured the politics were. This group was a Marxist offshoot that specifically opposed the Pashtun ethnic dominance of the Khalq government. They wanted ethnic equality for minorities.
They kidnapped Ambassador Dubs, dragged him into a room at the Kabul hotel, and demanded the government release their imprisoned comrades in exchange for the American diplomat's life.
The United States government, watching this unfold from Washington, frantically pleaded with the Afghan authorities not to use lethal force to negotiate for Dubs' life.
But the Afghan police, who were reportedly consulting directly with Soviet security advisors on the scene at the hotel, ignored the Americans.
They launched a massive, heavily armed assault on the hotel room. In the ensuing shootout, the kidnappers were killed and Ambassador Dubs was fatally shot. It was a devastating, irreversible blow to U.S.-Afghan relations, effectively severing American economic and diplomatic support when the country was already burning.
As 1979 progressed, the rural rebellion spread to literally every single province in the nation. The Afghan National Army, which was the only thing keeping the Khalq regime in power, began to disintegrate.
Soldiers were being ordered to bomb their own villages. The psychological strain was immense. Almost half of the 92,000-man army deserted, mutinied, joined the Mujahideen rebels, or fled across the border into Pakistan with their weapons.
The Soviet Union is watching all of this from across their southern border in sheer terror. They see a neighboring communist state rapidly collapsing into Islamic insurgency.
They realize that Hafizullah Amin's brutal, uncompromising tactics are fueling the fire, not putting it out.
So the Soviets likely apply pressure to the nominal president, Nur Muhammad Taraki, to remove Amin from power.
In September 1979, Taraki returns from a trip to Moscow. He summons his co-leader, Hafizullah Amin, to his presidential office, presumably to arrest him or force his resignation.
But Amin isn't going quietly. A massive shootout erupts right there in the presidential palace between Taraki's guards and Amin's guards.
The leadership of the country literally shooting it out in the hallway. Taraki is captured and subsequently suffocated to death with a pillow.
Hafizullah Amin takes total dictatorial control of the crumbling government.
He tries frantically to save the regime. He tries changing the official slogans to sound more Islamic. He begs tribal leaders for support. He launches brutal new military offensives against the rebel villages.
But nothing works. The entire country is in total revolt against him.
And then the final catastrophic domino falls. The Soviet Union realizes that Amin has lost control, and they fear the establishment of a hostile, U.S.-backed Islamic State on their vulnerable southern flank.
In late December 1979, the Soviet Union makes its move. Soviet airborne troops and mechanized divisions cross the border and invade Afghanistan in full force. Special forces storm the Tajbeg Palace outside Kabul. They assassinate Hafizullah Amin.
And in a moment of profound historical irony, who do the Soviets install as their hand-picked puppet leader to rule the occupied country?
Babrak Karmal, the leader of the Parcham faction, the man who had been purged, tortured, and exiled by Amin and Taraki just a year and a half earlier, is flown back into Kabul on a Soviet military plane to be the new president.
The invasion instantly triggers a humanitarian catastrophe of unprecedented scale. Within weeks, over 400,000 Afghan civilians flee the violence, pouring across the border into refugee camps in Pakistan.
It is the violent birth of a brutal, protracted guerrilla proxy war that will bleed the Soviet Union and completely devastate the Afghan nation for the next decade.
It is just breathtaking, honestly, to step back and look at the timeline we have traced today. Within a single decade, just over 10 years, you have watched this country go from debating a liberal, democratic constitution in a parliament, to experiencing a bloodless Republican coup at a family gathering, to suffering a violent Marxist revolution from a prison cell, and finally, to being completely overwhelmed by a full-scale foreign invasion by a global superpower.
The tragic irony is profound. A sequence of leaders from King Zahir Shah to Daud Khan to the Marxist cadres all attempted to force their specific, uncompromising vision of a modern future onto a deeply complex, fiercely decentralized society.
And at every single step, their failure to understand the local realities of the rural masses, their reliance on bureaucratic manipulation, and their constant resort to state violence led directly, mechanically, to the next catastrophic failure.
Okay, let's zoom out and recap this absolutely tragic trajectory for our listener. We started with the hopeful but terrified students of 1969, protesting in the streets, afraid of graduating into a stagnant economy.
We navigated the maddening labyrinth of the Toldar bureaucracy, where progress literally died, waiting for a signature.
We sat in the paralyzed, shouting halls of the do-nothing parliament, watching democracy fail to take root without political parties.
We watched Daud Khan end a 2-century-old monarchy, only to isolate himself and be destroyed by the very leftist forces he had empowered.
And finally, we witnessed the horrific, bloody spiral of the Tsar Revolution, ending with Soviet tanks rolling through the Salang Tunnel.
It is an incredibly dark chapter, but it is the deeply instructive one about the severe limits of top-down engineered political change. And it leaves us with a profound, lingering question drawn straight from our historical text to mull over.
Let's hear it.
We universally tend to view mass literacy and modern education as inherently unifying forces. We assume they are the essential benevolent building blocks for a developing nation. But in Afghanistan, the very first generation to receive that mass modern education used those intellectual tools to realize exactly how marginalized and excluded they were from the corridors of power. It intensified their awareness of their differences, ultimately fracturing the country along deep ethnic, generational, and ideological lines. Is it possible that the very tools of nation building are what ultimately tore the nation apart?
Wow. That is a heavy, incredible thought to leave on. Does education unify a state, or does it simply provide the match to light the powder keg of inequality? Thank you, as always, for joining us on this deep dive. Keep questioning the surface of history, keep looking for the hidden mechanics behind the headlines, and we will see you next time.